The Pilgrim's Progress. By John Bunyan. The author's apology for his book. When at the first I took my pen in hand, thus for to write, I did not understand that I at all should make a little book. In such a mode, nay, I had undertook to make another, which, when almost done, before I was aware, I this begun. And thus it was, I, writing of the way and race of saints, in this our gospel day, fell suddenly into an allegory about their journey, and the way to glory. In more than 20 things which I set down. This done, I 20 more had in my crown. And they again began to multiply, like sparks that from the coals of fire do fly. Nay, then, thought I, if that you breed so fast, I'll put you by yourselves, lest you at last should prove ad infinitum, and eat out the book that I already am about. Well, so I did, but yet I did not think to shew to all the world my pen and ink. In such a mode, I only thought to make I knew not what, nor did I undertake thereby to please my neighbor, no, not I. I did it my own self to gratify. Neither did I but vacant seasons spend in this my scribble, nor did I intend but to divert myself in doing this from worser thoughts which make me do amiss. Thus, I set pen to paper with delight, and quickly had my thoughts in black and white. For, having now my method by the end, still as I pulled, it came, and so I penned it down, until it came at last to be, for length and breadth, the bigness which you see. Well, when I had thus put mine ends together, I shewed them others, that I might see whether they would condemn them, or them justify. And some said, let them live, some, let them die. Some said, John, print it, others said, not so. Some said, it might do good, others said, no. Now was I in a strait, and did not see which was the best thing to be done by me. At last I thought, since you are thus divided, I print it will, and so the case decided. For, thought I, some, I see, would have it done, though others in that channel do not run. To prove, then, who advised for the best. Thus I thought fit to put it to the test. I further thought, if now I did deny those that would have it, thus to gratify, I did not know but hinder them I might of that which would to them be great delight. For those which were not for its coming forth, I said to them, offend you I am loath. Yet, since your brethren pleased with it be, forbear to judge till you do further see. If that thou wilt not read, let it alone. Some love the meat, some love to pick the bone. Yea, that I might them better palliate, I did too with them thus expostulate. May I not write in such a style as this? In such a method, too, and yet not miss my end thy good? Why may it not be done? Dark clouds bring waters, when the bright bring none. Yea, dark or bright, if they their silver drops cause to descend, the earth, by yielding crops, gives praise to both, and carpeth not at either, but treasures up the fruit they yield together. Yea, so commixes both, that in her fruit none can distinguish this from that, they suit her well when hungry, but, if she be full, she spews out both, and makes their blessings null. You see the ways the fisherman doth take to catch the fish. What engines doth he make? Behold how he engageth all his wits. Also his snares, lines, angles, hooks, and nets. Yet fish there be, that neither hook, nor line, nor snare, nor net, nor engine can make thine. They must be groped for, and be tickled too, or they will not be catched, whatever you do. How does the fowler seek to catch his game? By divers means, all which one cannot name. His guns, his nets, his lime twigs, light and bell. He creeps, he goes, he stands, yeah, who can tell? Of all his postures. Yet there's none of these. Will make him master of what fowls he please. Yeah, he must pipe and whistle to catch this. Yet, if he does so, that bird he will miss. If that a pearl may in a toad's head dwell, and may be found too in an oyster shell. If things that promise nothing do contain, what better is than gold? Who will disdain? That have an inkling of it, there to look, that they may find it. Now, my little book, though void of all these paintings that may make it with this or the other man to take, is not without those things that do excel. What do in brave but empty notions dwell? Well, yet I am not fully satisfied that this your book will stand, when soundly tried. Why, what's the matter? It is dark. What though? But it is feigned. What of that? I trow some men, by feigned words, as dark as mine, make truth to spangle and its rays to shine. But they want solidness. Speak, man, thy mind. They drown the weak, metaphors make us blind. Solidity, indeed, becomes the pen of him that writeth things divine to men. But must I needs want solidness, because by metaphors I speak? Were not God's laws, his gospel laws, in olden times held forth by types, shadows, and metaphors? Yet loath will any sober man be to find fault with them, lest he be found for to assault the highest wisdom. No, he rather stoops and seeks to find out what by pins and loops, by calves and sheep, by heifers and by rams, by birds and herbs, and by the blood of lambs, God speaketh to him, and happy is he that finds the light and grace that in them be. Be not too forward, therefore, to conclude that I want solidness, that I am rude. All things solid in show not solid be. All things in parables despise not we. Lest things most hurtful lightly we receive, and things that good are, of our souls bereave. My dark and cloudy words, they do but hold the truth, as cabinets enclose the gold. The prophets used much by metaphors to set forth truth. Yea, whoso considers Christ, his apostles too, shall plainly see that truths to this day in such mantles be. Am I afraid to say, that holy writ, which for its style and phrase puts down all wit, is everywhere so full of all these things? Dark figures, allegories. Yet there springs from that same book that luster, and those rays of light, that turn our darkest nights to days. Come, let my carper to his life now look, and find there darker lines than in my book. He findeth any. Yea, and let him know that in his best things there are worse lines too. May we but stand before impartial men. To his poor one I dare adventure 10. That they will take my meaning in these lines far better than his lies in silver shrines. Come, truth, although in swaddling clouts, I find, informs the judgment, rectifies the mind, pleases the understanding, makes the will submit, the memory too it doth fill. With what doth our imaginations please? Likewise it tends our troubles to appease. Sound words, I know, Timothy is to use, and old wives' fables he is to refuse. But yet grave Paul him nowhere did forbid the use of parables, in which lay hid that gold, those pearls, and precious stones that were worth digging for, and that with greatest care. Let me add one word more. O man of God! Art thou offended? Dost thou wish I had put forth my matter in another dress? Or, that I had in things been more express? 3 things let me propound, then I submit to those that are my betters, as is fit. 1. I find not that I am denied the use of this my method, so I no abuse. Put on the words, things, readers. Or be rude. In handling figure or similitude. In application, but, all that I may. Seek the advance of truth this or that way. Denied, did I say? Nay, I have leave. Example too, and that from them that have God better pleased, by their words or ways, than any man that breatheth nowadays. Thus to express my mind, thus to declare things unto thee that excellentest are. 2. I find that men, as high as trees, will write dialogue-wise, yet no man doth them slight. For writing so, indeed, if they abuse truth, cursed be they, and the craft they use to that intent. But yet let truth be free to make her sallies upon thee and me. Which way it pleases God, for who knows how better than he that taught us first to plough, to guide our mind and pens for his design. And he makes base things usher in divine. 3. I find that Holy Writ in many places hath semblance with this method, where the cases do call for one thing, to set forth another. Use it I may, then, and yet nothing smother truth's golden beams, nay, by this method may make it cast forth its rays as light as day. And now before I do put up my pen, I'll shew the profit of my book, and then commit both thee and it unto that hand that pulls the strong down, and makes weak ones stand. This book it chalketh out before thine eyes the man that seeks the everlasting prize. It shews you whence he comes, whither he goes, what he leaves undone, also what he does. It also shows you how he runs and runs, till he unto the gate of glory comes. It shows, too, who set out for life amain, as if the lasting crown they would obtain. Here also you may see the reason why they lose their labor, and like fools do die. This book will make a traveler of thee, if by its counsel thou wilt ruled be. It will direct thee to the Holy Land, if thou wilt its directions understand. Yea, it will make the slothful active be, the blind also delightful things to see. Art thou for something rare and profitable? Wouldest thou see a truth within a fable? Art thou forgetful? Wouldest thou remember? From New Year's Day to the last of December? Then read my fancies. They will stick like burrs, and may be, to the helpless, comforters. This book is writ in such a dialect as may the minds of listless men affect. It seems a novelty, and yet contains nothing but sound and honest gospel strains. Wouldst thou divert thyself from melancholy? Wouldst thou be pleasant, yet be far from folly? Wouldst thou read riddles, and their explanation? Or else be drowned in thy contemplation? Dost thou love picking meat? Or wouldst thou see a man in the clouds, and hear him speak to thee? Wouldst thou be in a dream, and yet not sleep? Or wouldst thou in a moment laugh and weep? Wouldst thou lose thyself and catch no harm, and find thyself again without a charm? Wouldst read thyself, and read thou knowest not what, and yet know whether thou art blessed or not, by reading the same lines? Oh, then come hither, and lay my book, thy head, and heart together. John Bunyan. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The first part. As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place, where was a den, and I laid me down in that place to sleep, and as I slept, I dreamed a dream. I dreamed, and, behold, I saw a man clothed with rags, standing in a certain place, with his face from his own house, a book in his hand, and a great burden upon his back, Isaiah 64 verse 6, Luke 14 verse 33, Psalms 38 verse 4, Habakkuk 2 verse 2, Acts 16 verse 31. I looked, and saw him open the book too and read therein, and as he read, he wept and trembled, and not being able longer to contain, he brake out with a lamentable cry, saying, What shall I do? Acts 2 verse 37. 3. In this plight, therefore, he went home, and refrained himself as long as he could, that his wife and children should not perceive his distress, but he could not be silent long, because that his trouble increased. Wherefore at length he brake his mind to his wife and children. And thus he began to talk to them, O my dear wife, said he, and you, the children of my bowels, I, your dear friend, am in myself undone, by reason of a burden that leath hard upon me. Moreover, I am for certain informed that this our city will be burned with fire from heaven. In which fearful overthrow, both myself, with thee, my wife, and you, my sweet babes, shall miserably come to ruin, except, the which yet I see not, some way of escape can be found, whereby we may be delivered. At this, his relations were sore amazed, not for that they believed that what he had said to them was true, but because they thought that some frenzied distemper had got into his head. For therefore, it drawing towards night, and they hoping that sleep might settle his brains, with all haste they got him to bed. But the night was as troublesome to him as the day, wherefore, instead of sleeping, he spent it in sighs and tears. So when the morning was come, they would know how he did, he told them, worse and worse, he also set to talking to them again, but they began to be hardened. They also thought to drive away his distemper by harsh and surly carriages to him. Sometimes they would deride, sometimes they would chide, and sometimes they would quite neglect him. Wherefore he began to retire himself to his chamber to pray for, and pity them, and also to condole his own misery. He would also walk solitarily in the fields, sometimes reading, and sometimes praying, and thus for some days he spent his time. 5. Now I saw upon a time, when he was walking in the fields, that he was, as he was wont, reading in his book, and greatly distressed in his mind, and as he read, he burst out, as he had done before, crying, What shall I do to be saved? Acts 16 verses 30 and 31. I saw also that he looked this way and that way, as if he would run, yet he stood still, because, as I perceived, he could not tell which way to go. 6. I looked then, and saw a man named Evangelist coming to him, who asked, Wherefore dost thou cry? He answered, Sir, I perceive, by the book in my hand, that I am condemned to die, and after that to come to judgment, Hebrews 9 verse 27. And I find that I am not willing, Job 16 verses 21 and 22, to do the first, nor able, ease. 22:14, to do the second. Then said Evangelist, Why not willing to die, since this life is attended with so many evils? The man answered, Because I fear that this burden that is upon my back will sink me lower than the grave, and I shall fall into Tophet, Isaiah 30 verse 33. And, Sir, if I be not fit to go to prison, I am not fit, I am sure, to go to judgment, and from thence to execution, and the thoughts of these things make me cry. Then said Evangelist, If this be thy condition, why standest thou still? He answered, Because I know not whither to go. Then he gave him a parchment roll, and there was written within, Fly from the wrath to come, Matt. 3:7. The man therefore, read it, and looking upon Evangelist very carefully, said, Whither must I fly? Then said Evangelist, pointing with his finger over a very wide field, Do you see yonder wicket gate? Matt. 7:13. The man said, No. Then said the other, Do you see yonder shining light? Psalms 119 verse 105, 2 Peter 1 verse 19. He said, I think I do. Then said Evangelist, Keep that light in your eye, and go up directly thereto, so shalt thou see the gate. At which, when thou knockest, it shall be told thee what thou shalt do. 7 So I saw in my dream that the man began to run. Now, he had not ran far from his own door, but his wife and children perceiving it, began to cry after him to return, Luke 14 verse 26, but the man put his fingers in his ears, and ran on, crying, Life! Life! Eternal life! So he looked not behind him, Genesis 19 verse 17, but fled towards the middle of the plain. 8. The neighbors also came out to see him run, and as he ran, some mocked, others threatened, and some cried after him to return. And among those that did so, there were 2 that were resolved to fetch him back by force, Jeremiah 20 verse 10. The name of the one was Obstinate, and the name of the other Pliable. 9 Now by this time, the man was got a good distance from them. But, however, they were resolved to pursue him, which they did, and in a little time they overtook him. Then said the man, Neighbors, wherefore are ye come? They said, To persuade you to go back with us. But he said, That can by no means be. You dwell, said he, in the city of destruction, the place also where I was born, I see it to be so, and dying there, sooner or later, you will sink lower than the grave, into a place that burns with fire and brimstone. Be content, good neighbors, and go along with me. What, said Obstinate, and leave our friends and our comforts behind us? 10. Yes, said Christian, for that was his name, because that all, which you shall forsake, 2 Cor. For 18, is not worthy to be compared with a little of that which I am seeking to enjoy, and if you will go along with me, and hold it, you shall fare as I myself, for there, where I go, is enough and to spare, Luke 15 verse 17. Come away, and prove my words. Obst. What are the things you seek, since you leave all the world to find them? Chr. I seek an inheritance incorruptible, undefiled, and that fadeth not away, 1 Peter 1 verse 4, and it is laid up in heaven, Heb. 11:16, and safe there, to be bestowed, at the time appointed, on them that diligently seek it. Read it so, if you will, in my book. Obst. Tush, said Obstinate, away with your book, will you go back with us, or no? Chr. No, not I, saith the other. Because I have laid my hand to the plough, Luke 9 verse 62. Obst. Come, then, neighbor Pliable, let us turn again, and go home without him. There is a company of these crazed-headed coxcombs, that when they take a fancy by the end, are wiser in their own eyes than 7 men that can render a reason, Proverbs 26 verse 16. Pli. Then said Pliable, do not revile. If what the good Christian says is true, the things he looks after are better than ours, my heart inclines to go with my neighbor. Obst. What? More fools still. Be ruled by me, and go back, who knows whither such a brain-sick fellow will lead you. Go back, and be wise. Chr. Nay, but do thou come with thy neighbor Pliable, there are such things to be had which I spoke of, and many more glories besides. If you believe not me, read here in this book, and for the truth of what is expressed therein, behold, all is confirmed by the blood of him that made it, Hebrews 13 verses 20 and 21, 9:17-21. Pli. Well, neighbor Obstinate, saith Pliable, I begin to come to a point, I intend to go along with this good man, and to cast in my lot with him. But, my good companion, do you know the way to this desired place? Chr. I am directed by a man whose name is Evangelist, to speed me to a little gate that is before us, where we shall receive instructions about the way. Pli. Come then, good neighbor, let us be going. Then they went both together. Obst. And I will go back to my place, said Obstinate, I will be no companion of such misled fantastical fellows. Now I saw in my dream, that when Obstinate was gone back, Christian and Pliable went talking over the plain. And thus they began their discourse. Chr. Come, neighbor Pliable, how do you do? I am glad you are persuaded to go along with me. Had even Obstinate himself but felt what I have felt, of the powers and terrors of what is yet unseen, he would not thus lightly have given us the back. Pli. Come, neighbor Christian, since there is none but us two here, tell me now further, what the things are, and how to be enjoyed, whither we are going. Chr. I can better conceive of them with my mind, than speak of them with my tongue. But yet since you are desirous to know, I will read of them in my book. Pli. And do you think that the words of your book are certainly true? Chr. Yes, verily, for it was made by him that cannot lie, Titus 1 verse 2. Pli. Well said. What things are they? Chr. There is an endless kingdom to be inhabited, and everlasting life to be given us, that we may inhabit that kingdom forever, Isaiah 45 verse 17, John 10 verses 27 to 29. Pli. Well said. And what else? Chr. There are crowns of glory to be given us, and garments that will make us shine like the sun in the firmament of heaven. 2 Timothy 4 verse 8, Revelation 3 verse 4, Matt 13:43. Pli. This is very pleasant. And what else? Chr. There shall be no more crying, nor sorrow. For he that is owner of the place will wipe all tears from our eyes, Isaiah 25 verse 8, Revelation 7 verses 17 and 17, 21:4. Pli. And what company shall we have there? Chr. There we shall be with seraphims, and cherubims, creatures that will dazzle your eyes to look on them. There, also, you shall meet with thousands and 10,000s that have gone before us to that place. None of them are hurtful, but loving and holy, everyone walking in the sight of God, and standing in his presence with acceptance forever. In a word, there we shall see the elders with their golden crowns. There we shall see the holy virgins with their golden harps, there we shall see men, that by the world were cut in pieces, burnt in flames, eaten of beasts, drowned in the seas, for the love that they bear to the Lord of the place. All well, and clothed with immortality as with a garment. 11, Isaiah 6 verse 2, 1 Thessalonians 4 verses 16 and 17, Revelation 7 verse 17, 4 verse 4, 14 verses 1 to 5, John 12 verse 25, 2 Corinthians 5 verses 2 to 5. Pli. The hearing of this is enough to ravish one's heart, but are these things to be enjoyed? How shall we get to be sharers thereof? Chr. The Lord, the governor of the country, hath recorded, that in this book, the substance of which is, if we be truly willing to have it, he will bestow it upon us freely, Isaiah 55 verses 1 and 2, 12, John 7 verse 37, 6 verse 37. Psalms 21 verse 6, 22:17. Pli. Well, my good companion, glad am I to hear of these things. Come on, let us mend our pace. 12. Chr. I cannot go so fast as I would, by reason of this burden that is on my back. Now I saw in my dream, that, just as they had ended this talk, they drew near to a very miry slough that was in the midst of the plain, and they, being heedless, did both fall suddenly into the bog. The name of the slough was Despond. 13 Here, therefore, they wallowed for a time, being grievously bedaubed with the dirt, and Christian, because of the burden that was on his back, began to sink in the mire. Pli. Then said Pliable, Ah! Neighbor Christian, where are you now? Chr. Truly, said Christian, I do not know. Pli. At that Pliable began to be offended, and angrily said to his fellow, Is this the happiness you have told me all this while of? If we have such ill speed at our first setting out, what may we expect betwixt this and our journey's end? May I get out again with my life, you shall possess the brave country alone for me. And with that he gave a desperate struggle or two, and got out of the mire on that side of the slough which was next to his own house, so away he went, and Christian saw him no more. Wherefore Christian was left to tumble in the slough of despond alone, but still he endeavored to struggle to that side of the slough that was still further from his own house, and next to the wicket gate. The which he did, but could not get out, because of the burden that was upon his back. 14 But I beheld in my dream, that a man came to him, whose name was Help, and asked him what he did there. Chr. Sir, said Christian, I was bid go this way by a man called Evangelist, who directed me also to yonder gate, that I might escape the wrath to come. And as I was going thither, I fell in here. Help. But why did not you look for the steps? Chr. Fear followed me so hard, that I fled the next way, and fell in point 15. Help. Then said he, Give me thy hand, so he gave him his hand, and he drew him out, and set him upon sound ground, and bid him go on his way, Psalms 40 verse 2. Then I stepped to him that plucked him out, and said, Sir, wherefore, since over this place is the way from the city of destruction, to yonder gate, is it that this plat is not mended, that poor travellers might go thither with more security? And he said unto me, This miry slough is such a place as cannot be mended. It is the descent whither the scum and filth that attends conviction for sin, doth continually run, and therefore it is called the slough of despond, for still, as the sinner is awakened about his lost condition, there ariseth in his soul many fears, and doubts, and discouraging apprehensions, which all of them get together, and settle in this place. And this is the reason of the badness of this ground. It is not the pleasure of the king that this place should remain so bad, Isaiah 35 verses 3 and 4. His laborers, also, have, by the directions of his majesty's surveyors, been, for above these 1,600 years, employed about this patch of ground, if, perhaps, it might have been mended. Yea, and to my knowledge, said he, here have been swallowed up at least 20,000 cartloads. Yea, millions of wholesome instructions, that have, at all seasons, been brought from all places of the king's dominions, and they that can tell, say, they are the best materials to make good ground of the place, if so be it might have been mended. But it is the slough of despond still, and so will be when they have done what they can. Point 16. True, there are, by the direction of the lawgiver, certain good and substantial steps, placed even through the very midst of this slough. But at such time as this place doth much spew out its filth, as it doth against change of weather, these steps are hardly seen. Or if they be, men, through the dizziness of their heads, step besides, and then they are bemired to purpose, notwithstanding the steps be there, but the ground is good, when they are once got in at the gate. 17, 1 Samuel 12 verse 23. Now I saw in my dream, that, by this time, Pliable was got home to his house again, so that his neighbors came to visit him, and some of them called him wise man for coming back, and some called him fool for hazarding himself with Christian. Others, again, did mock at his cowardliness, saying, Surely, since you began to venture, I would not have been so base to have given out for a few difficulties. So Pliable sat sneaking among them. But, at last, he got more confidence, and then they all turned their tails, and began to deride poor Christian behind his back. And thus much concerning Pliable. Now as Christian was walking solitarily by himself. 18 He espied one afar off come crossing over the field to meet him, and their hap was to meet just as they were crossing the way of each other. The gentleman's name that met him was Mr. Worldly Wiseman. He dwelt in the town of Carnal Policy, a very great town, and also hard by from whence Christian came. This man, then, meeting with Christian, and having some inkling 19 of him, for Christian setting forth from the city of destruction was much noised abroad, not only in the town where he dwelt, but, also, it began to be the town talk in some other places. Master Worldly Wiseman, therefore, having some guess of him, by beholding his laborious going, by observing his sighs and groans, and the like, began thus to enter into some talk with Christian. World. How now, good fellow, whither away after this burdened manner? Chr. A burdened manner, indeed, as ever, I think, poor creature had. And whereas you ask me, whither away? I tell you, sir, I am going to yonder wicket gate before me. For there, as I am informed, I shall be put into a way to be rid of my heavy burden. World. Hast thou a wife and children? Chr. Yes, but I am so laden with this burden, that I cannot take that pleasure in them as formerly. Methinks I am as if I had none. 1 Corinthians 7 verse 29. World. Wilt thou hearken unto me if I give thee counsel? Chr. If it be good, I will, for I stand in need of good counsel. World. I would advise thee, then, that thou with all speed get thyself rid of thy burden, for thou wilt never be settled in thy mind till then, nor canst thou enjoy the benefits of the blessing which God hath bestowed upon thee till then. Chr. That is that which I seek for, even to be rid of this heavy burden, but get it off myself, I cannot, nor is there any man in our country that can take it off my shoulders, therefore am I going this way, as I told you, that I may be rid of my burden. World. Who bid you go this way to be rid of thy burden? Chr. A man that appeared to me to be a very great and honorable person, his name, as I remember, is Evangelist. World. I beshrew him for his counsel. There is not a more dangerous and troublesome way in the world than is that unto which he hath directed thee, and that thou shalt find, if thou wilt be ruled by his counsel. Thou hast met with something, as I perceive already. For I see the dirt of the slough of despond is upon thee, but that slough is the beginning of the sorrows that do attend those that go on in that way. Hear me, I am older than thou. Thou art like to meet with, on the way which thou goest, wearisomeness, painfulness, hunger, perils, nakedness, sword, lions, dragons, darkness, and, in a word, death, and what not. These things are certainly true, having been confirmed by many testimonies. And why should a man so carelessly cast away himself, by giving heed to a stranger? Chr. Why, sir, this burden upon my back is more terrible to me than are all these things which you have mentioned, nay, methinks I care not what I meet with in the way, if so be I can also meet with deliverance from my burden. World. How camest thou by the burden at first? Chr. By reading this book in my hand. World. I thought so, and it has happened unto thee as to other weak men, who, meddling with things too high for them, do suddenly fall into thy distractions. Which distractions do not only unman men, as thine, I perceive, has done thee, but they run them upon desperate ventures, to obtain they know not what. Chr. I know what I would obtain, it is ease for my heavy burden. World. But why wilt thou seek for ease this way, seeing so many dangers attend it? Especially since, hadst thou but patience to hear me, I could direct thee to the obtaining of what thou desirest, without the dangers that thou in this way wilt run thyself into, yea, and the remedy is at hand. Besides, I will add, that, instead of those dangers, thou shalt meet with much safety, friendship, and content. 20. Chr. Pray, sir, open this secret to me. World. Why, in yonder village the village is named Morality, there dwells a gentleman whose name is Legality, a very judicious man, and a man of a very good name, that has skill to help men off with such burdens as thine are from their shoulders, yea. To my knowledge, he hath done a great deal of good this way. Aye, and besides, he hath skill to cure those that are somewhat crazed in their wits with their burdens. 21 To him, as I said, thou mayest go, and be helped presently. His house is not quite a mile from this place, and if he should not be at home himself, he hath a pretty young man to his son, whose name is Civility, that can do it, to speak on, as well as the old gentleman himself. There, I say, thou mayest be eased of thy burden. And if thou art not minded to go back to thy former habitation, as, indeed, I would not wish thee, thou mayest send for thy wife and children to thee to this village, where there are houses now stand empty. One of which thou mayest have at reasonable rates. Provision is there also cheap and good, and that which will make thy life the more happy is, to be sure, there thou shalt live by honest neighbors, in credit and good fashion. Now was Christian somewhat at a stand. But presently he concluded, if this be true, which this gentleman hath said, my wisest course is to take his advice, and with that he thus further spoke. Chr. Sir, which is my way to this honest man's house? World. Do you see yonder hill? Chr. Yes, very well. World. By that hill you must go, and the first house you come at is his. So Christian turned out of his way, to go to Mr. Legality's house for help. But, behold, when he was got now hard by the hill, it seemed so high, and also that side of it that was next the wayside, did hang so much over, that Christian was afraid to venture further, lest the hill should fall on his head. Wherefore there he stood still, and what 22 not what to do. Also his burden now seemed heavier to him, than while he was in his way. There came also flashes of fire out of the hill, that made Christian afraid that he should be burned, Exo. 19:16-18. Here, therefore, he sweat and did quake for fear, Hebrews 12 verse 21. And now he began to be sorry that he had taken Mr. Worldly Wiseman's counsel. And with that he saw Evangelist coming to meet him. At the sight also of whom he began to blush for shame. So Evangelist drew nearer and nearer, and coming up to him, he looked upon him with a severe and dreadful countenance, and thus began to reason with Christian. Evan. What dost thou here, Christian? Said he, at which words Christian knew not what to answer, wherefore at present he stood speechless before him. Then said Evangelist further, Art not thou the man that I found crying without the walls of the city of destruction? Chr. Yes, dear sir, I am the man. Evan. Did not I direct thee the way to the little wicket gate? Chr. Yes, dear sir, said Christian. Evan. How is it, then, that thou art so quickly turned aside? For thou art now out of the way. Chr. I met with a gentleman so soon as I had got over the slough of despond, who persuaded me that I might, in the village before me, find a man that could take off my burden. Evan. What was he? Chr. He looked like a gentleman 23 and talked much to me, and got me at last to yield, so I came hither, but when I beheld this hill, and how it hangs over the way, I suddenly made a stand, lest it should fall on my head. Evan. What said that gentleman to you? Chr. Why, he asked me whither I was going. And I told him. Evan. And what said he then? Chr. He asked me if I had a family. And I told him. But, said I am so loaden with the burden that is on my back, that I cannot take pleasure in them as formerly. Evan. And what said he then? Chr. He bid me with speed get rid of my burden, and I told him it was ease that I sought. And, said I am therefore going to yonder gate, to receive further direction how I may get to the place of deliverance. So he said that he would show me a better way, and short, not so attended with difficulties as the way, sir, that you set me in. Which way, said he, will direct you to a gentleman's house that hath skill to take off these burdens. So I believed him 24 and turned out of that way into this, if haply I might be soon eased of my burden. But when I came to this place, and beheld things as they are, I stopped for fear, as I said, of danger, but I now know not what to do. Evan. Then, said Evangelist, stand still a little, that I may show thee the words of God. So he stood trembling. Then said Evangelist, see that ye refuse not him that speaketh. For if they escaped not who refused him that spake on earth, much more shall not we escape, if we turn away from him that speaketh from heaven, Hebrews 12 verse 25. He said, moreover, now the just shall live by faith, but if any man draw back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him, Hebrews 10 verse 38. He also did thus apply them, thou art the man that art running into this misery. Thou hast begun to reject the counsel of the Most High, and to draw back thy foot from the way of peace, even almost to the hazarding of thy perdition. Then Christian fell down at his foot as dead, crying, Woe is me, for I am undone. At the sight of which, Evangelist caught him by the right hand, saying, All manner of sin and blasphemies shall be forgiven unto men, Matt. 12:31, Mark 3 verse 28, Be not faithless, but believing, John 20 verse 27. Then did Christian again a little revive, and stood up trembling, as at first, before Evangelist. 25. Then Evangelist proceeded, saying, Give more earnest heed to the things that I shall tell thee of. I will now show thee who it was that deluded thee, and who it was also to whom he sent thee. The man that met thee is one worldly wiseman, and rightly is he so called. Partly, because he savoreth only the doctrine of this world, 1 John 4 verse 5, therefore he always goes to the town of morality to church, and partly because he loveth that doctrine best, for it saveth him best from the cross, Galatians 6 verse 12. And because he is of this carnal temper, therefore he seeketh to prevent my ways, though right. Now there are 3 things in this man's counsel, that thou must utterly abhor. 1. His turning thee out of the way. 2. His laboring to render the cross odious to thee. And, 3. His setting thy feet in that way that leadeth unto the administration of death. First, thou must abhor his turning thee out of the way. Yea, and thine own consenting thereto, because this is to reject the counsel of God for the sake of the counsel of a worldly wiseman. The Lord says, strive to enter in at the strait gate, Luke 13 verse 24, the gate to which I send thee. For strait is the gate which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it, Matt. 7:14. From this little wicket gate, and from the way thereto, hath this wicked man turned thee, to the bringing of thee almost to destruction. Hate, therefore, his turning thee out of the way, and abhor thyself for hearkening to him. Secondly, thou must abhor his laboring to render the cross odious unto thee, for thou art to prefer it, before the treasures in Egypt, Hebrews 11 verses 25 and 26. Besides, the King of glory hath told thee, that he that will save his life shall lose it, Mark 8 verse 35, John 12 verse 25, Matt. 10:39. And, he that comes after him, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple, Luke 14 verse 26. I say, therefore, for man to labor to persuade thee, that shall be thy death, without which, the truth hath said, thou canst not have eternal life, this doctrine thou must abhor. Thirdly, thou must hate his setting of thy feet in the way that leadeth to the ministration of death. And for this thou must consider to whom he sent thee, and also how unable that person was to deliver thee from thy burden. He to whom thou wast sent for ease, being by name Legality, is the son of the bondwoman which now is, and is in bondage with her children, Galatians 4 verses 21 to 27, and is, in a mystery, this Mount Sinai, which thou hast feared will fall on thy head. Now, if she, with her children, are in bondage, how canst thou expect by them to be made free? This legality, therefore, is not able to set thee free from thy burden. No man was as yet ever rid of his burden by him. No, nor ever is like to be. Ye cannot be justified by the works of the law, for by the deeds of the law no man living can be rid of his burden, therefore, Mr. Worldly Wiseman is an alien, and Mr. Legality is a cheat. And for his son Civility, notwithstanding his simpering looks, he is but a hypocrite, and cannot help thee. Believe me, there is nothing in all this noise, that thou hast heard of these sottish men, but a design to beguile thee of thy salvation, by turning thee from the way in which I had set thee. After this, Evangelist called aloud to the heavens for confirmation of what he had said, and with that there came words and fire out of the mountain under which poor Christian stood, that made the hair of his flesh stand up. The words were thus pronounced, as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse, for it is written, Cursed is everyone that continueth not in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. 26, Galatians 3 verse 10. Now Christian looked for nothing but death, and began to cry out lamentably, even cursing the time in which he met with Mr. Worldly Wiseman. Still calling himself 1,000 fools for hearkening to his counsel, he also was greatly ashamed to think that this gentleman's arguments, flowing only from the flesh, should have the prevalency with him as to cause him to forsake the right way. This done, he applied himself again to Evangelist, in words and sense as follows. Chr. Sir, what think you? Is there hope? May I now go back, and go up to the wicket gate? Shall I not be abandoned for this, and sent back from thence ashamed? I am sorry I have hearkened to this man's counsel. But may my sin be forgiven? Evan. Then said Evangelist to him, Thy sin is very great, for by it thou hast committed 2 evils, thou hast forsaken the way that is good, to tread in forbidden paths. Yet will the man at the gate receive thee, for he has good will for men, only, said he, take heed that thou turn not aside again, lest thou perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Psalms 2 verse 12. Then did Christian address himself to go back, and Evangelist, after he had kissed him, gave him one smile, and bid him Godspeed. So he went on with haste, neither spake he to any man by the way. Nor, if any asked him, would he vouchsafe them an answer. He went like one that was all the while treading on forbidden ground, and could by no means think himself safe, till again he was got into the way which he left, to follow Mr. Worldly Wiseman's counsel. So, in process of time, Christian got up to the gate. Now, over the gate there was written, Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Matt 7:8. He knocked, therefore, more than once or twice, saying, May I now enter here? Will he within open to sorry me, though I have been an undeserving rebel? Then shall I not fail to sing his lasting praise on high. At last there came a grave person to the gate, named Goodwill, who asked who was there, and whence he came, and what he would have. 27. Chr. Here is a poor burdened sinner. I come from the city of destruction, but am going to Mount Zion, that I may be delivered from the wrath to come. I would, therefore, sir, since I am informed that by this gate is the way thither, know if you are willing to let me in. Goodwill. I am willing with all my heart, said he, and with that he opened the gate. 28. So when Christian was stepping in, the other gave him a pull. Then said Christian, What means that? The other told him. A little distance from this gate, there is erected a strong castle, of which Beelzebub is the captain. From thence, both he and them that are with him shoot arrows at those that come up to this gate, if haply they may die before they can enter in. 29. Then said Christian, I rejoice and tremble. So when he was got in, the man of the gate asked him who directed him thither. Chr. Evangelist bid me come hither, and knock, as I did, and he said that you, sir, would tell me what I must do. Goodwill. An open door is set before thee, and no man can shut it. Chr. Now I begin to reap the benefits of my hazards. Goodwill. But how is it that you came alone? Chr. Because none of my neighbors saw their danger, as I saw mine. Goodwill. Did any of them know of your coming? Chr. Yes, my wife and children saw me at the first, and called after me to turn again. Also, some of my neighbors stood crying and calling after me to return. But I put my fingers in my ears, and so came on my way. Goodwill. But did none of them follow you, to persuade you to go back? Chr. Yes, both obstinate and pliable. But when they saw that they could not prevail, obstinate went railing back, but pliable came with me a little way. Goodwill. But why did he not come through? Chr. We, indeed, came both together, until we came at the slough of despond, into the which we also suddenly fell. And then was my neighbor, pliable, discouraged, and would not adventure further. Wherefore getting out again on that side next to his own house, he told me I should possess the brave country alone for him, so he went his way, and I came mine he after obstinate, and I to this gate. Goodwill. Then said Goodwill, Alas, poor man! Is the celestial glory of so small esteem with him, that he counteth it not worth running the hazards of a few difficulties to obtain it? Chr. Truly, said Christian, I have said the truth of pliable, and if I should also say all the truth of myself, it will appear there is no betterment 30 betwixt him and myself. It is true, he went back to his own house, but I also turned aside to go in the way of death, being persuaded thereto by the carnal arguments 31 of one Mr. Worldly Wiseman. Goodwill. Oh! Did he light upon you? What? He would have had you a sought for ease at the hands of Mr. Legality. They are, both of them, a very cheat. But did you take his counsel? Chr. Yes, as far as I durst, I went to find out Mr. Legality, until I thought that the mountain that stands by his house would have fallen upon my head, wherefore, there I was forced to stop. Goodwill. That mountain has been the death of many, and will be the death of many more. It is well you escaped being by it dashed in pieces. Chr. Why, truly, I do not know what had become of me there, had not Evangelist happily met me again, as I was musing in the midst of my dumps. But it was God's mercy that he came to me again, for else I had never come hither. But now I am come, such a one as I am, more fit, indeed, for death, by that mountain, than thus to stand talking with my Lord, but, oh! What a favor is this to me, that yet I am admitted entrance here. Goodwill. We make no objections against any, notwithstanding all that they have done before they come hither. They are, in no wise cast out, John 6 verse 37. And therefore, good Christian, come a little way with me, and I will teach thee about the way thou must go. Look before thee, dost thou see this narrow way? That is the way thou must go. It was cast up by the patriarchs, prophets, Christ, and his apostles, and it is as straight as a rule can make it. This is the way thou must go. Point 32. Chr. But, said Christian, are there no turnings nor windings, by which a stranger may lose his way? Goodwill. Yes, there are many ways but down upon this, and they are crooked and wide. But thus thou mayest distinguish the right from the wrong, the right only being straight and narrow. Matt. 7:14. Then I saw in my dream, that Christian asked him further if he could not help him off with his burden that was upon his back, for as yet he had not got rid thereof, nor could he by any means get it off without help. He told him, as to thy burden, be content to bear it, until thou comest to the place of deliverance, for there it will fall from thy back of itself. Then Christian began to gird up his loins, and to address himself to his journey. So the other told him, that by that he was gone some distance from the gate, he would come at the house of the interpreter, at whose door he should knock, and he would show him excellent things. Then Christian took his leave of his friend, and he again bid him Godspeed. Then he went on till he came at the house of the interpreter, 33, where he knocked over and over. At last one came to the door, and asked who was there. Chr. Sir, here is a traveller, who was bid by an acquaintance of the good man of this house to call here for my profit. I would therefore speak with the master of the house. So he called for the master of the house, who, after a little time, came to Christian, and asked him what he would have. Chr. Sir, said Christian, I am a man that am come from the city of destruction, and am going to the Mount Zion. And I was told by the man that stands at the gate, at the head of this way, that if I called here, you would show me excellent things, such as would be a help to me in my journey. Point 34. Inter. Then said the interpreter, come in. I will show thee that which will be profitable to thee. So he commanded his man to light the candle. 35 and bid Christian follow him, so he had him into a private room, and bid his man open a door. The which when he had done, Christian saw the picture of a very grave person hang up against the wall, and this was the fashion of it. It had eyes lifted up to heaven, the best of books in his hand, the law of truth was written upon his lips, the world was behind his back. It stood as if it pleaded with men, and a crown of gold did hang over its head. Point 36. Chr. Then said Christian, what meaneth this? Inter. The man whose picture this is one of 1,000, he can beget children. 1 Corinthians 4 verse 15, travail and birth with children, Gal. 4:19, and nurse them himself when they are born. And whereas thou sayest him with his eaves lift up to heaven, the best of books in his hand, and the law of truth writ on his lips, it is to show thee, that his work is to know and unfold dark things to sinners. Even as also thou sayest him stand as if he pleaded with men. And whereas thou sayest the world is cast behind him, and that a crown hangs over his head, that is to show thee that slighting and despising the things that are present, for the love that he hath to his master's service. He is sure in the world that comes next to have glory for his reward. Now, said the interpreter, I have showed thee this picture first, because the man whose picture this is the only man whom the Lord of the place whither thou art going hath authorized to be thy guide in all difficult places thou mayest meet with in the way. Wherefore, take good heed to what I have showed thee, and bear well in thy mind what thou hast seen, lest in thy journey thou meet with some that pretend to lead thee right, but their way goes down to death. Then he took him by the hand, and led him into a very large parlour that was full of dust, because never swept, the which, after he had reviewed a little while, the interpreter called for a man to sweep. Now, when he began to sweep, the dust began so abundantly to fly about, that Christian had almost therewith been choked. Then said the interpreter to a damsel that stood by, Bring hither the water, and sprinkle the room. The which, when she had done, it was swept and cleansed with pleasure. Chr. Then said Christian, What means this? Inter. The interpreter answered, This parlour is the heart of a man that was never sanctified by the sweet grace of the gospel. The dust is his original sin and inward corruptions, that have defiled the whole man. He that began to sweep at first, is the law, but she that brought water, and did sprinkle it, is the gospel. Now, whereas thou sawest, that so soon as the first began to sweep, the dust did so fly about that the room by him could not be cleansed, but that thou wast almost choked therewith. This is to show thee, that the law, instead of cleansing the heart, by its working, from sin, doth revive, put strength into, and increase it in the soul, even as it doth discover and forbid it, for it doth not give power to subdue. 37, Romans 7 verse 6. 1 Corinthians 15 verse 56, Romans 5 verse 20. Again, as thou sawest the damsel sprinkle the room with water, upon which it was cleansed with pleasure. This is to show thee, that when the gospel comes in the sweet and precious influences thereof to the heart, then, I say, even as thou sawest the damsel lay the dust by sprinkling the floor with water, so is sin vanquished and subdued. And the soul made clean, through the faith of it, and consequently fit for the King of glory to inhabit. John 15 verse 3. Ephesians 5 verse 26, Acts 15 verse 9, Romans 16 verses 25 and 26, John 15 verse 13. I saw, moreover, in my dream, that the interpreter took him by the hand, and had him into a little room, where sat 2 little children, each one in his chair. The name of the elder was Passion, and the name of the other Patience. Passion seemed to be much discontented, but Patience was very quiet. Then Christian asked, What is the reason of the discontent of Passion? The interpreter answered, The governor of them would have him stay for his best things till the beginning of the next year, but he will have all now, but Patience is willing to wait. Then I saw that one came to Passion, and brought him a bag of treasure, and poured it down at his feet, the which he took up and rejoiced therein, and withal laughed Patience to scorn. But I beheld but a while, and he had lavished all away, and had nothing left him but rags. Chr. Then said Christian to the interpreter, Expound this matter more fully to me. Inter. So he said, These 2 lads are figures, Passion, of the men of this world, and Patience, of the men of that which is to come, for, as here thou sayest, Passion will have all now this year, that is to say, in this world. So are the men of this world, they must have all their good things now, they cannot stay till next year, that is, until the next world, for their portion of good. That proverb, A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, is of more authority with them than are all the divine testimonies of the good of the world to come. But as thou sawest that he had quickly lavished all away, and had presently left him nothing but rags, so will it be with all such men at the end of this world. 38. Chr. Then said Christian, Now I see that Patience has the best wisdom, and that upon many accounts. First, because he stays for the best things. Second, and also because he will have the glory of his, when the other has nothing but rags. Inter. Nay, you may add another, to wit, the glory of the next world will never wear out, but these are suddenly gone. Therefore Passion had not so much reason to laugh at Patience, because he had his good things first, as Patience will have to laugh at Passion, because he had his best things last. For first must give place to last, because last must have his time to come, but last gives place to nothing, for there is not another to succeed. He, therefore, that hath his portion first, must needs have a time to spend it. But he that hath his portion last, must have it lastingly, therefore it is said of Dives, Thou in thy lifetime receivedst thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things, but now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. Luke 16 verse 25. Chr. Then I perceive it is not best to covet things that are now, but to wait for things to come. Inter. You say the truth, for the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4 verse 18. But though this be so, yet since things present, and our fleshly appetite, are such near neighbors one to another, and again, because things to come, and carnal sense, are such strangers one to another. Therefore it is that the first of these so suddenly fall into amity, and that distance is so continued between the second. Then I saw in my dream that the interpreter took Christian by the hand, and led him into a place where was a fire burning against a wall, and one standing by it, always casting much water upon it, to quench it. Yet did the fire burn higher and hotter. Then said Christian, What means this? The interpreter answered, This fire is the work of grace that is wrought in the heart. He that casts water upon it, to extinguish and put it out, is the devil. But in that thou sayest the fire notwithstanding burn higher and hotter, thou shalt also see the reason of that. So he had him about to the backside of the wall, where he saw a man with a vessel of oil in his hand, of the which he did also continually cast, but secretly, into the fire. 39. Then said Christian, What means this? The interpreter answered, This is Christ, who continually, with the oil of his grace, maintains the work already begun in the heart, by the means of which, notwithstanding what the devil can do, the souls of his people prove gracious still. 2 Cor. 12:9, and in that thou sawest that the man stood behind the wall to maintain the fire, that is to teach thee that it is hard for the tempted to see how this work of grace is maintained in the soul. I saw also, that the interpreter took him again by the hand, and led him into a pleasant place, where was builded a stately palace, beautiful to behold, at the sight of which Christian was greatly delighted. He saw also, upon the top thereof, certain persons walking, who were clothed all in gold. Then said Christian, May we go in thither? Then the interpreter took him, and led him up towards the door of the palace. And behold, at the door stood a great company of men, as desirous to go in, but durst not. There also sat a man at a little distance from the door, at a table side, with a book and his inkhorn before him, to take the name of him that should enter therein. He saw also, that in the doorway stood many men in armor to keep it, being resolved to do the men that would enter what hurt and mischief they could. Now was Christian somewhat in amaze. At last, when every man started back for fear of the armed men, Christian saw a man of a very stout countenance come up to the man that sat there to write, saying, Set down my name, sir. 40 The which when he had done, he saw the man draw his sword, and put an helmet upon his head, and rush toward the door upon the armed men, who laid upon him with deadly force, but the man, not at all discouraged, fell to cutting and hacking most fiercely. So after he had received and given many wounds to those that attempted to keep him out, he cut his way through them all, Acts 14 verse 22, and pressed forward into the palace, at which there was a pleasant voice heard from those that were within, even of those that walked upon the top of the palace, saying, Come in, come in. Eternal glory thou shalt win. So he went in, and was clothed with such garments as they. Then Christian smiled and said, I think verily I know the meaning of this. 41. Now, said Christian, let me go hence. Nay, stay, said the interpreter, till I have showed thee a little more, and after that thou shalt go on thy way. So he took him by the hand again, and led him into a very dark room, where there sat a man in an iron cage. Now the man, to look on, seemed very sad. He sat with his eyes looking down to the ground, his hands folded together, and he sighed as if he would break his heart. Then said Christian, What means this? At which the interpreter bid him talk with the man. Then said Christian to the man, What art thou? The man answered, I am what I was not once. Chr. What wast thou once? Man. The man said, I was once a fair and flourishing professor, both in mine own eyes, and also in the eyes of others. I once was, as I thought, fair for the celestial city, and had then even joy at the thoughts that I should get thither. Luke 8 verse 13. Chr. Well, but what art thou now? Man. I am now a man of despair, and am shut up in it, as in this iron cage. I cannot get out. Oh, now I cannot. Chr. But how camest thou in this condition? Man. I left off to watch and be sober. I laid the reins upon the neck of my lusts, I sinned against the light of the word, and the goodness of God, I have grieved the Spirit, and he is gone, I tempted the devil, and he is come to me, I have provoked God to anger, and he has left me. I have so hardened my heart, that I cannot repent. Then said Christian to the interpreter, But is there no hope for such a man as this? Ask him, said the interpreter. Nay, said Christian, pray sir, do you enter? Then said the interpreter, Is there no hope, but you must be kept in the iron cage of despair? Man. No, none at all. Enter. Why, the Son of the Blessed is very pitiful. Man. I have crucified him to myself afresh, Hebrews 4 verse 6. I have despised his person, Luke 19 verse 14, I have despised his righteousness, I have counted his blood an unholy thing, I have done despite to the Spirit of grace, Hebrews 10 verses 28 and 29. Therefore I have shut myself out of all the promises, and there now remains to me nothing but threatenings, dreadful threatenings, fearful threatenings of certain judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour me as an adversary. Point 42. Enter. For what did you bring yourself into this condition? Man. For the lusts, pleasures, and profits of this world, in the enjoyment of which I did then promise myself much delight. But now every one of those things also bite me, and gnaw me like a burning worm. Enter. But canst thou not now repent and turn? Man. God hath denied me repentance. His word gives me no encouragement to believe. Yea, himself hath shut me up in this iron cage, nor can all the men in the world let me out. O eternity! Eternity! How shall I grapple with the misery that I must meet with in eternity? Enter. Then said the interpreter to Christian, Let this man's misery be remembered by thee, and be an everlasting caution to thee. Point 43. Chr. Well, said Christian, this is fearful. God help me to watch and be sober, and to pray that I may shun the cause of this man's misery. 44. Sir, is it not time for me to go on my way now? 45. Enter. Tarry till I shall show thee one thing more, and then thou shalt go on thy way. So he took Christian by the hand again, and led him into a chamber, where there was one rising out of bed, and as he put on his raiment, he shook and trembled. Then said Christian, Why doth this man thus tremble? The interpreter then bid him tell to Christian the reason of his so doing. So he began and said, This night, as I was in my sleep, I dreamed, and behold the heavens grew exceeding black. Also it thundered and lightened in most fearful wise, that it put me into an agony. So I looked up in my dream, and saw the clouds rack 46 at an unusual rate, upon which I heard a great sound of a trumpet, and saw also a man sit upon a cloud, attended with the thousands of heaven. They were all in flaming fire, also the heavens were in a burning flame. I heard then a voice saying, Arise, ye dead, and come to judgment, and with that the rocks rent, the graves opened, and the dead that were therein came forth. Some of them were exceeding glad, and looked upward, and some sought to hide themselves under the mountains. 1 Corinthians 15 verse 52, 1 Thessalonians 4 verse 16, Jude 14, John 5 verses 28 and 29, 2 Thessalonians 1 verses 7 and 8, Revelation 20 verses 11 to 14, Isaiah 26 verse 21, Micah 7 verses 16 and 17, Psalms 95 verses 1 to 3, Dan 7:10. Then I saw the man that sat upon the cloud open the book, and bid the world draw near. Yet there was, by reason of a fierce flame which issued out and came from before him, a convenient distance betwixt him and them, as betwixt the judge and the prisoners at the bar. Malachi 3 verses 2 and 3, Dan 7:9, 10. I heard it also proclaimed to them that attended on the man that sat on the cloud, Gather together the tares, the chaff, and stubble, and cast them into the burning lake. Matt 3:12, 13:30, Malachi 4 verse 1. And with that, the bottomless pit opened, just whereabouts I stood, out of the mouth of which there came, in an abundant manner, smoke and coals of fire, with hideous noises. It was also said to the same persons, Gather my wheat into the garner, Luke 3 verse 17. And with that I saw many catched up and carried away into the clouds, but I was left behind, 1 Thessalonians 4 verses 16 and 17. I also sought to hide myself, but I could not, for the man that sat upon the cloud still kept his eye upon me, my sins also came into my mind, and my conscience did accuse me on every side, Romans 2 verses 14 and 15. Upon this I awaked from my sleep. Chr. But what was it that made you so afraid of this sight? Man. Why, I thought that the day of judgment was come, and that I was not ready for it, but this frightened me most, that the angels gathered up several, and left me behind. Also the pit of hell opened her mouth just where I stood. My conscience, too, afflicted me, and, as I thought, the judge had always his eye upon me, showing indignation in his countenance. 47. Then said the interpreter to Christian, Hast thou considered all these things? Chr. Yes, and they put me in hope and fear. 48. Inter. Well, keep all things so in thy mind that they may be as a goad in thy sides, to prick thee forward in the way thou must go. Then Christian began to gird up his loins, and to address himself to his journey. Then said the interpreter, The Comforter be always with thee, good Christian, to guide thee in the way that leads to the city. So Christian went on his way, saying, Here I have seen things rare and profitable. Things pleasant, dreadful, things to make me stable in what I have begun to take in hand, then let me think on them, and understand wherefore they showed me were, and let me be thankful, O good interpreter, to thee. Now I saw in my dream, that the highway up which Christian was to go, was fenced on either side with a wall, and that wall was called salvation, Isaiah 26 verse 1. Up this way, therefore, did burdened Christian run, but not without great difficulty, because of the load on his back. 49. He ran thus till he came at a place somewhat ascending, and upon that place stood a cross, and a little below, in the bottom, a sepulchre. So I saw in my dream, that just as Christian came up with the cross, his burden loosed from off his shoulders, and fell from off his back, and began to tumble, and so continued to do, till it came to the mouth of the sepulchre, where it fell in. And I saw it no more. Then was Christian glad and lightsome, and said, with a merry heart, He hath given me rest by his sorrow, and life by his death. Then he stood still a while to look and wonder. For it was very surprising to him, that the sight of the cross should thus ease him of his burden. He looked, therefore, and looked again, even till the springs that were in his head sent the waters down his checks, Zechariah 12 verse 10. 50 Now, as he stood looking and weeping, behold 3 shining ones came to him and saluted him with, Peace be to thee. So the first said to him, Thy sins be forgiven thee, Mark 2 verse 15. The second stripped him of his rags, and clothed him with change of raiment, Zechariah 3 verse 4. The third also set a mark in his forehead, and gave him a roll with a seal upon it, which he bade him look on as he ran, and that he should give it in at the celestial gate, Ephesians 1 verse 13.51. So they went their way. Then Christian gave 3 leaps for joy, and went on singing, Thus far I did come laden with my sin, nor could aught ease the grief that I was in till I came hither. What a place is this! Must here be the beginning of my bliss? Must here the burden fall from off my back? Must here the strings that bound it to me crack? Blessed cross! Blessed sepulchre! Blessed rather be the man that there was put to shame for me. 52. I saw then in my dream, that he went on thus, even until he came at a bottom, where he saw, a little out of the way, 3 men fast asleep, with fetters upon their heels. The name of the one was Simple, another Sloth, and the third Presumption. Christian then seeing them lie in this case, went to them, if peradventure he might awake them, and cried, You are like them that sleep on the top of a mast, for the Dead Sea is under you a gulf that hath no bottom, Proverbs 23 verse 34. Awake, therefore, and come away, be willing also, and I will help you off with your irons. He also told them, if he that goeth about like a roaring lion comes by, you will certainly become a prey to his teeth. 1 Peter 5 verse 8. With that they looked upon him, and began to reply in this sort. Simple said, I see no danger. Sloth said, yet a little more sleep. And Presumption said, every fat 53 must stand upon its own bottom. What is the answer else that I should give thee? And so they lay down to sleep again, and Christian went on his way. Yet was he troubled to think that men in that danger should so little esteem the kindness of him that so freely offered to help them, both by awakening of them, counseling of them, and proffering to help them off with their irons. 54 And as he was troubled thereabout, he espied 2 men come tumbling over the wall, on the left hand of the narrow way, and they made up a pace to him. The name of the one was Formalist, and the name of the other Hypocrisy. So, as I said, they drew up unto him, who thus entered with them into discourse. Chr. Gentlemen, whence came you, and whither go you? Form. And Hyp. We were born in the land of vainglory, and are going for praise to Mount Shaun. Chr. Why came you not in at the gate, which standeth at the beginning of the way? Know you not that it is written, that he that cometh not in by the door, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber? John 10 verse 1. Form. And Hyp. They said, that to go to the gate for entrance was, by all their countrymen, counted too far about, and that, therefore, their usual way was to make a short cut of it and to climb over the wall, as they had done. Chr. But will it not be counted a trespass against the Lord of the city whither we are bound, thus to violate his revealed will? Form. And Hyp. They told him, that, as for that, he needed not to trouble his head thereabout. For what they did, they had custom for, and could produce, if need were, testimony that would witness it for more than 1,000 years. Chr. But, said Christian, will your practice stand a trial at law? Form. And Hyp. They told him, that custom, it being of so long a standing as above 1,000 years, would, doubtless, now be admitted as a thing legal by any impartial judge, and beside, said they, if we get into the way, what's matter which way we get in? If we are in, thou art but in the way, who, as we perceive, came in at the gate, and we, are also in the way, that came tumbling over the wall, wherein, now, is thy condition better than ours? Chr. I walk by the rule of my master. You walk by the rude working of your fancies. You are counted thieves already, by the Lord of the way, therefore, I doubt you will not be found true men at the end of the way. You come in by yourselves, without his direction. And shall go out by yourselves, without his mercy. 55. To this they made him but little answer, only they bid him look to himself. Then I saw that they went on every man in his way, without much conference one with another. Save that these 2 men told Christian, that as to laws and ordinances, they doubted not but they should as conscientiously do them as he. Therefore, said they, we see not wherein thou differest from us, but by the coat that is on thy back, which was, as we trow 56 given thee by some of thy neighbors, to hide the shame of thy nakedness. Chr. By laws and ordinances you will not be saved, since you came not in by the door. Galatians 1 verse 16. And as for this coat that is on my back, it was given me by the Lord of the place whither I go. And that, as you say, to cover my nakedness with. And I take it as a token of his kindness to me, for I had nothing but rags before. And, besides, thus I comfort myself as I go, surely, think I, when I come to the gate of the city, the Lord thereof will know me for good, since I have his coat on my back, a coat that he gave me in the day that he stripped me of my rags. I have, moreover, a mark in my forehead, of which, perhaps, you have taken no notice, which one of my Lord's most intimate associates fixed there in the day that my burden fell off my shoulders. I will tell you, moreover, that I had then given me a roll, sealed, to comfort me by reading, as I go on the way. I was also bid to give it in at the celestial gate, in token of my certain going in after it. All which things, I doubt, you want, and want them because you came not in at the gate. To these things they gave him no answer, only they looked upon each other, and laughed. 57 Then I saw that they went on all, save that Christian kept before, who had no more talk but with himself, and that sometimes sighingly and sometimes comfortably. 58 Also he would be often reading in the roll that one of the shining ones gave him, by which he was refreshed. I beheld, then, that they all went on till they came to the foot of the hill Difficulty, at the bottom of which was a spring. There were also in the same place 2 other ways besides that which came straight from the gate, one turned to the left hand, and the other to the right, at the bottom of the hill. But the narrow way lay right up the hill, and the name of the going up the side of the hill is called Difficulty. Christian now went to the spring, and drank thereof, to refresh himself, Isa. 49:10, and then began to go up the hill, saying, The hill, though high, I covet to ascend, the difficulty will not me offend, for I perceive the way to life lies here. Come, pluck up heart, let's neither faint nor fear. Better, though difficult, the right way to go, than wrong, though easy, where the end is woe. The other 2 also came to the foot of the hill, but when they saw that the hill was steep and high, and that there were 2 other ways to go. And supposing also that these 2 ways might meet again, with that up which Christian went, on the other side of the hill, therefore they were resolved to go in those ways. Now the name of one of those ways was Danger, and the name of the other Destruction. So the one took the way which is called Danger, which led him into a great wood, and the other took directly up the way to Destruction, which led him into a wide field, full of dark mountains, where he stumbled and fell, and rose no more. 59. I looked, then, after Christian, to see him go up the hill, where I perceived he fell from running to going, and from going to clambering upon his hands and his knees, because of the steepness of the place. Now, about the midway to the top of the hill was a pleasant arbor, made by the Lord of the hill for the refreshing of weary travelers. Thither, therefore, Christian got, where also he sat down to rest him. Then he pulled his roll out of his bosom, and read therein to his comfort. He also now began afresh to take a review of the coat or garment that was given him as he stood by the cross. Thus pleasing himself a while, he at last fell into a slumber, and thence into a fast sleep 60 which detained him in that place until it was almost night, and in his sleep his roll fell out of his hand. 61 Now, as he was sleeping, there came one to him, and awaked him, saying, Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise. Proverbs 6 verse 6. And with that Christian suddenly started up, and sped him on his way, and went apace, till he came to the top of the hill. Now, when he was got up to the top of the hill, there came 2 men running to meet him amain. The name of the one was Timorous, and of the other Mistrust, to whom Christian said, Sirs, what's the matter? You run the wrong way. Timorous answered, that they were going to the city of Zion, and had got up that difficult place. But, said he, the further we go, the more danger we meet with, wherefore we turned, and are going back again. 62. Yes, said Mistrust, for just before us lie a couple of lions in the way, whether sleeping or waking we know not, and we could not think, if we came within reach, but they would presently pull us in pieces. Chr. Then said Christian, You make me afraid, but whither shall I fly to be safe? If I go back to mine own country, that is prepared for fire and brimstone, and I shall certainly perish there. If I can get to the celestial city, I am sure to be in safety there. I must venture. To go back is nothing but death, to go forward is fear of death, and life everlasting beyond it. I will yet go forward. 63 So Mistrust and Timorous ran down the hill, and Christian went on his way. But, thinking again of what he heard from the men, he felt in his bosom for his roll, that he might read therein, and be comforted, but he felt, and found it not. Then was Christian in great distress, and knew not what to do, for he wanted that which used to relieve him, and that which should have been his pass into the celestial city. Here, therefore, he began to be much perplexed, and knew not what to do. 64 At last, he bethought himself, that he had slept in the arbor that is on the side of the hill, and, falling down upon his knees, he asked God's forgiveness for that his foolish act, and then went back to look for his roll. But all the way he went back, who can sufficiently set forth the sorrow of Christian's heart? Sometimes he sighed, sometimes he wept, and oftentimes he chid himself for being so foolish to fall asleep in that place, which was erected only for a little refreshment for his weariness. Thus therefore he went back, carefully looking on this side, and on that, all the way as he went, if happily he might find his roll, that had been his comfort so many times in his journey. He went thus, till he came again within sight of the arbor where he sat and slept, but that sight renewed his sorrow the more, by bringing again, even afresh, his evil of sleeping into his mind, Revelation 2 verse 5, 1 Thessalonians 5 verses 7 and 8. Thus, therefore, he now went on bewailing his sinful sleep, saying, O wretched man that I am, that I should sleep in the daytime. That I should sleep in the midst of difficulty. That I should so indulge the flesh, as to use that rest for ease to my flesh, which the Lord of the hill hath erected only for the relief of the spirits of pilgrims. 65. How many steps have I took in vain? Thus it happened to Israel, for their sin. They were sent back again by the way of the Red Sea, and I am made to tread those steps with sorrow, which I might have trod with delight, had it not been for this sinful sleep. How far might I have been on my way by this time? I am made to tread those steps thrice over, which I needed not to have trod but once, yea, now also I am like to be benighted, for the day is almost spent. Oh, that I had not slept! Now by this time B was come to the arbor again, where for a while he sat down and wept, but at last, as Christian would have it, looking sorrowfully down under the settle, there he espied his roll. The which he, with trembling and haste, catched up, and put it into his bosom. But who can tell how joyful this man was when he had gotten his roll again? For this roll was the assurance of his life and acceptance at the desired haven. Therefore he laid it up in his bosom, gave thanks to God for directing his eye to the place where it lay, and with joy and tears betook himself again to his journey. But oh how nimbly now did he go up the rest of the hill! Yet, before he got up, the sun went down upon Christian, and this made him again recall the vanity of his sleeping to his remembrance, and thus he again began to condole with himself. O thou sinful sleep! How, for thy sake am I like to be benighted in my journey? I must walk without the sun, darkness must cover the path of my feet, and I must hear the noise of the doleful creatures, because of my sinful sleep. 1 Thessalonians 5 verses 6 and 7. Now also he remembered the story that Mistrust and Timorous told him of, how they were fright with the sight of the lions. Then said Christian to himself again, These beasts range in the night for their prey. And if they should meet with me in the dark, how should I shift them? How should I escape being by them torn in pieces? Thus he went on his way. But while he was thus bewailing his unhappy miscarriage, he lifted up his eyes, and behold there was a very stately palace before him, the name of which was Beautiful, and it stood just by the highway side. 66. So I saw in my dream, that he made haste and went forward, that if possible he might get lodging there. Now before he had gone far, he entered into a very narrow passage, which was about a furlong off of the porter's lodge. And looking very narrowly before him as he went, he espied 2 lions in the way. 67 Now, thought he, I see the dangers that Mistrust and Timorous were driven back by. The lions were chained, but he saw not the chains. Then he was afraid, and thought also himself to go back after them, for he thought nothing but death was before him. But the porter at the lodge, whose name is Watchful, perceiving that Christian made a halt as if he would go back, cried unto him, saying, Is thy strength so small? Mark 13 verses 34 to 37. Fear not the lions, for they are chained, and are placed there for trial of faith where it is, and for discovery of those that have none. Keep in the midst of the path, and no hurt shall come unto thee. Then I saw that he went on, trembling for fear of the lions, but taking good heed to the directions of the porter, he heard them roar, but they did him no harm. Then he clapped his hands, and went on till he came and stood before the gate, where the porter was. Then said Christian to the porter, Sir, what house is this? And may I lodge here tonight? The porter answered, This house was built by the Lord of the hill, and he built it for the relief and security of pilgrims. The porter also asked whence he was, and whither he was going. Chr. I am come from the city of destruction, and am going to Mount Zion, but because the sun is now set, I desire, if I may, to lodge here tonight. Poor. What is your name? Chr. My name is now Christian, but my name at the first was graceless. I came of the race of Japheth, whom God will persuade to dwell in the tents of Shem, Genesis 9 verse 27. Poor. But how doth it happen that you come so late? The sun is set. Chr. I had been here sooner, but that, wretched man that I am. I slept in the arbor that stands on the hillside, nay, I had, notwithstanding that, been here much sooner, but that, in my sleep, I lost my evidence, and came without it to the brow of the hill. And then feeling for it, and finding it not, I was forced, with sorrow of heart, to go back to the place where I slept my sleep, where I found it, and now I am come. Poor. Well, I will call out one of the virgins of this place, who will, if she likes your talk, bring you in to the rest of the family, according to the rules of the house. So watchful, the porter rang a bell, at the sound of which came out at the door of the house, a grave and beautiful damsel, named Discretion, and asked why she was called. The porter answered, This man is in a journey from the city of destruction to Mount Zion, but being weary and benighted, he asked me if he might lodge here tonight. So I told him I would call for thee, who, after discourse had with him, mayest do as seemeth thee good, even according to the law of the house. Then she asked him whence he was, and whither he was going, and he told her. She asked him also how he got into the way, and he told her. Then she asked him what he had seen and met with in the way, and he told her. And last she asked his name. So he said, It is Christian, and I have so much the more a desire to lodge here tonight, because, by what I perceive, this place was built by the Lord of the hill, for the relief and security of pilgrims. So she smiled, but the water stood in her eyes, and after a little pause, she said, I will call forth 2 or 3 more of the family. So she ran to the door, and called out Prudence, Piety, and Charity, who, after a little more discourse with him, had him into the family, and many of them meeting him at the threshold of the house, said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. This house was built by the Lord of the hill, on purpose to entertain such pilgrims in point 68. Then he bowed his head, and followed them into the house. So when he was come in and sat down, they gave him something to drink, and consented together, that until supper was ready, some of them should have some particular discourse with Christian, for the best improvement of time. And they appointed Piety, and Prudence, and Charity to discourse with him, and thus they began. Piety. Come, good Christian, since we have been so loving to you, to receive you into our house this night, let us, if perhaps we may better ourselves thereby, talk with you of all things that have happened to you in your pilgrimage. Chr. With a very good will, and I am glad that you are so well disposed. Piety. What moved you at first to betake yourself to a pilgrim's life? Chr. I was driven out of my native country, by a dreadful sound that was in mine ears. To wit, that unavoidable destruction did attend me, if I abode in that country place where I was. Piety. But how did it happen that you came out of your country this way? Chr. It was as God would have it. For when I was under the fears of destruction, I did not know whither to go. But by chance there came a man, even to me, as I was trembling and weeping, whose name is Evangelist, and he directed me to the wicket gate, which else I should never have found, and so set me into the way that hath led me directly to this house. Piety. But did you not come by the house of the interpreter? Chr. Yes, and did see such things there, the remembrance of which will stick by me as long as I live. Especially 3 things, to wit, how Christ, in despite of Satan, maintains his work of grace in the heart, how the man had sinned himself quite out of hopes of God's mercy. And also the dream of him that thought in his sleep the day of judgment was come. Piety. Why, did you hear him tell his dream? Chr. Yes, and a dreadful one it was. I thought it made my heart ache as he was telling of it. But yet I am glad I heard it. Piety. Was that all that you saw at the house of the interpreter? Chr. No, he took me and had me where he showed me a stately palace, and how the people were clad in gold that were in it. And how there came a venturous man and cut his way through the armed men that stood in the door to keep him out, and how he was bid to come in, and win eternal glory. Methought those things did ravish my heart. I would have stayed at that good man's house a 12-month, but that I knew I had further to go. Piety. And what saw you else in the way? Chr. Saw. Why, I went but a little further, and I saw one, as I thought in my mind, hang bleeding upon the tree, and the very sight of him made my burden fall off my back, for I groaned under a very heavy burden, but then it fell down from off me. It was a strange thing to me, for I never saw such a thing before, and while I stood looking up, for then I could not forbear looking, 3 shining ones came to me. One of them testified that my sins were forgiven me. Another stripped me of my rags, and gave me this broidered coat which you see, and the third set the mark which you see in my forehead, and gave me this sealed roll. And with that he plucked it out of his bosom. Piety. But you saw more than this, did you not? Chr. The things that I have told you were the best, yet some other matters I saw, as, namely, I saw 3 men, simple, sloth, and presumption, lie asleep a little out of the way, as I came, with irons upon their heels. But do you think I could awake them? I also saw formality and hypocrisy come tumbling over the wall, to go, as they pretended, to Zion, but they were quickly lost, even as I myself did tell them, but they would not believe. But above all, I found it hard work to get up this hill, and as hard to come by the lions' mouths, and truly if it had not been for the good man, the porter that stands at the gate, I do not know but that after all I might have gone back again. But now, I thank God I am here, and I thank you for receiving of me. Then Prudence thought good to ask him a few questions, and desired his answer to them. Prud. Do you not think sometimes of the country from whence you came? Chr. Yes, but with much shame and detestation. Truly if I had been mindful of that country from whence I came out, I might have had opportunity to have returned, but now I desire a better country, that is, an heavenly, Hebrews 11 verses 15 and 16. Prud. Do you not yet bear away with you some of the things that then you were conversant withal? Chr. Yes, but greatly against my will, especially my inward and carnal cogitations, with which all my countrymen, as well as myself, were delighted. But now all those things are my grief, and might I but choose mine own things, I would choose never to think of those things more, but when I would be doing of that which is best, that which is worst is with me. Rom 7. Prud. Do you not find sometimes, as if those things were vanquished, which at other times are your perplexity? Chr. Yes, but that is but seldom, but they are to me golden hours, in which such things happen to me. 69. Prud. Can you remember by what means you find your annoyances, at times, as if they were vanquished? Chr. Yes, when I think what I saw at the cross, that will do it, and when I look upon my broidered coat, that will do it. Also when I look into the roll that I carry in my bosom, that will do it, and when my thoughts wax warm about whither I am going, that will do it. 70. Prud. And what is it that makes you so desirous to go to Mount Zion? Chr. Why, there I hope to see him alive that did hang dead on the cross, and there I hope to be rid of all those things that to this day are in me an annoyance to me. There, they say, there is no death. And there I shall dwell with such company as I like best. Isaiah 25 verse 8, Revelation 21 verse 4. For, to tell you truth, I love him, because I was by him eased of my burden, and I am weary of my inward sickness. I would fain be where I shall die no more, and with the company that shall continually cry, Holy, holy, holy. Then said Charity to Christian, Have you a family? Are you a married man? Chr. I have a wife and 4 small children. 71. Char. And why did you not bring them along with you? Chr. Then Christian wept, and said, Oh, how willingly would I have done it. But they were all of them utterly averse to my going on pilgrimage. Char. But you should have talked to them, and have endeavored to have shown them the danger of being behind. Chr. So I did, and told them also what God had shown to me of the destruction of our city. But I seemed to them as one that mocked, and they believed me not. Genesis 19 verse 14. Char. And did you pray to God that he would bless your counsel to them? Chr. Yes, and that with much affection. For you must think that my wife and poor children were very dear unto me. Char. But did you tell them of your own sorrow, and fear of destruction? For I suppose that destruction was visible enough to you. Chr. Yes, over, and over, and over. They might also see my fears in my countenance, in my tears, and also in my trembling under the apprehension of the judgment that did hang over our heads. But all was not sufficient to prevail with them to come with me. Char. But what could they say for themselves, why they came not? Chr. Why, my wife was afraid of losing this world, and my children were given to the foolish delights of youth. So what by one thing, and what by another, they left me to wander in this manner alone. Char. But did you not, with your vain life, damp all that you by words used by way of persuasion to bring them away with you? 72. Chr. Indeed, I cannot commend my life, for I am conscious to myself of many failings therein. I know also, that a man by his conversation may soon overthrow, what by argument or persuasion he doth labor to fasten upon others for their good. Yet this I can say, I was very wary of giving them occasion, by any unseemly action, to make them averse to going on pilgrimage. 73. Yea, for this very thing, they would tell me I was too precise, and that I denied myself of things, for their sakes, in which they saw no evil. Nay, I think I may say, that if what they saw in me did hinder them, it was my great tenderness in sinning against God, or of doing any wrong to my neighbor. Char. Indeed Cain hated his brother, because his own works were evil, and his brother's righteous. 1 John 3 verse 12. And if thy wife and children have been offended with thee for this, they thereby show themselves to be implacable to good, and thou hast delivered thy soul from their blood. Ezekiel 3 verse 19. Now I saw in my dream, that thus they sat talking together until supper was ready. 74. So when they had made ready, they sat down to meat. Now the table was furnished, with fat things, and with wine that was well refined, and all their talk at the table was about the Lord of the hill. As, namely, about what he had done, and wherefore he did what he did, and why he had builded that house. And by what they said, I perceived that he had been a great warrior, and had fought with and slain him that had the power of death, but not without great danger to himself, which made me love him the more. 75, Hebrews 2 verses 14 and 15. For, as they said, and as I believe, said Christian, he did it with the loss of much blood, but that which put glory of grace into all he did, was, that he did it out of pure love to his country. And besides, there were some of them of the household that said they had been and spoke with him since he did die on the cross. And they have attested that they had it from his own lips, that he is such a lover of poor pilgrims, that the like is not to be found from the east to the west. They, moreover, gave an instance of what they affirmed, and that was, he had stripped himself of his glory, that he might do this for the poor, and that they heard him say and affirm, that he would not dwell in the mountain of Zion alone. They said, moreover, that he had made many pilgrims princes, though by nature they were beggars born, and their original had been the dunghill. 1 Samuel 2 verse 8, Psalms 113 verse 7. Thus they discoursed together till late at night. And after they had committed themselves to their Lord for protection, they betook themselves to rest. The pilgrim they laid in a large upper chamber, whose window opened toward the sunrising. The name of the chamber was Peace. 76. Where he slept till break of day, and then he awoke and sang. 77. Where am I now? Is this the love and care of Jesus for the men that pilgrims are? Thus to provide that I should be forgiven and dwell already the next door to heaven. So, in the morning, they all got up, and after some more discourse, they told him that he should not depart till they had shown him the rarities of that place. And first, they had him into the study, where they showed him records of the greatest antiquity. In which, as I remember my dream, they showed him first the pedigree of the Lord of the Hill, that he was the son of the Ancient of Days, and came by that eternal generation. Here also was more fully recorded the acts that he had done, and the names of many hundreds that he had taken into his service, and how he had placed them in such habitations, that could neither by length of days, nor decays of nature, be dissolved. Then they read to him some of the worthy acts that some of his servants had done, as, how they had subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, waxed valiant in fight, and turned to flight the armies of the aliens. Heb. 11:33-34. They then read again in another part of the records of the house, where it was showed how willing their Lord was to receive into his favor any, even any, though they in time past had offered great affronts to his person and proceedings. Here also were several other histories of many other famous things, of all which Christian had a view, as of things both ancient and modern. Together with prophecies and predictions of things that have their certain accomplishment, both to the dread and amazement of enemies, and the comfort and solace of pilgrims. The next day they took him and had him into the armory, where they showed him all manner of furniture, which their Lord had provided for pilgrims, as sword, shield, helmet, breastplate, all-prayer, and shoes that would not wear out. 78 And there was here enough of this to harness out as many men, for the service of their Lord, as there be stars in the heaven for multitude. 79. They also showed him some of the engines with which some of his servants had done wonderful things. They showed him Moses' rod, the hammer and nail with which Jael slew Sisera, the pitchers, trumpets, and lamps too, with which Gibeon put to flight the armies of Midian. Then they showed him the ox's goad wherewith Shamgar slew 600 men. They showed him, also, the jawbone with which Samson did such mighty feats. They showed him, moreover, the sling and stone with which David slew Goliath of Gath. And the sword, also, with which their Lord will kill the man of sin, in the day that he shall rise up to the prey. They showed him, besides, many excellent things, with which Christian was much delighted. This done, they went to their rest again. 80. Then I saw in my dream, that, on the morrow, he got up to go forward, but they desired him to stay till the next day also. And then, said they, we will, if the day be clear, show you the delectable mountains. 81 Which, they said, would yet further add to his comfort, because they were nearer the desired haven than the place where at present he was. So he consented and stayed. When the morning was up, they had him to the top of the house, and bid him look south, so he did. And, behold, at a great distance, he saw a most pleasant mountainous country, beautified with woods, vineyards, fruits of all sorts, flowers also, with springs and fountains, very delectable to behold. Isaiah 33 verses 16 and 17. Then he asked the name of the country. They said it was Emmanuel's land, and it is as common, said they, as this hill is, to and for all the pilgrims. And when thou comest there, from thence, said they, thou mayest see to the gate of the celestial city, as the shepherds that live there will make appear. Now, he bethought himself of setting forward, and they were willing he should, but first, said they, let us go again into the armory. So they did. And when they came there, they harnessed him from head to foot with what was of proof, lest, perhaps, he should meet with assaults in the way. He being, therefore, thus accoutred, walketh out with his friends to the gate, and there he asked the porter if he saw any pilgrims pass by. Then the porter answered, Yes. Pray, did you know him? Said he. Poor. I asked his name, and he told me it was Faithful. Oh, said Christian, I know him, he is my townsman, my near neighbor, he comes from the place where I was born. How far do you think he may be before? Poor. He is got by this time below the hill. Chr. Well, said Christian, good porter, the Lord be with thee, and add to all thy blessings much increase, for the kindness that thou hast showed to me. Then he began to go forward. But discretion, piety, charity, and prudence, would accompany him down to the foot of the hill. So they went on together, reiterating their former discourses, till they came to go down the hill. Then, said Christian, as it was difficult coming up, so far as I can see, it is dangerous going down. Yes, said Prudence, so it is, for it is a hard matter for a man to go down into the valley of humiliation, as thou art now, and to catch no slip by the way, therefore, said they, are we come out to accompany thee down the hill. So he began to go down, but very warily, yet he caught a slip or 2.82. Then I saw in my dream that these good companions, when Christian was gone to the bottom of the hill, gave him a loaf of bread, a bottle of wine, and a cluster of raisins. And then he went on his way. But now, in this valley of humiliation, poor Christian was hard put to it, for he had gone but a little way, before he espied a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him. His name is Apollyon. Then did Christian begin to be afraid, and to cast in his mind whether to go back or to stand his ground. But he considered again that he had no armor for his back. And, therefore, thought that to turn the back to him might give him the greater advantage, with ease to pierce him with his darts. 83. Therefore he resolved to venture and stand his ground. For, thought he, had I no more in mine eye than the saving of my life, it would be the best way to stand. So he went on, and Apollyon met him. Now the monster was hideous to behold. He was clothed with scales, like a fish, and they are his pride. He had wings like a dragon, feet like a bear, and out of his belly came fire and smoke, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion. 84. When he was come up to Christian, he beheld him with a disdainful countenance, and thus began to question with him. Apol. Whence come you? And whither are you bound? Chr. I am come from the city of destruction, which is the place of all evil, and am going to the city of Zion. Apol. By this I perceive thou art one of my subjects, for all that country is mine, and I am the prince and god of it. How is it, then, that thou hast run away from thy king? Were it not that I hope thou mayest do me more service, I would strike thee now, at one blow, to the ground. Chr. I was born, indeed, in your dominions, but your service was hard, and your wages such as a man could not live on, for the wages of sin is death. Romans 6 verse 23. Therefore, when I was come to years, I did as other considerate persons do, look out, if, perhaps, I might mend myself. Apol. There is no prince that will thus lightly lose his subjects. 85. Neither will I as yet lose thee. But since thou complainest of thy service and wages, be content to go back. What our country will afford, I do here promise to give thee. Chr. But I have let myself to another, even to the king of princes. And how can I, with fairness, go back with thee? Apol. Thou hast done in this according to the proverb, changed a bad for a worse. But it is ordinary for those that have professed themselves his servants, after a while to give him the slip, and return again to me. Do thou so too, and all shall be well. Chr. I have given him my faith, and sworn my allegiance to him. How, then, can I go back from this, and not be hanged as a traitor? Apol. Thou didst the same to me, and yet I am willing to pass by all, if now thou wilt yet turn again and go back. Chr. What I promised thee was in my nonage. 86. And, besides, I count the prince under whose banner now I stand is able to absolve me, yea, and to pardon also what I did as to my compliance with thee, and besides, O thou destroying Apollyon. To speak truth, I like his service, his wages, his servants, his government, his company, and country, better than thine, and, therefore, leave off to persuade me further. I am his servant, and I will follow him. Apol. Consider again, when thou art in cool blood, what thou art like to meet with in the way that thou goest. Thou knowest that, for the most part, his servants come to an ill end, because they are transgressors against me and my ways. How many of them have been put to shameful deaths? And, besides, thou countest his service better than mine, whereas he never came yet from the place where he is to deliver any that served him out of their hands. But as for me, how many times, as all the world very well knows, have I delivered, either by power or fraud, those that have faithfully served me, from him and his, though taken by them, and so I will deliver thee. Chr. His forbearing at present to deliver them is on purpose to try their love, whether they will cleave to him to the end, and as for the ill end thou sayest they come to, that is most glorious in their account. For present deliverance, they do not much expect it, for they stay for their glory, and then they shall have it, when their prince comes in his and the glory of the angels. Apol. Thou hast already been unfaithful in thy service to him. And how dost thou think to receive wages of him? Chr. Wherein, O Apollyon? Have I been unfaithful to him? Apol. Thou didst faint at first setting out, when thou wast almost choked in the gulf of despond. Thou didst attempt wrong ways to be rid of thy burden, whereas against thou shouldest have stayed till thy prince had taken it off, thou didst sinfully sleep, and lose thy choice thing. Thou wast, also, almost persuaded to go back, at the sight of the lions, and when thou talkest of thy journey, and of what thou hast heard and seen, thou art inwardly desirous of vainglory in all that thou sayest or doest. 87. Chr. All this is true, and much more which thou hast left out, but the prince, whom I serve and honor, is merciful, and ready to forgive, but, besides, these infirmities possessed me in thy country, for there I sucked them in. And I have groaned under them, been sorry for them, and have obtained pardon of my prince. 88. Apol. Then Apollyon broke out into a grievous rage, saying, I am an enemy to this prince, I hate his person, his laws, and people. I am come out on purpose to withstand thee. Chr. Apollyon, beware what you do, for I am in the king's highway, the way of holiness, therefore take heed to yourself. Apol. Then Apollyon straddled quite over the whole breadth of the way, and said, I am void of fear in this matter, prepare thyself to die, for I swear by my infernal den, that thou shalt go no further, here will I spill thy soul. And with that he threw a flaming dart at his breast. 89. But Christian had a shield in his hand, with which he caught it, and so prevented the danger of that. Then did Christian draw. For he saw it was time to bestir him, and Apollyon as fast made at him, throwing darts as thick as hail, by the which, notwithstanding all that Christian could do to avoid it, Apollyon wounded him in his head, his hand, and foot. This made Christian give a little back. Apollyon, therefore, followed his work amain, and Christian again took courage and resisted as manfully as he could. This sore combat lasted for above half a day, even till Christian was almost quite spent. For you must know, that Christian, by reason of his wounds, must needs grow weaker and weaker. Then Apollyon, espying his opportunity, began to gather up close to Christian, and wrestling with him, gave him a dreadful fall. And with that, Christian's sword flew out of his hand. Then said Apollyon, I am sure of thee now. 90. And with that he had almost pressed him to death. So that Christian began to despair of life, but as God would have it, while Apollyon was fetching of his last blow, thereby to make a full end of this good man, Christian nimbly stretched out his hand for his sword, and caught it, saying, Rejoice not against me, O mine enemy, when I fall, I shall arise. Micah 7:8, and with that gave him a deadly thrust, which made him give back, as one that had received his mortal wound. Christian perceiving that, made at him again, saying, Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors, through him that loved us. Romans 8:37. And with that Apollyon spread forth his dragon's wings, and sped him away, that Christian for a season 91 saw him no more. 92, James 4:7. In this combat no man can imagine, unless he had seen and heard as I did, what yelling and hideous roaring Apollyon made all the time of the fight. He spake like a dragon, and, on the other side, what sighs and groans burst from Christian's heart. I never saw him all the while give so much as one pleasant look, till he perceived he had wounded Apollyon with his two-edged sword, then, indeed, he did smile, and look upward, but it was the most dreadful sight that ever I saw. 93. So when the battle was over, Christian said, I will here give thanks to him that delivered me out of the mouth of the lion, to him that did help me against Apollyon. And so he did, saying, Great Beelzebub, the captain of this fiend, designed my ruin, therefore to this end he sent him harnessed out, and he with rage, that hellish was, did fiercely me engage. But blessed Michael helped me, and I, by dint of sword, did quickly make him fly. Therefore to him let me give lasting praise, and thank and bless his holy name always. Then there came to him a hand, with some of the leaves of the tree of life, the which Christian took, and applied to the wounds that he had received in the battle, and was healed immediately. 94. He also sat down in that place to eat bread, and to drink of the bottle that was given him a little before, so being refreshed, he addressed himself to his journey, with his sword drawn in his hand. For he said, I know not but some other enemy may be at hand. But he met with no other affront from Apollyon quite through this valley. Now, at the end of this valley, was another, the valley of the shadow of death. And Christian must needs go through it, because the way to the celestial city lay through the midst of it. Now this valley is a very solitary place. The prophet Jeremiah thus describes it, a wilderness, a land of deserts, and of pits, a land of drought, and of the shadow of death, a land that no man, but a Christian, passed through, and where no man dwelt, Jeremiah 2 verse 6. Now here Christian was worse put to it than in his fight with Apollyon, as by the sequel you shall see. 95. I saw then in my dream, that when Christian was got to the borders of the shadow of death, there met him two men, children of them that brought up an evil report of the good land, number 13, making haste to go back. To whom Christian spake as follows. Chr. Whither are you going? Men. They said, Back. Back. And we would have you to do so too, if either life or peace is prized by you. Chr. Why? What's the matter? Said Christian. Men. Matter. Said they. We were going that way as you are going, and went as far as we durst, and indeed we were almost past coming back, for had we gone a little further, we had not been here to bring the news to thee. Chr. But what have you met with? Said Christian. Men. Why, we were almost in the valley of the shadow of death, but that, by good hap, we looked before us, and saw the danger before we came to it, Psalms 44 verse 19, 107:10. Chr. But what have you seen? Said Christian. Men. Seen. Why, the valley itself, which is as dark as pitch, we also saw there the hobgoblins, satyrs, and dragons of the pit. We heard also in that valley a continual howling and yelling, as of a people under unutterable misery, who there sat bound in affliction and irons, and over that valley hangs the discouraging clouds of confusion. Death also doth always spread his wings over it. In a word, it is every whit dreadful, being utterly without order, Job 3 verse 5, 10:26. Chr. Then said Christian, I perceive not yet, by what you have said, but that this is my way to the desired haven. 96, Jeremiah 2 verse 6. Men. Be it thy way, we will not choose it for ours. So they parted, and Christian went on his way, but still with his sword drawn in his hand, for fear lest he should be assaulted. I saw then in my dream so far as this valley reached, there was on the right hand a very deep ditch, that ditch is it into which the blind have led the blind in all ages, and have both there miserably perished. 97, Psalm 69 verses 14 and 15. Again, behold, on the left hand, there was a very dangerous quag, into which, if even a good man falls, he can find no bottom for his foot to stand on. Into that quag King David once did fall, and had no doubt therein been smothered, had not he that is able plucked him out. The pathway was here also exceeding narrow, and therefore good Christian was the more put to it. For when he sought, in the dark, to shun the ditch on the one hand, he was ready to tip over into the mire on the other. Also when he sought to escape the mire, without great carefulness he would be ready to fall into the ditch. Thus he went on, and I heard him here sigh bitterly, for besides the dangers mentioned above, the pathway was here so dark, that ofttimes, when he lift up his foot to set forward, he knew not where, or upon what he should set it next. About the midst of this valley, I perceived the mouth of hell to be, and it stood also hard by the wayside. Now, thought Christian, what shall I do? And ever and anon the flame and smoke would come out in such abundance, with sparks and hideous noises, things that cared not for Christian's sword, as did Apollyon before, that he was forced to put up his sword, and betake himself to another weapon, called all prayer, f. 4:18, so he cried in my hearing, O Lord, I beseech thee, deliver my soul. Psalms 116 verse 4. Thus he went on a great while, yet still the flames would be reaching towards him. 98 Also be heard doleful voices, and rushings to and fro, so that sometimes he thought he should be torn in pieces, or trodden down like mire in the streets. This frightful sight was seen, and these dreadful noises were heard by him for several miles together. And, coming to a place, where bethought he heard a company of fiends coming forward to meet him, he stopped and began to muse what he had best to do. Sometimes he had half a thought to go back. Then again he thought he might be halfway through the valley. He remembered also how he had already vanquished many a danger, and that the danger of going back might be much more than for to go forward, so he resolved to go on. Yet the fiends seemed to come nearer and nearer, but when they were come even almost at him, he cried out with a most vehement voice, I will walk in the strength of the Lord God, so they gave back, and came no further. One thing I would not let slip, I took notice that now poor Christian was so confounded, that he did not know his own voice, and thus I perceived it. Just when he was come over against the mouth of the burning pit, one of the wicked ones got behind him, and stepped up softly to him, and, whisperingly, suggested many grievous blasphemies to him, which he verily thought had proceeded from his own mind. This put Christian more to it than anything that he met with before, even to think that he should now blaspheme him that he loved so much before, yet, if he could have helped it, he would not have done it. But he had not the discretion either to stop his ears, or to know from whence these blasphemies came. 99. When Christian had travelled in this disconsolate condition some considerable time, he thought he heard the voice of a man, as going before him, saying, Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, Psalms 23 verse 4, 100. Then he was glad, and that for these reasons. First, because he gathered from thence, that some who feared God, were in this valley as well as himself. Secondly, for that he perceived God was with them, though in that dark and dismal state, and why not, thought he, with me? Though, by reason of the impediment that attends this place, I cannot perceive it. Job 9:11. Thirdly, for that he hoped, could he overtake them, to have company by and by. So he went on, and called to him that was before, but he knew not what to answer, for that he also thought himself to be alone. And by the day broke. Then said Christian, He hath turned the shadow of death into the morning, Amos 5 verse 8.101. Now morning being come, he looked back, not out of desire to return, but to see, by the light of the day, what hazards he had gone through in the dark. So he saw more perfectly the ditch that was on the one hand, and the quag that was on the other, also how narrow the way was which led betwixt them both. Also now he saw the hobgoblins, and satyrs, and dragons of the pit, but all afar off, for after break of day, they came not nigh. Yet they were discovered to him, according to that which is written, He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth out to light the shadow of death, Job 12 verse 22. Now was Christian much affected with his deliverance from all the dangers of his solitary way, which dangers, though he feared them more before, yet he saw them more clearly now, because the light of the day made them conspicuous to him. And about this time the sun was rising, and this was another mercy to Christian. For you must note, that though the first part of the valley of the shadow of death was dangerous, yet this second part which he was yet to go, was, if possible, far more dangerous. 102 For from the place where he now stood, even to the end of the valley, the way was all along set so full of snares, traps, gins, and nets here, and so full of pits, pitfalls, deep holes, and shelvings down there, that had it now been dark, as it were when he came the first part of the way, had he had 1,000 souls, they had in reason been cast away. 103 But, as I said, just now the sun was rising. Then said he, His candle shineth upon my head, and by his light I walk through darkness. Job 29 verse 3. In this light, therefore, he came to the end of the valley. Now I saw in my dream, that at the end of this valley lay blood, bones, ashes, and mangled bodies of men, even of pilgrims that had gone this way formerly. And while I was musing what should be the reason, I espied a little before me a cave, where 2 giants, Pope and Pagan, dwelt in old time, by whose power and tyranny the men whose bones, blood, ashes, and lay there, were cruelly put to death. 104 But by this place Christian went without much danger, whereat I somewhat wondered, but I have learnt since, that Pagan has been dead many a day. And as for the other, though he be yet alive, he is, by reason of age, and also of the many shrewd brushes that he met with in his younger days, grown so crazy and stiff in his joints, that he can now do little more than sit in his cave's mouth, grinning at pilgrims as they go by, and biting his nails because he cannot come at them. 105. So I saw that Christian went on his way, yet, at the sight of the old man that sat in the mouth of the cave, he could not tell what to think, especially because he spake to him, though he could not go after him, saying, You will never mend, till more of you be burned. But he held his peace, and set a good face on it, and so went by and catched no hurt. 106 Then sang Christian, O world of wonders! I can say no less, that I should be preserved in that distress that I have met with here. O blessed be that hand that from it hath delivered me. Dangers and darkness, devils, hell, and sin, did compass me, while I this vale was in, yea, snares, and pits, and traps, and nets, did lie my path about, that worthless, silly I might have been catched, entangled, and cast down. But since I live, let Jesus wear the crown. Now, as Christian went on his way, he came to a little ascent, which was cast up on purpose, that pilgrims might see before them. Up there, therefore, Christian went. And looking forward, he saw Faithful before him, upon his journey. Then said Christian aloud, Ho! Ho! So ho! Stay, and I will be your companion. 107 At that, Faithful looked behind him. To whom Christian cried again, Stay, stay, till I come up to you. But Faithful answered, No, I am upon my life, and the avenger of blood is behind me. At this, Christian was somewhat moved, and putting to all his strength, he quickly got up with Faithful, and did also overrun him, so the last was first. Then did Christian vaingloriously smile, because he had gotten the start of his brother. 108 But not taking good heed to his feet, he suddenly stumbled and fell, and could not rise again, until Faithful came up to help him. Then I saw in my dream, they went very lovingly on together, and had sweet discourse of all things that had happened to them in their pilgrimage, and thus Christian began. Chr. My honored and well-beloved brother, Faithful, I am glad that I have overtaken you, and that God has so tempered our spirits, that we can walk as companions in this so pleasant a path. Faith. I had thought, dear friend, to have had your company quite from our town, but you did get the start of me, wherefore I was forced to come thus much of the way alone. Chr. How long did you stay in the city of destruction, before you set out after me on your pilgrimage? Faith. Till I could stay no longer. For there was great talk presently after you were gone out, that our city would, in short time, with fire from heaven, be burned down to the ground. Chr. What? Did your neighbors talk so? Faith. Yes, it was for a while in everybody's mouth. Chr. What? And did no more of them but you come out to escape the danger? Faith. Though there were, as I said, a great talk thereabout, yet I do not think they did firmly believe it. For in the heat of the discourse, I heard some of them deridingly speak of you, and of your desperate journey, for so they called this your pilgrimage, but I did believe, and do still, that the end of our city will be with fire and brimstone from above. And therefore I have made my escape. Chr. Did you hear no talk of neighbor Pliable? Faith. Yes, Christian, I heard that he followed you till he came at the Slough of Despond, where, as some said, he fell in. But he would not be known to have so done, but I am sure he was soundly bedabbled with that kind of dirt. Chr. And what said the neighbors to him? Faith. He hath, since his going back, been had greatly in derision, and that among all sorts of people, some do mock and despise him, and scarce will any set him on work. He is now 7 times worse than if he had never gone out of the city. 109. Chr. But why should they be so set against him, since they also despise the way that he forsook? Faith. Oh. They say, hang him, he is a turncoat, he was not true to his profession. I think God has stirred up even his enemies to hiss at him, and make him a proverb, because he hath forsaken the way. Jeremiah 29 verses 18 and 19. Chr. Had you no talk with him before you came out? Faith. I met him once in the streets, but be leered away on the other side, as one ashamed of what he had done, so I spake not to him. Chr. Well, at my first setting out, I had hopes of that man, but now I fear he will perish in the overthrow of the city. For it has happened to him according to the true proverb, the dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the sow that was washed, to her wallowing in the mire. 2 Peter 2 verse 22. Faith. These are my fears of him too. But who can hinder that which will be? Chr. Well, neighbor faithful, said Christian, let us leave him, and talk of things that more immediately concern ourselves. Tell me now, what you have met with in the way as you came. For I know you have met with some things, or else it may be writ for a wonder. Faith. I escaped the slough that I perceived you fell into, and got up to the gate without that danger. Only I met with one whose name was Wanton, who had like to have done me a mischief. Chr. It was well you escaped her net. Joseph was hard put to it by her, and he escaped her as you did, but it had like to have cost him his life. Genesis 39 verses 11 to 13. But what did she do to you? Faith. You cannot think, but that you know something. What a flattering tongue she had, she lay at me hard to turn aside with her, promising me all manner of content. Chr. Nay, she did not promise you the content of a good conscience. Faith. You know what I mean, all carnal and fleshly content. Chr. Thank God you have escaped her, the abhorred of the Lord shall fall into her ditch. Pro. 22:14. Faith. Nay, I know not whether I did wholly escape her or no. Chr. Why, I trow 110 you did not consent to her desires. Faith. No, not to defile myself, for I remembered an old writing that I had seen, which said, her steps take hold on hell. Proverbs 5 verse 5. So I shut mine eyes, because I would not be bewitched with her looks. Job 31 verse 1. Then she railed on me, and I went my way. 111. Chr. Did you meet with no other assault as you came? Faith. When I came to the foot of the hill called Difficulty, I met with a very aged man, who asked me what I was, and whither bound. I told him that I am a pilgrim, going to the celestial city. Then said the old man, thou lookest like an honest fellow. Wilt thou be content to dwell with me for the wages that I shall give thee? Then I asked him his name, and where he dwelt. He said his name was Adam the First, and that he dwelt in the town of Deceit. Ephesians 4 verse 22. I asked him then, what was his work, and what the wages that he would give. He told me, that his work was many delights, and his wages, that I should be his heir at last. I further asked him, what house he kept, and what other servants he had. So he told me, that his house was maintained with all the dainties in the world, and that his servants were those of his own begetting. Then I asked if he had any children. He said that he had but 3 daughters. The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, and that I should marry them all. 1:12 If I would, 1 John 2 verse 16. Then I asked how long time he would have me live with him. And he told me, as long as he lived himself. Chr. Well, and what conclusion came the old man and you to, at last? Faith. Why, at first, I found myself somewhat inclinable to go with the man, for I thought he spake very fair. But looking in his forehead, as I talked with him, I saw there written, Put off the old man with his deeds. Chr. And how then? Faith. Then it came burning hot into my mind, whatever he said, and however he flattered, when he got me home to his house, he would sell me for a slave. 113 So I bid him forbear to talk, for I would not come near the door of his house. Then he reviled me, and told me, that he would send such a one after me, that should make my way bitter to my soul. So I turned to go away from him. But just as I turned myself to go thence, I felt him take hold of my flesh, and give me such a deadly twitch back, that I thought he had pulled part of me after himself. This made me cry, O wretched man! Romans 7 verse 24. So I went on my way up the hill. Now when I had got about halfway up, I looked behind, and saw one coming after me, swift as the wind, so he overtook me just about the place where the settle stands. Chr. Just there, said Christian, did I sit down to rest me, but being overcome with sleep, either lost this roll out of my bosom. Faith. But, good brother, hear me out. So soon as the man overtook me, he was but a word and a blow, for down he knocked me, and laid me for dead. 114 But when I was a little come to myself again, I asked him wherefore he served me so. He said, because of my secret inclining to Adam the first, and with that he struck me another deadly blow on the breast, and beat me down backward, so I lay at his foot as dead as before. So, when I came to myself again, I cried him mercy. But he said, I know not how to show mercy, and with that knocked me down again. 115 He had doubtless made an end of me, but that one came by, and bid him forbear. Chr. Who was that bid him forbear? Faith. I did not know him at first, but as he went by, I perceived the holes in his hands, and in his side, then I concluded that he was our Lord. So I went up the hill. Chr. That man that overtook you was Moses. He spareth none, neither knoweth he how to show mercy to those that transgress his law. Faith. I know it very well, it was not the first time that he has met with me. It was he that came to me when I dwelt securely at home, and that told me he would burn my house over my head, if I stayed there. Chr. But did you not see the house that stood there on the top of the hill, on the side of which Moses met you? Faith. Yes, and the lions too, before I came at it, but for the lions, I think they were asleep, for it was about noon, and because I had so much of the day before me, I passed by the porter, and came down the hill. Chr. He told me indeed, that he saw you go by, but I wish you had called at the house, for they would have showed you so many rarities, that you would scarce have forgot them to the day of your death. But pray tell me, did you meet nobody in the valley of humility? Faith. Yes, I met with one discontent, who would willingly have persuaded me to go back again with him. His reason was, for that the valley was altogether without honor. He told me, moreover, that there to go was the way to disobey all my friends, as pride, arrogancy, self-conceit, worldly glory, with others, who, he knew, as he said, would be very much offended. If I made such a fool of myself as to wade through this valley. Chr. Well, and how did you answer him? Faith. I told him that although all these that he named might claim kindred of me, and that rightly, for indeed they were my relations according to the flesh, yet since I became a pilgrim, they have disowned me, as I also have rejected them. And therefore they were to me now no more than if they had never been of my lineage. I told him, moreover, that as to this valley he had quite misrepresented the thing, for before honor is humility, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Therefore, said I had rather go through this valley to the honor that was so accounted by the wisest, than choose that which he esteemed most worthy our affections. Met you with nothing else in that valley? Faith. Yes, I met with shame. But of all the men that I met with in my pilgrimage, he, I think, bears the wrong name. The others would be said nay, after a little argumentation, and somewhat else, but this bold-faced shame would never have done. 116. Why, what did he say to you? Faith. What? Why, he objected against religion itself. He said it was a pitiful, low, sneaking business for a man to mind religion. He said that a tender conscience was an unmanly thing. And that for a man to watch over his words and ways, so as to tie up himself from that hectoring liberty, that the brave spirits of the times accustomed themselves unto, would make him the ridicule of the times. He objected also, that but few of the mighty, rich, or wise, were ever of my opinion. 1 Corinthians 1 verse 26, 3 verse 18, Phil. 3:7, 8. Nor any of them neither, John 7 verse 48, before they were persuaded to be fools, and to be of a voluntary fondness, to venture the loss of all, for nobody knows what. He moreover objected the base and low estate and condition of those that were chiefly the pilgrims, of the times in which they lived. Also their ignorance, and want of understanding in all natural science. Yea, he did hold me to it at that rate also, about a great many more things than here I relate, as, that it was a shame to sit whining and mourning under a sermon, and a shame to come sighing and groaning home. That it was a shame to ask my neighbor forgiveness for petty faults, or to make restitution where I have taken from any. He said also, that religion made a man grow strange to the great, because of a few vices, which he called by finer names. And made him own and respect the base, because of the same religious fraternity. And is not this, said he, a shame? 117. And what did you say to him? Faith. Say. I could not tell what to say at the first. Yea, he put me so to it, that my blood came up in my face, even this shame fetched it up, and had almost beat me quite off. But, at last, I began to consider, that which is highly esteemed among men, is had in abomination with God, Luke 16 verse 15. And I thought again, this shame tells me what men are, but it tells me nothing what God, or the word of God is. And I thought, moreover, that at the day of doom, we shall not be doomed to death or life, according to the hectoring spirits of the world, but according to the wisdom and law of the highest. Therefore, thought I, what God says is best, indeed is best, though all the men in the world are against it. Seeing, then, that God prefers his religion, seeing God prefers a tender conscience. Seeing they that make themselves fools for the kingdom of heaven are wisest, and that the poor man that loveth Christ is richer than the greatest man in the world that hates him, shame, depart, thou art an enemy to my salvation. Shall I entertain thee against my sovereign Lord? How then shall I look him in the face at his coming? Should I now be ashamed of his ways and servants, how can I expect the blessing? Mark 8 verse 38. But, indeed, this shame was a bold villain. I could scarce shake him out of my company, yea, he would be haunting of me, and continually whispering me in the ear, with some one or other of the infirmities that attend religion. But at last I told him it was but in vain to attempt further in this business, for those things that he disdained, in those did I see most glory, and so at last I got past this importunate one. And when I had shaken him off, then I began to sing. The trials that those men do meet withal, that are obedient to the heavenly call, are manifold, and suited to the flesh, and come again afresh. That now, or sometime else, we by them may be taken, overcome, and cast away. O let the pilgrims, then, be vigilant, and quit themselves like men. I am glad, my brother, that thou didst withstand this villain so bravely. For of all, as thou sayest, I think he has the wrong name, for he is so bold as to follow us in the streets, and to attempt to put us to shame before all men, that is, to make us ashamed of that which is good. But if he were not himself audacious, he would never attempt to do as he does. But let us still resist him, for notwithstanding all his bravadoes, he promiteth the fool, and none else. The wise shall inherit glory, said Solomon, but shame shall be the promotion of fools, Proverbs 3 verse 35. Faith. I think we must cry to him for help against shame, who would have us to be valiant for the truth upon the earth. Chr. You say true. But did you meet nobody else in that valley? Faith. No, not I, for I had sunshine all the rest of the way through that, and also through the valley of the shadow of death. 118. Chr. It was well for you. I am sure it fared far otherwise with me. I had for a long season, as soon almost as I entered into that valley, a dreadful combat with that foul fiend Apollyon. Yea, I thought verily he would have killed me, especially when he got me down and crushed me under him, as if he would have crushed me to pieces, for as he threw me, my sword flew out of my hand, nay, he told me he was sure of me. But I cried to God, and he heard me, and delivered me out of all my troubles. Then I entered into the valley of the shadow of death, and had no light for almost half the way through it. 119 I thought I should have been killed there, over and over. But at last day broke, and the sun rose, and I went through that which was behind with far more ease and quiet. Moreover, I saw in my dream, that as they went on, faithful, as he chanced to look on one side, saw a man whose name is Talkative 120 walking at a distance besides them, for in this place, there was room enough for them all to walk. He was a tall man, and something more comely at a distance than at hand. To this man Faithful addressed himself in this manner. Faith. Friend, whither away? Are you going to the heavenly country? Talk. I am going to the same place. Faith. That is well, then I hope we may have your good company. Talk. With a very good will I be your companion. Faith. Come on, then, and let us go together, and let us spend our time in discoursing of things that are profitable. Talk. To talk of things that are good, to me is very acceptable, with you, or with any other, and I am glad that I have met with those that incline to so good a work. For, to speak the truth, there are but few that care thus to spend their time, as they are in their travels, but choose much rather to be speaking of things to no profit, and this hath been a trouble to me. Faith. That is indeed a thing to be lamented, for what things so worthy of the use of the tongue and mouth of men on earth, as are the things of the God of heaven? Talk. I like you wonderful well, for your sayings are full of conviction. And I will add, what thing is so pleasant, and what so profitable, as to talk of the things of God? What things so pleasant, that is, if a man hath any delight in things that are wonderful? For instance, if a man doth delight to talk of the history or the mystery of things, or if a man doth love to talk of miracles, wonders, or signs, where shall he find things recorded so delightful, and so sweetly penned, as in the Holy Scripture? Faith. That is true, but to be profited by such things in our talk should be that which we design. Talk. That is it that I said, for to talk of such things is most profitable, for by so doing, a man may get knowledge of many things. As of the vanity of earthly things, and the benefit of things above. Thus, in general, but more particularly, by this, a man may learn the necessity of the new birth, the insufficiency of our works, the need of Christ's righteousness, and besides, by this a man may learn, by talk, what it is to repent, to believe, to pray, to suffer, or the like. By this also a man may learn what are the great promises and consolations of the gospel, to his own comfort. Further, by this a man may learn to refute false opinions, to vindicate the truth, and also to instruct the ignorant. 121. Faith. All this is true, and glad am I to hear these things from you. Talk. Alas! The want of this is the cause why so few understand the need of faith, and the necessity of a work of grace in their soul, in order to eternal life. But ignorantly live in the works of the law, by which a man can by no means obtain the kingdom of heaven. Faith. But, by your leave, heavenly knowledge of these is the gift of God. No man attaineth to them by human industry, or only by the talk of them. Talk. All this I know very well. For a man can receive nothing, except it be given him from heaven. All is of grace, not of works. I could give you 100 scriptures for the confirmation of this. Faith. Well, then, said Faithful, what is that one thing that we shall at this time found our discourse upon? Talk. What you will. I will talk of things heavenly, or things earthly, things moral, or things evangelical, things sacred, or things profane, things past, or things to come, things foreign, or things at home, things more essential, or things circumstantial. Provided that all be done to our profit. Faith. Now did Faithful begin to wonder, and stepping to Christian, for he walked all this while by himself, he said to him, but softly, what a brave companion have we got. Surely this man will make a very excellent pilgrim. Chr. At this Christian modestly smiled, and said, this man, with whom you are so taken, will beguile, with that tongue of his, 20 of them that know him not. Faith. Do you know him, then? Chr. Know him. Yes, better than he knows himself. Faith. Pray, what is he? Chr. His name is Talkative, he dwelleth in our town. I wonder that you should be a stranger to him, only I consider that our town is large. Faith. Whose son is he? And whereabout does he dwell? Chr. He is the son of one say well, he dwelt in Prating Row, and he is known of all that are acquainted with him, by the name of Talkative in Prating Row, and notwithstanding his fine tongue, he is but a sorry fellow. 122. Faith. Well, he seems to be a very pretty man. Chr. That is, to them who have not thorough acquaintance with him, for he is best abroad, near home, he is ugly enough. Your saying that he is a pretty man, brings to my mind what I have observed in the work of the painter, whose pictures show best at a distance, but, very near, more unpleasing. Faith. But I am ready to think you do but jest, because you smiled. Chr. God forbid that I should jest, although I smiled, in this matter, or that I should accuse any falsely. I will give you a further discovery of him. This man is for any company, and for any talk. As he talketh now with you, so will he talk when he is on the ale bench, and the more drink he hath in his crown, the more of these things he hath in his mouth. Religion hath no place in his heart, or house, or conversation. All he hath, lieth in his tongue, and his religion is to make a noise therewith. Faith. Say you so? Then am I in this man greatly deceived. 123. Chr. Deceived. You may be sure of it. Remember the proverb, they say, and do not, Matt. 23:3. But the kingdom of God is not in word, but in power. 1 Corinthians 4 verse 20. He talketh of prayer, of repentance, of faith, and of the new birth, but he knows but only to talk of them. I have been in his family, and have observed him both at home and abroad, and I know what I say of him is the truth. His house is as empty of religion, as the white of an egg is of savor. There is there neither prayer, nor sign of repentance for sin, yea, the brute in his kind serves God far better than he. He is the very stain, reproach, and shame of religion, to all that know him. It can hardly have a good word in all that end of the town where he dwells, through him. Romans 2 verses 24 and 25. Thus say the common people that know him, a saint abroad, and a devil at home. His poor family finds it so, he is such a churl, such a railer at, and so unreasonable with his servants, that they neither know how to do for, or speak to him. Men that have any dealings with him, say, it is better to deal with a Turk than with him, for fairer dealing they shall have at their hands. This talkative, if it be possible, will go beyond them, defraud, beguile, and overreach them. Besides, he brings up his sons to follow his steps. And if he findeth in any of them a foolish timorousness, for so he calls the first appearance of a tender conscience, he calls them fools, and blockheads, and by no means will employ them in much, or speak to their commendations before others. For my part, I am of opinion, that he has, by his wicked life, caused many to stumble and fall, and will be, if God prevent not, the ruin of many more. 124. Faith. Well, my brother, I am bound to believe you. Not only because you say you know him, but also because, like a Christian, you make your reports of men. For I cannot think that you speak these things of ill will, but because it is even so as you say. Chr. Had I known him no more than you, I might perhaps have thought of him as, at the first, you did. Yea, had he received this report at their hands only that are enemies to religion, I should have thought it had been a slandery lot that often falls from bad men's mouths upon good men's names and professions. But all these things, yea, and a great many more as bad, of my own knowledge, I can prove him guilty of. Besides, good men are ashamed of him, they can neither call him brother, nor friend. The very naming of him among them makes them blush, if they know him. Faith. Well, I see that saying and doing are two things, and hereafter I shall better observe this distinction. Chr. They are two things indeed, and are as diverse as are the soul and the body, for as the body without the soul is but a dead carcass, so saying, if it be alone, is but a dead carcass also. The soul of religion is the practical part, pure religion and undefiled, before God and the Father, is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. James 1 verse 27, see ver. 22-26. This talkative is not aware of, he thinks that hearing and saying will make a good Christian, and thus he deceiveth his own soul. Hearing is but as the sowing of the seed. Talking is not sufficient to prove that fruit is indeed in the heart and life, and let us assure ourselves, that at the day of doom men shall be judged according to their fruits. Matt. 13:25. It will not be said then, did you believe? But, were you doers, or talkers only? And accordingly shall they be judged. The end of the world is compared to our harvest, and you know men at harvest regard nothing but fruit. Not that anything can be accepted that is not of faith, but I speak this to show you how insignificant the profession of talkative will be at that day. Faith. This brings to my mind that of Moses, by which he describeth the beast that is clean, Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14. He is such a one that parteth the hoof and cheweth the cud, not that parteth the hoof only, or that cheweth the cud only. The hare cheweth the cud, but yet is unclean, because he parteth not the hoof. And this truly resembleth talkative, he cheweth the cud, he seeketh knowledge, he cheweth upon the word. But he divideth not the hoof, he parteth not with the way of sinners, but, as the hare, he retaineth the foot of a dog or bear, and therefore he is unclean. 125. Chr. You have spoken, for aught I know, the true gospel sense of those texts. And I will add another thing, Paul calleth some men, yea, and those great talkers too, sounding brass, and tinkling cymbals, that is, as he expounds them in another place, things without life, giving sound, 1 Corinthians 13 verses 1-3, 14:7. Things without life, that is, without the true faith and grace of the gospel, and consequently, things that shall never be placed in the kingdom of heaven among those that are the children of life. Though their sound, by their talk, be as if it were the tongue or voice of an angel. Faith. Well, I was not so fond of his company at first, but I am as sick of it now. What shall we do to be rid of him? Chr. Take my advice, and do as I bid you, and you shall find that he will soon be sick of your company too, except God shall touch his heart and turn it. Faith. What would you have me to do? Chr. Why, go to him, and enter into some serious discourse about the power of religion, and ask him plainly, when he has approved of it, for that he will, whether this thing be set up in his heart, house, or conversation. 126. Faith. Then Faithful stepped forward again, and said to Talkative. Come, what cheer? How is it now? Talk. Thank you, well. I thought we should have had a great deal of talk by this time. Faith. Well, if you will, we will fall to it now. And since you left it with me to state the question, let it be this: how doth the saving grace of God discover itself, when it is in the heart of man? Talk. I perceive then, that our talk must be about the power of things. Well, it is a very good question, and I shall be willing to answer you. And take my answer in brief, thus: first, where the grace of work of God is in the heart, it causeth there a great outcry against sin. Secondly, faith. Nay, hold, let us consider of one at once. I think you should rather say, it shows itself by inclining the soul to abhor its sin. Talk. Why, what difference is there between crying out against, and abhorring of sin? Faith. Oh, a great deal. A man may cry out against sin of policy, but he cannot abhor it, but by virtue of a godly antipathy against it. I have heard many cry out against sin in the pulpit, who yet can abide it well enough in the heart, house, and conversation. Joseph's mistress cried out with a loud voice, as if she had been very holy, but she would willingly, notwithstanding that, have committed uncleanness with him. Genesis 39 verse 15. Some cry out against sin, even as the mother cries out against her child in her lap, when she calleth it slut and naughty girl, and then falls to hugging and kissing it. 127. Talk. You lie at the catch, I perceive. 128. Faith. No, not I. I am only for setting things right. But what is the second thing whereby you would prove a discovery of a work of grace in the heart? Talk. Great knowledge of gospel mysteries. Faith. This sign should have been first. But first or last, it is also false, for knowledge, great knowledge, may be obtained in the mysteries of the gospel, and yet no work of grace in the soul. 1 Cor 13. Yea, if a man have all knowledge, he may yet be nothing, and so consequently be no child of God. When Christ said, Do you know all these things? And the disciples had answered, Yes, he addeth, Blessed are ye if ye do them. He doth not lay the blessing in the knowing of them, but in the doing of them. For there is a knowledge that is not attended with doing, he that knoweth his master's will, and doeth it not. A man may know like an angel, and yet be no Christian, therefore your sign of it is not true. Indeed, to know is a thing that pleaseth talkers and boasters, but to do is that which pleaseth God. Not that the heart can be good without knowledge. For without that the heart is naught. There is, therefore, knowledge and knowledge. Knowledge that resteth in the bare speculation of things, and knowledge that is accompanied with the grace of faith and love, which puts a man upon doing even the will of God from the heart. The first of these will serve the talker, but without the other the true Christian is not content. Give me understanding, and I shall keep thy law. Yea, I shall observe it with my whole heart. Psalms 119 verse 34. Talk. You lie at the catch again, this is not for edification. 129. Faith. Well, if you please, propound another sign how this work of grace discovereth itself where it is. Talk. Not I, for I see we shall not agree. Faith. Well, if you will not, will you give me leave to do it? Talk. You may use your liberty. Faith. A work of grace in the soul discovereth itself either to him that hath it, or to standers by. To him that hath it thus, it gives him conviction of sin, especially of the defilement of his nature and the sin of unbelief, for the sake of which he is sure to be damned, if he findeth not mercy at God's hand. By faith in Jesus Christ, John 16 verse 8. Romans 7 verse 24, John 16 verse 9, Mark 16 verse 16. This sight and sense of things worketh in him sorrow and shame for sin. He findeth, moreover, revealed in him the Saviour of the world, and the absolute necessity of closing with him for life, at the which he findeth hungerings and thirstings after him, to which hungerings, and, the promise is made, Psalms 38 verse 18, Jer. 31:19, Galatians 2 verse 16, Acts 4 verse 12, Matt. 5:6, Revelation 21 verse 60. Now, according to the strength or weakness of his faith in his Saviour, so is his joy and peace, so is his love to holiness, so are his desires to know him more, and also to serve him in this world. But though I say it discovereth itself thus unto him, yet it is but seldom that he is able to conclude that this is a work of grace, because his corruptions now, and his abused reason, make his mind to misjudge in this matter. Therefore, in him that hath this work, there is required a very sound judgment before he can, with steadiness, conclude that this is a work of grace. To others, it is thus discovered. 1. By an experimental confession of his faith in Christ, Rom. 10:10, Phil. 1:27, Matt. 5:19. 2. By a life answerable to that confession, to wit, a life of holiness, heart holiness, family holiness, if he hath a family, and by conversation holiness in the world. Which, in the general, teacheth him, inwardly, to abhor his sin, and himself for that, in secret, to suppress it in his family, and to promote holiness in the world. Not by talk only, as a hypocrite or talkative person may do, but by a practical subjection, in faith and love, to the power of the word, John 14 verse 15, Psalms 1 verse 23, Job 42 verses 5 and 6, Ezekiel 20 verse 43. And now, sir, as to this brief description of the work of grace, and also the discovery of it, if you have aught to object, object, if not, then give me leave to propound to you a second question. Talk. Nay, my part is not now to object, but to hear. Let me, therefore, have your second question. Faith. It is this: do you experience this first part of this description of it? And doth your life and conversation testify the same? Or standeth your religion in word or in tongue, and not in deed and truth? Pray, if you incline to answer me in this, say no more than you know the God above will say amen to, and, also, nothing but what your conscience can justify you in. For, not he that commendeth himself is approved, but whom the Lord commendeth. Besides, to say, I am thus, and thus, when my conversation, and all my neighbors, tell me I lie, is great wickedness. 130. Talk. Then talkative at first began to blush. But, recovering himself, thus he replied, you come now to experience, to conscience, and God, and to appeal to him for justification of what is spoken. This kind of discourse I did not expect. Nor am I disposed to give an answer to such questions, because I count not myself bound thereto, unless you take upon you to be a catechizer, and, though you should so do, yet I may refuse to make you my judge. But, I pray, will you tell me why you ask me such questions? 131. Faith. Because I saw you forward to talk, and because I knew not that you had aught else but notion. Besides, to tell you all the truth, I have heard of you, that you are a man whose religion lies in talk, and that your conversation gives this your mouth profession the lie. They say, you are a spot among Christians. And that religion fareth the worse for your ungodly conversation, that some already have stumbled at your wicked ways, and that more are in danger of being destroyed thereby. Your religion, and an alehouse, and covetousness, and uncleanness, and swearing, and lying, and vain company keeping, and, will stand together. The proverb is true of you which is said of a whore, to wit, that she is a shame to all women. So are you a shame to all professors. 132. Talk. Since you are ready to take up reports, and to judge so rashly as you do, I cannot but conclude you are some peevish or melancholy man, not fit to be discoursed with, and so adieu. 133. Chr. Then came up Christian, and said to his brother, I told you how it would happen, your words and his lusts could not agree, he had rather leave your company than reform his life. But he is gone, as I said. Let him go, the loss is no man's but his own, he has saved us the trouble of going from him, for he continuing, as I suppose he will do, as he is, he would have been but a blot in our company. Besides, the apostle says, from such withdraw thyself. Faith. But I am glad we had this little discourse with him, it may happen that he will think of it again, however, I have dealt plainly with him, and so am clear of his blood, if he perisheth. Chr. You did well to talk so plainly to him as you did, there is but little of this faithful dealing with men nowadays, and that makes religion to stink so in the nostrils of many, as it doth. For they are these talkative fools whose religion is only in word, and are debauched and vain in their conversation, that, being so much admitted into the fellowship of the godly, do puzzle the world, blemish Christianity, and grieve the sincere. I wish that all men would deal with such as you have done, then should they either be made more conformable to religion, or the company of saints would be too hot for them. Then did Faithful say. The author's way of sending forth his second part of the Pilgrim. Go now, my little book, to every place where my first pilgrim has but shown his face. Call at their door. If any say, Who's there? Then answer thou, Christiana is here. If they bid thee come in, then enter thou. With all thy boys, and then, as thou know'st how, tell who they are, also from whence they came. Perhaps they know them by their looks, or name. But if they should not, ask them yet again. If formerly they did not entertain one Christian, a pilgrim? If they say they did, and were delighted in his way, then let them know, that those related were unto him, yea, his wife and children are. Tell them, that they have left their house and home, are turned pilgrims, seek a world to come. That they have met with hardships in the way. That they do meet with troubles night and day. That they have trod on serpents, fought with devils. Have also overcome a many evils. Yea, tell them also of the next, who have of love to pilgrimage, been stout and brave. Defenders of that way, and how they still refuse this world, to do their Father's will. Go, tell them also of those dainty things that pilgrimage unto the pilgrim brings. Let them acquainted be, too, how they are beloved of their King, under his care. What goodly mansions for them he provides. Though they meet with rough winds, and swelling tides, how brave a calm they will enjoy at last. Who to their Lord, and by his ways hold fast. Perhaps with heart and hand they will embrace thee, as they did my firstling, and will grace thee, and thy fellows, with such cheer and fare, as show will they of pilgrims lovers are. Objection 1. But how, if they will not believe of me, that I am truly thine, 'cause some there be that counterfeit the pilgrim and his name, seek, by disguise, to seem the very same, and by that means have wrought themselves into the hands and houses of I know not who? Answer. 'Tis true, some have of late, to counterfeit my pilgrim, to their own my title set. 333. Yea, others, half my name and title too, have stitched to their book, to make them do. But yet they, by their features, do declare themselves not mine to be, whose heir they are. If such thou meet'st with, then thine only way before them all, is, to say out thy say in thine own native language, which no man now useth, nor with ease dissemble can. If, after all, they still of you shall doubt, thinking that you, like gypsies, go about in naughty wise, the country to defile, or that you seek good people to beguile with things unwarrantable, send for me, and I will testify you pilgrims be. Yea, I will testify that only you my pilgrims are, and that alone will do. Objection 2. But yet, perhaps, I may inquire for him of those that wish him damned, life and limb. What shall I do, when I at such adore? For pilgrims ask, and they shall rage the more. 334. Answer. Fright not thyself, my book, for such bugbears are nothing else but ground for groundless fears. My pilgrim's book has travelled sea and land. Yet could I never come to understand that it was slighted, or turned out of door by any kingdom, were they rich or poor. In France and Flanders, where men kill each other, my pilgrim is esteemed a friend, a brother. In Holland too, 'tis said, as I am told. My pilgrim is with some worth more than gold. Highlanders and wild Irish can agree. My pilgrim should familiar with them be. 'Tis in New England under such advance. Receives there so much loving countenance. As to be trimmed, new clothed, and decked with gems. That it may show its features and its limbs. Yet more. So comely doth my pilgrim walk. That of him thousands daily sing and talk. 335. If you draw nearer home, it will appear. My pilgrim knows no ground of shame or fear. City and country will him entertain. With, welcome pilgrim. Yeah, they can't refrain. From smiling, if my pilgrim be but by. Or shows his head in any company. Brave gallants do my pilgrim hug and love. Esteem it much, yeah, value it above. Things of a greater bulk, yeah, with delight. Say, my lark's leg is better than a kite. Young ladies, and young gentlewomen too, do no small kindness to my pilgrim show. Their cabinets, their bosoms, and their hearts. My pilgrim has, 'cause he to them imparts. His pretty riddles in such wholesome strains. As yields them profit doubled to their pains. Of reading. Yeah, I think, I may be bold. To say, some prize him far above their gold. The very children that do walk the street. If they do but my holy pilgrim meet. Salute him well, will wish him well, and say. He is the only stripling of the day. They that have never seen him, yet admire. What they have heard of him, and much desire. To have his company, and hear him tell. Those pilgrim stories which he knows so well. Yea, some who did not love him at the first. But called him fool and naughty, say they must. Now they have seen and heard him commend. And to those whom they love, they do him send. 336. Wherefore, my second part, thou needst not be afraid to show thy head. None can hurt thee. That wish but well to him that went before. 'Cause thou comest after with a second store. Of things as good, as rich, as profitable. For young, for old, for staggering, and for stable. Objection 3. But some there he that say, he laughs too loud. And some do say, his head is in a cloud. Some say, his words and stories are so dark. They know not how, by them, to find his mark. Answer. One may, I think, say, both his laughs and cries may well be guessed at by his watery eyes. Some things are of that nature, as to make one's fancy chuckle, while his heart doth ache. When Jacob saw his Rachel with the sheep, he did at the same time both kiss and weep. Whereas some say, a cloud is in his head. That doth but show how wisdom's covered with its own mantles, and to stir the mind to a search after what it fain would find. Things that seem to be hid in words obscure do but the godly mind the more allure to study what those sayings should contain, that speak to us in such a cloudy strain. I also know a dark similitude will on the fancy more itself intrude, and will stick faster in the heart and head than things from similes not borrowed. Wherefore, my book, let no discouragement hinder thy travels. Behold, thou art sent to friends, not foes, to friends that will give place to thee, thy pilgrims, and thy words embrace. Besides, what my first pilgrim left concealed, thou, my brave second pilgrim, hast revealed. What Christian left locked up, and went his way. Sweet Christiana opens with her key. 337. Objection 4. But some love not the method of your first romance. They count it, throw it away as dust. If I should meet with such, what should I say? Must I slight them as they slight me, or nay? Answer. My Christiana, if with such thou meet, by all means, in all loving wise, them greet. Render them not reviling for revile. But if they frown, I prithee on them smile. Perhaps 'tis nature, or some ill report, has made them thus despise, or thus retort. Some love no cheese, some love no fish, and some love not their friends, nor their own house or home. Some start at pig, slight chicken, love not fowl more than they love a cuckoo, or an owl. Leave such, my Christiana, to their choice, and seek those who to find thee will rejoice. By no means strive, but in humble wise, present thee to them in thy pilgrim's guise. Go, then, my little book, and show to all that entertain, and bid thee welcome shall. What thou shalt keep close, shut up from the rest, and wish what thou shalt show them may be blessed. To them for good, may make them choose to be pilgrims better by far than thee or me. Go, then, I say, tell all men who thou art. Say, I am Christiana, and my part is now, with my 4 sons, to tell you what it is for men to take a pilgrim's lot. Go also, tell them who and what they be, that now do go on pilgrimage with thee. Say, here's my neighbor, Mercy, she is one that has long time with me a pilgrim gone. Come, see her in her virgin race, and learn twixt idle ones and pilgrims to discern. Yea, let young damsels learn of her to prize the world which is to come, in any wise. When little tripping maidens follow God, and leave old doting sinners to his rod. 'Tis like those days wherein the young ones cried, Hosanna! To whom old ones did deride. Next, tell them of old Honest, who you found with his white hairs, treading the pilgrim's ground. Yea, tell them how plain-hearted this man was, how after his good Lord he bare his cross. Perhaps with some grey head this may prevail, with Christ to fall in love, and sin bewail. Tell them also, how Master fearing went on pilgrimage, and how the time he spent in solitariness, with fears and cries, and how, at last, he won the joyful prize. He was a good man, though much down in spirit. He is a good man, and doth life inherit. Tell them of Master Feeble-mind also, who, not before, but still behind would go. Show them also, how he had like been slain, and how one great heart did his life regain. This man was true of heart, though weak in grace. One might true godliness read in his face. Then tell them of Master Ready to Halt, a man with crutches, but much without fault. Tell them how Master Feeble-mind and he did love, and in opinions much agree. And let all know, though weakness was their chance, yet sometimes one could sing, the other dance. Forget not Master Valiant for the truth, that man of courage, though a very youth. Tell everyone his spirit was so stout, no man could ever make him face about. And how great heart and he could not forbear, but put down doubting castle, slay despair. Overlook not Master Despondency, nor much afraid, his daughter, though they lie under such mantles, as may make them look with some, as if their God had them forsook. They softly went, but sure, and at the end found that the Lord of Pilgrims was their friend. When thou hast told the world of all these things, then turn about, my book, and touch these strings, which, if but touched, will such music make. They'll make a cripple dance, a giant quake. These riddles that lie couched within thy breast, freely propound, expound, and for the rest of thy mysterious lines, let them remain for those whose nimble fancies shall them gain. Now may this little book a blessing be to those who love this little book and me. And may its buyer have no cause to say his money is but lost or thrown away. Yea, may this second pilgrim yield that fruit, as may with each good pilgrim's fancy suit. And may it persuade some that go astray, to turn their feet and heart to the right way, is the hearty prayer of the author, John Bunyan. The second part. I have used similitudes. Hosea 12 verse 10. Courteous companions. Some time since, to tell you my dream that I had of Christian the Pilgrim, and of his dangerous journey towards the celestial country, was pleasant to me, and profitable to you. I told you then, also, what I saw concerning his wife and children, and how unwilling they were to go with him on pilgrimage, insomuch that he was forced to go on his progress without them. For he durst not run the danger of that destruction which he feared would come by staying with them in the city of destruction. Wherefore, as I then showed you, he left them and departed. 338. Now it hath so happened, through the multiplicity of business, that I have been much hindered and kept back from my wonted travels into those parts whence he went, and so could not, till now, obtain an opportunity to make further inquiry after whom he left behind, that I might give you an account of them. 339 But having had some concerns that way of late, I went down again thitherward. Now, having taken up my lodgings in a wood, about a mile off the place, as I slept, I dreamed again. 340. And as I was in my dream, behold, an aged gentleman came by where I lay, and because he was to go some part of the way that I was traveling, methought I got up and went with him. So as we walked, and as travelers usually do, I was as if we fell into discourse, and our talk happened to be about Christian and his travels. For thus I began with the old man. Sir, said I, what town is that there below, that lieth on the left hand of our way? Then said Mr. Sagacity, for that was his name, it is the city of destruction, a populous place, but possessed with a very ill-conditioned and idle sort of people. I thought that was that city, quoth I. I went once myself through that town, and, therefore, know that this report you give of it is true. Sag. Too true, I wish I could speak truth in speaking better of them that dwell therein. Well, sir, quoth I, then I perceive you to be a well-meaning man, and so one that takes pleasure to hear and tell of that which is good. Pray, did you never hear what happened to a man some time ago in this town, whose name was Christian, that went on pilgrimage up towards the higher regions? Sag. Hear of him. And I also heard of the molestations, troubles, wars, captivities, cries, groans, frights, and fears that he met with and had in his journey. Besides, I must tell you, all our country rings of him. There are but few houses that have heard of him and his doings, but have sought after and got the records of his pilgrimage. Yea, I think I may say that his hazardous journey has got a many well-wishers to his ways. For though, when he was here, he was fool in every man's mouth, yet, now he is gone, he is highly commended of all. For, it is said, he lives bravely where he is. Yea, many of them that are resolved never to run his hazards, yet have their mouths water at his gains. 341. They may, quoth I, well think, if they think anything that is true, that he liveth well where he is. For he now lives at and in the fountain of life, and has what he has without labor and sorrow, for there is no grief mixed therewith. But, pray, what talk have the people about him? 342. Sag. Talk. The people talk strangely about him. Some say that he now walks in white, Revelation 3 verse 4, 6:11, that he has a chain of gold about his neck, that he has a crown of gold, beset with pearls, upon his head. Others say that the shining ones, that sometimes showed themselves to him in his journey, are become his companions, and that he is as familiar with them in the place where he is as here one neighbor is with another. Besides, it is confidently affirmed concerning him, that the king of the place where he is has bestowed upon him already a very rich and pleasant dwelling at court, Zechariah 3 verse 7. And that he every day eateth, Luke 14 verse 15, and drinketh, and walketh, and talketh with him, and receiveth of the smiles and favors of him that is judge of all there. Moreover, it is expected of some, that his prince, the lord of that country, will shortly come into these parts, and will know the reason, if they can give any, why his neighbors set so little by him, and had him so much in derision. When they perceived that he would be a pilgrim, Jude 14, 15. For, they say, that now he is so in the affections of his prince, and that his sovereign is so much concerned with the indignities that were cast upon Christian, when he became a pilgrim, that he will look upon all as if done unto himself. 343 In no marvel, for it was for the love that he had to his prince that he ventured as he did. 344, Luke 10 verse 16. I dare say, quoth I am glad on it, I am glad for the poor man's sake, for that he now has rest from his labor, Revelation 14 verse 13. And for that he now reapeth the benefit of his tears with joy, Psalms 126 verses 5 and 6, and for that he has got beyond the gunshot of his enemies, and is out of the reach of them that hate him. I also am glad, for that a rumor of these things is noised abroad in this country, who can tell but that it may work some good effect on some that are left behind. But, pray sir, while it is fresh in my mind, do you hear anything of his wife and children? Poor hearts! I wonder in my mind what they do. 345. Sag. Who? Christiana and her sons. They are like to do as well as did Christian himself. For though they all played the fool at the first, and would by no means be persuaded by either the tears or entreaties of Christian, yet second thoughts have wrought wonderfully with them, so they have packed up, and are also gone after him. 346. Better and better, quoth I. But what? Wife and children, and all. Sag. It is true, I can give you an account of the matter, for I was upon the spot at the instant, and was thoroughly acquainted with the whole affair. Then, said I, a man, it seems, may report it for a truth. Sag. You need not fear to affirm it, I mean that they are all gone on pilgrimage, both the good woman and her 4 boys. And being, we are, as I perceive, going some considerable way together, I will give you an account of the whole of the matter. This Christiana, for that was her name from the day that she, with her children, betook themselves to a pilgrim's life, after her husband was gone over the river, and she could hear of him no more, her thoughts began to work in her mind. First, for that she had lost her husband, and for that the loving bond of that relation was utterly broken betwixt them. For you know, said he to me, nature can do no less but entertain the living with many a heavy cogitation in the remembrance of the loss of loving relations. This, therefore, of her husband did cost her many a tear. But this was not all. For Christiana did also begin to consider with herself, whether her unbecoming behavior towards her husband was not one cause that she saw him no more, and that in such sort he was taken away from her. And upon this, came into her mind, by swarms, all her unkind, unnatural, and ungodly carriages to her dear friend, which also clogged her conscience, and did load her with guilt. She was, moreover, much broken with calling to remembrance the restless groans, brinish tears, and self-bemoanings of her husband, and how she did harden her heart against all his entreaties, and loving persuasions, of her and her sons, to go with him. Yea, there was not anything that Christian either said to her or did before her all the while that his burden did hang on his back, but it returned upon her like a flash of lightning, and rent the caul of her heart in sunder. Specially that bitter outcry of his, "What shall I do to be saved?" did ring in her ears most dolefully. 347. Then said she to her children, "Sons, we are all undone. I have sinned away your father, and he is gone. He would have had us with him, but I would not go myself. I also have hindered you of life. 348. With that the boys fell all into tears, and cried out to go after their father. Oh! Said Christiana, that it had been but our lot to go with him, then had it fared well with us, beyond what it is like to do now. For though I formerly foolishly imagined, concerning the troubles of your father, that they proceeded of a foolish fancy that he had, or for that he was overrun with melancholy humors. Yet now it will not out of my mind but that they sprang from another cause, to wit, for that the light of light was given him, James 1 verses 23-25, by the help of which, as I perceive, he has escaped the snares of death. 349. Then they all wept again, and cried out, "O woe worth the day." 350. The next night Christiana had a dream, and, behold, she saw as if a broad parchment was opened before her, in which were recorded the sum of her ways, Luke 18 verse 13. And the times, as she thought, looked very black upon her. Then she cried out aloud in her sleep, Lord, have mercy upon me a sinner. 351 And the little children heard her. After this, she thought she saw two very ill-favored ones standing by her bedside, and saying, What shall we do with this woman? For she cries out for mercy waking and sleeping. If she be suffered to go on as she begins, we shall lose her as we have lost her husband. Wherefore we must, by one way or other, seek to take her off from the thoughts of what shall be hereafter, else all the world cannot help it but she will become a pilgrim. Now she awoke in a great sweat, also a trembling was upon her. But after a while she fell to sleeping again. And then she thought she saw Christian her husband in a place of bliss, among many immortals, with a harp in his hand, standing and playing upon it before one that sat on a throne, with a rainbow about his head. She saw also as if he bowed his head, with his face to the paved work that was under the prince's feet, saying, I heartily thank my Lord and King, for bringing of me into this place. Then shouted a company of them that stood round about, and harped with their harps, but no man living could tell what they said, but Christian and his companions. 352. Next morning, when she was up, had prayed to God, and talked with her children a while, one knocked hard at the door, to whom she spake out, saying, If thou comest in God's name, come in. So he said, Amen, and opened the door, and saluted her with, Peace be to this house. The which, when he had done, he said, Christiana, knowest thou wherefore I am come? Then she blushed and trembled, also her heart began to wax warm with desires to know whence he came, and what was his errand to her. So he said unto her, My name is Secret. 353 I dwell with those that are high. It is talked of, where I dwell, as if thou hadst a desire to go thither. Also, there is a report, that thou art aware of the evil thou hast formerly done to thy husband, in hardening of thy heart against his way, and in keeping of these thy babes in their ignorance. Christiana, the merciful one has sent me to tell thee, that he is a God ready to forgive, and that he taketh delight to multiply to pardon offences. He also would have thee know, that he inviteth thee to come into his presence, to his table, and that he will feed thee with the fat of his house, and with the heritage of Jacob thy father. There is Christian thy husband, that was, with legions more, his companions, ever beholding that face that doth minister life to beholders, and they will all be glad when they shall hear the sound of thy feet step over thy father's threshold. Christiana at this was greatly abashed in herself, and bowing her head to the ground, this visitor proceeded, and said, Christiana, here is also a letter for thee, which I have brought from thy husband's king. So she took it and opened it, but it smelt after the manner of the best perfume, song. 1:3, also it was written in letters of gold. The contents of the letter was, that the king would have her do as did Christian her husband. For that was the way to come to his city, and to dwell in his presence with joy forever. At this the good woman was quite overcome. So she cried out to her visitor, Sir, will you carry me and my children with you, that we also may go and worship this king? Then said the visitor, Christiana, the bitter is before the sweet. Thou must through troubles, as did he that went before thee, enter this celestial city. Wherefore I advise thee to do as did Christian thy husband. Go to the wicket gate yonder, over the plain, for that stands in the head of the way up which thou must go, and I wish thee all good speed. Also I advise that thou put this letter in thy bosom. That thou read therein to thyself, and to thy children, until you have got it by rote of heart. 354 For it is one of the songs that thou must sing while thou art in this house of thy pilgrimage, Psalms 119 verse 54. Also this thou must deliver in at the further gate. 355 Now I saw in my dream, that this old gentleman, as he told me this story, did himself seem to be greatly affected therewith. He, moreover, proceeded and said, So Christiana called her sons together, and began thus to address herself unto them, My sons, I have, as you may perceive, been of late under much exercise in my soul, about the death of your father. Not for that I doubt at all of his happiness, for I am satisfied now that he is well. I have been also much affected with the thoughts of mine own state and yours, which I verily believe is by nature miserable. My carriages, also, to your father in his distress, is a great load to my conscience, for I hardened both my own heart and yours against him, and refused to go with him on pilgrimage. 356. The thoughts of these things would now kill me outright, but that for a dream which I had last night, and but for the encouragement that this stranger has given me this morning. Come, my children, let us pack up and be gone to the gate that leads to the celestial country, that we may see your father, and be with him and his companions in peace, according to the laws of that land. Then did her children burst out into tears for joy, that the heart of their mother was so inclined. 357 So their visitor bade them farewell, and they began to prepare to set out for their journey. But while they were thus about to be gone, two of the women, that were Christiana's neighbors, came up to her house, and knocked at her door. To whom she said as before, If you come in God's name, come in. At this the women were stunned. For this kind of language they used not to hear, or to perceive to drop from the lips of Christiana. 358 Yet they came in, but, behold, they found the good woman preparing to be gone from her house. So they began and said, Neighbor, pray what is your meaning by this? Christiana answered and said to the eldest of them, whose name was Mrs. Timorous, I am preparing for a journey. This Timorous was daughter to him that met Christian upon the hill Difficulty, and would have had him go back for fear of the lions. Tim. For what journey, I pray you? Christ. Even to go after my good husband. And with that she fell weeping. Tim. I hope not so, good neighbor, pray, for your poor children's sakes, do not so unwomanly cast away yourself. Christ. Nay, my children shall go with me, not one of them is willing to stay behind. 359. Tim. I wonder, in my very heart, what, or who has brought you into this mind. Christ. Oh. Neighbor, knew you but as much as I do, I doubt not but that you would go with me. Tim. Prithee, what new knowledge hast thou got, that so worketh off thy mind from thy friends, and that tempteth thee to go, nobody knows where? Christ. Then Christiana replied, I have been sorely afflicted since my husband's departure from me. But especially since he went over the river. But that which troubleth me most, is my churlish carriages to him, when he was under his distress. Besides, I am now as he was then, nothing will serve me but going on pilgrimage. I was dreaming last night that I saw him. Oh, that my soul was with him. He dwelleth in the presence of the king of the country, he sits and eats with him at his table, he is become a companion of immortals. 1 Cor. 5:1-5, and has a house now given him to dwell in, to which the best palaces on earth, if compared, seem to me to be but as a dunghill. The prince of the place has also sent for me, with promise of entertainment if I shall come to him. His messenger was here even now, and has brought me a letter, which invites me to come. And with that she plucked out her letter. 360 and read it, and said to them, What now will ye say to this? Tim. Oh, the madness that has possessed thee and thy husband, to run yourselves upon such difficulties. You have heard, I am sure, what your husband did meet with, even, in a manner, at the first step that he took on his way, as our neighbor Obstinate can yet testify, for he went along with him. Yea, and Pliable too, until they, like wise men, were afraid to go any further. We also heard, over and above, how he met with the lions, Apollyon, the shadow of death, and many other things. Nor is the danger that he met with at Vanity Fair to be forgotten by thee, for if he, though a man, was so hard put to it, what canst thou, being but a poor woman, do? Consider also, that these 4 sweet babes are thy children, thy flesh and thy bones. Wherefore, though thou shouldest be so rash as to cast away thyself, yet, for the sake of the fruit of thy body, keep thou at home. 361. But Christiana said unto her, Tempt me not, my neighbor. I have now a price put into my hand to get gain, and I should he a fool of the greatest size, if I should have no heart to strike in with the opportunity. 362 And for that you tell me of all these troubles that I am like to meet with in the way, they are so far off from being to me a discouragement, that they show I am in the right. The bitter must come before the sweet, and that also will make the sweet the sweeter. Wherefore, since you came not to my house in God's name, as I said, I pray you to be gone, and not to disquiet me farther. 363. Then Timorous also reviled her, and said to her fellow, Come, neighbor Mercy, let us leave her in her own hands, since she scorns our counsel and company. But Mercy was at a stand, and could not so readily comply with her neighbor, and that for a twofold reason. First, her bowels yearned over Christiana. So she said within herself, If my neighbor will needs be gone, I will go a little way with her and help her. Secondly, her bowels yearned over her own soul, for what Christiana had said had taken some hold upon her mind. 364 Wherefore she said within herself again, I will yet have more talk with this Christiana, and if I find truth and life in what she shall say, myself with my heart shall also go with her. Wherefore Mercy began thus to reply to her neighbor Timorous. Mercy. Neighbor, I did, indeed, come with you to see Christiana this morning. And since she is, as you see, a taking of her last farewell of her country, I think to walk, this sunshine morning, a little way with her, to help her on the way. But she told her not of the second reason, but kept that to herself. Tim. Well, I see you have a mind to go a-fooling too, but take heed in time, and be wise. While we are out of danger, we are out, but when we are in, we are in. So Mrs. Timorous returned to her house, and Christiana betook herself to her journey. 365 But when Timorous was got home to her house, she sends for some of her neighbors, to wit, Mrs. Batsize, Mrs. Inconsiderate, Mrs. Lightmind, and Mrs. Know-Nothing. So when they were come to her house, she falls to telling of the story of Christiana, and of her intended journey. And thus she began her tale. 366. Tim. Neighbors, having had little to do this morning, I went to give Christiana a visit. And when I came at the door, I knocked, as you know it is our custom. And she answered, If you come in God's name, come in. So in I went, thinking all was well. But when I came in, I found her preparing herself to depart the town, she, and also her children. So I asked her what was her meaning by that. And she told me, in short, that she was now of a mind to go on pilgrimage, as did her husband. She told me also a dream that she had, and how the king of the country where her husband was, had sent her an inviting letter to come thither. Then said Mrs. Know-Nothing, What? Do you think she will go? Tim. Aye, go she will, whatever come on't. And methinks I know it by this, for that which was my great argument to persuade her to stay at home, to wit, the troubles she was like to meet with in the way, is one great argument with her to put her forward on her journey. For she told me in so many words, the bitter goes before the sweet. Yea, and forasmuch as it so doth, it makes the sweet the sweeter. Mrs. Batcys. Oh, this blind and foolish woman! Said she. Will she not take warning by her husband's afflictions? For my part, I see, if he were here again, he would rest him content in a whole skin, and never run so many hazards for nothing. Mrs. Inconsiderate also replied, saying, Away with such fantastical fools from the town. A good riddance, for my part, I say, of her. Should she stay where she dwells, and retain this her mind, who could live quietly by her? For she will either be dumpish or unneighborly, or talk of such matters as no wise body can abide, wherefore, for my part, I shall never be sorry for her departure. Let her go, and let better come in her room. It was never a good world since these whimsical fools dwelt in it. 367. Then Mrs. Lightmind added as followeth, Come, put this kind of talk away. I was yesterday at Madame Wanton's, where we were as merry as the maids. For who do you think should be there, but I and Mrs. Love the Flesh, and 3 or 4 more, with Mr. Lechery, Mrs. Filth, and some others. So there we had music, and dancing, and what else was meet to fill up the pleasure. And, I dare say, my lady herself is an admirably well-bred gentlewoman, and Mr. Lechery is as pretty a fellow. By this time, Christiana was got on her way, and Mercy went along with her. So as they went, her children being there also, Christiana began to discourse. And, Mercy, said Christiana, I take this as an unexpected favor, that thou shouldst set foot out of doors with me, to accompany me a little in my way. Mercy. Then said young Mercy, for she was but young, if I thought it would be to purpose to go with you, I would never go near the town any more. Christ. Well, Mercy, said Christiana, cast in thy lot with me. I well know what will be the end of our pilgrimage. My husband is where he would not but be for all the gold in the Spanish mines. Nor shalt thou be rejected, though thou goest but upon my invitation. 368 The king who hath sent for me and my children is one that delighteth in mercy. Besides, if thou wilt, I will hire thee, and thou shalt go along with me as my servant, yet we will have all things in common betwixt thee and me. Only, go along with me. 369. Mercy. But how shall I be ascertained that I also shall be entertained? Had I this hope but from one that can tell, I would make no stick at all, but would go, being helped by him that can help, though the way was never so tedious. 370. Christ. Well, loving Mercy, I will tell thee what thou shalt do. Go with me to the wicket gate, and there I will further inquire for thee, and if there thou shalt not meet with encouragement, I will be content that thou shalt return to thy place. I also will pay thee for thy kindness which thou showest to me and my children, in thy accompanying us in our way, as thou dost. Mercy. Then will I go thither, and will take what shall follow. And the Lord grant that my lot may there fall, even as the King of heaven shall have his heart upon me. 371. Christiana then was glad at her heart, not only that she had a companion, but also that she had prevailed with this poor maid to fall in love with her own salvation. So they went on together, and Mercy began to weep. Then said Christiana, Wherefore weepeth my sister so? Mercy. Alas! Said she, who can but lament, that shall but rightly consider, what a state and condition my poor relations 372 are in that yet remain in our sinful town. And that which makes my grief the more heavy is, because they have no instructor, nor any to tell them what is to come. Christ. Bowels becometh pilgrims, and thou dost for thy friends as my good Christian did for me when he left me. He mourned for that I would not heed nor regard him, but his Lord and ours did gather up after his tears and put them into his bottle, and now both I and thou, and these my sweet babes, are reaping the fruit and benefit of them. I hope, Mercy, these tears of thine will not be lost, for the truth hath said, that they that sow in tears shall reap in joy, in singing. And he that goeth forth and weepeth, bearing precious seed, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. Psalms 126 verses 5 and 6. Then said Mercy, Let the most blessed be my guide. If't be his blessed will. Unto his gate, into his fold. Up to his holy hill. And let him never suffer me to swerve or turn aside from his free grace, and holy ways. Whatever shall me betide. And let him gather them of mine, that I have left behind. Lord, make them pray they may be thine, with all their heart and mind. 373. Now my old friend proceeded, and said, but when Christiana came up to the Slough of Despond, she began to be at a stand. For, said she, this is the place in which my dear husband had like to have been smothered with mud. She perceived, also, that notwithstanding the command of the king to make this place for pilgrims good, yet it was rather worse than formerly. So I asked if that were true. Yes, said the old gentleman, too true. For that many there be that pretend to be the king's laborers, and that say they are for mending the king's highway, that bring dirt and dung instead of stones, and so mar instead of mending. 374 Here Christiana, therefore, with her boys, did make a stand, but, said Mercy, Come, let us venture, only let us be wary. Then they looked well to the steps, and made a shift to get staggeringly over. 375 Yet, Christiana had like to have been in, and that not once nor twice. Now they had no sooner got over, but they thought they heard words that said unto them, blessed is she that believed. For there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord. Luke 1 verse 45. Then they went on again. And said Mercy to Christiana, had I as good ground to hope for a loving reception at the wicket gate as you, I think no slough of despond would discourage me. Well, said the other, you know your sore, 376 and I know mine. And, good friend, we shall all have enough evil before we come at our journey's end. For can it be imagined, that the people that design to attain such excellent glories as we do, and that are so envied that happiness as we are, but that we shall meet with what fears and scares, with what troubles and afflictions they can possibly assault us with, that hate us. And now Mr. Sagacity left me to dream out my dream by myself. Wherefore, methought I saw Christiana and Mercy, and the boys, go all of them up to the gate. To which, when they were come, they betook themselves to a short debate about how they must manage their calling at the gate, and what should be said to him that did open to them. So it was concluded, since Christiana was the eldest, that she should knock for entrance, and that she should speak to him that did open, for the rest. So Christiana began to knock, and, as her poor husband did, she knocked, and knocked again. But, instead of any that answered, they all thought that they heard as if a dog came barking upon them. A dog, and a great one too, and this made the women and children afraid, nor durst they, for a while, to knock any more, for fear the mastiff should fly upon them. Now, therefore, they were greatly tumbled up and down in their minds, and knew not what to do. Knock they durst not, for fear of the dog. Go back they durst not, for fear the keeper of that gate should espy them as they so went, and should be offended with them. At last they thought of knocking again, and knocked more vehemently than they did at the first. Then said the keeper of the gate, Who is there? So the dog left off to bark, and he opened unto them. 377 Then Christiana made low obeisance, and said, Let not our Lord be offended with his handmaidens, for that we have knocked at his princely gate. Then said the keeper, Whence come ye, and what is that you would have? Christiana answered, We are come from whence Christian did come, and upon the same errand as he. To wit, to be, if it shall please you, graciously admitted by this gate into the way that leads to the celestial city. And I answer, My Lord, in the next place, that I am Christiana, once the wife of Christian, that now is gotten above. 378. With that the keeper of the gate did marvel, saying, What? Is she become now a pilgrim that, but a while ago, abhorred that life? Then she bowed her head, and said, Yes, and so are these my sweet babes also. Then he took her by the hand, and let her in, and said also, Suffer the little children to come unto me, and with that he shut up the gate. This done, he called to a trumpeter that was above, over the gate, to entertain Christiana with shouting and sound of trumpet for joy. So he obeyed, and sounded, and filled the air with his melodious notes. Luke 15 verse 7. Now all this while poor Mercy did stand without, trembling and crying, for fear that she was rejected. But when Christiana had gotten admittance for herself and her boys, then she began to make intercession for Mercy. Christ. And she said, My Lord, I have a companion of mine that stands yet without, that is come hither upon the same account as myself, one that is much dejected in her mind, for that she comes, as she thinks, without sending for. Whereas I was sent to buy my husband's king to come. Now Mercy began to be very impatient, for each minute was as long to her as an hour, wherefore she prevented Christiana from a fuller interceding for her, by knocking at the gate herself. And she knocked then so loud, that she made Christiana to start. Then said the keeper of the gate, Who is there? And said Christiana, It is my friend. So he opened the gate and looked out, but Mercy was fallen down without, in a swoon, for she fainted, and was afraid that no gate would he open to her. Then he took her by the hand, and said, Damsel, I bid thee arise. O sir, said she, I am faint, there is scarce life left in me. But he answered, that one once said, When my soul fainted within me, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came in unto thee, into thine holy temple. Jonah 2 verse 7. Fear not, but stand upon thy feet, and tell me wherefore thou art come. 379. Mercy. I am come for that unto which I was never invited, as my friend Christiana was. Hers was from the king, and mine was but from her. Wherefore I fear I presume. 380. Keep. Did she desire thee to come with her to this place? Mercy. Yes, and, as my Lord sees, I am come. And, if there is any grace or forgiveness of sins to spare, I beseech that I, thy poor handmaid, may be partaker thereof. Then he took her again by the hand, and led her gently in, and said, I pray for all them that believe on me, by what means soever they come unto me. Then said he to those that stood by, Fetch something, and give it mercy to smell on, thereby to stay her fainting. So they fetched her a bundle of myrrh, and a while after, she was revived. 381. And now was Christiana and her boys, and Mercy, received of the Lord at the head of the way, and spoke kindly unto by him. Then said they yet further unto him, We are sorry for our sins, and beg of our Lord his pardon, and further information what we must do. I grant pardon, said he, by word and deed, by word, in the promise of forgiveness. By deed, in the way I obtained it. Take the first from my lips with a kiss, song. 1:2, and the other as it shall be revealed. 382, John 20 verse 20. Now, I saw in my dream, that he spake many good words unto them, whereby they were greatly glad. He also had them up to the top of the gate, and showed them by what deed they were saved, and told them withal, that sight they would have again, as they went along in the way, to their comfort. So he left them a while in a summer parlour below, where they entered into talk by themselves, and thus Christiana began, O Lord! How glad am I that we are got in hither! Mercy! So you well may, but I of all have cause to leap for joy. Christ! I thought one time, as I stood at the gate, because I had knocked, and none did answer, that all our labor had been lost, especially when that ugly cur made such a heavy barking against us. 383. Mercy! But my worse fear was after I saw that you was taken into his favor, and that I was left behind. Now, thought I, it is fulfilled which is written, Two women shall he grinding together, the one shall be taken and the other left. 384, Matt, 2400 hours 41. I had much ado to forbear crying out, Undone! Undone, 385. And afraid I was to knock any more, but when I looked up to what was written over the gate, I took courage. 386. I also thought that I must either knock again, or die. So I knocked, but I cannot tell how, for my spirit now struggled betwixt life and death. Christ! Can you not tell how you knocked? I am sure your knocks were so earnest that the very sound of them made me start. I thought I never heard such knocking in all my life. I thought you would have come in by violent hands, or have taken the kingdom by storm. Matt 11:12. Mercy! Alas! To be in my case, who that so was could but have done so. You saw that the door was shut upon me, and that there was a most cruel dog thereabout. Who, I say, that was so faint-hearted as I, that would not have knocked with all their might? But, pray, what said my Lord to my rudeness? Was he not angry with me? Christ! When he heard your lumbering noise, he gave a wonderful innocent smile. I believe what you did pleased him well enough, for he showed no sign to the contrary. But I marvel in my heart, why he keeps such a dog. Had I known that before. 387. I fear I should not have had heart enough to have ventured myself in this manner. But now we are in, and I am glad with all my heart. 388. Mercy! I will ask, if you please, next time he comes down, why he keeps such a filthy cur in his yard. I hope he will not take it amiss. I do, said the children, and persuade him to hang him, for we are afraid he will bite us when we go hence. So at last he came down to them again, and Mercy fell to the ground on her face before him, and worshipped, and said, Let my Lord accept of the sacrifice of praise which I now offer unto him with the calves of my lips. So he said unto her, Peace be to thee, stand up. But she continued upon her face, and said, Righteous art thou, O Lord, when I plead with thee. yet let me talk with thee of thy judgments. Jeremiah 12 verse 1. Wherefore dost thou keep so cruel a dog in thy yard, at the sight of which, such women and children as we, are ready to fly from thy gate for fear? He answered and said, That dog has another owner, he also is kept close in another man's ground, only my pilgrims hear his barking. He belongs to the castle which you see there at a distance, but can come up to the walls of this place. He has frightened many an honest pilgrim from worse to better, by the great voice of his roaring. Indeed, he that owneth him doth not keep him of any goodwill to me or mine, but with intent to keep the pilgrims from coming to me, and that they may be afraid to knock at this gate for entrance. Sometimes also he has broken out, and has worried some that I loved, but I take all at present patiently. I also give my pilgrims timely help, so they are not delivered up to his power, to do to them what his doggish nature would prompt him to. But what? My purchased one, I trow, hadst thou known never so much beforehand, thou wouldst not have been afraid of a dog. The beggars that go from door to door will, rather than they will lose a supposed alms, run the hazard of the bawling, barking, and biting, too, of a dog. And shall a dog in another man's yard, a dog whose barking I turn to the prophet of pilgrims, keep any from coming to me? I deliver them from the lions, their darling from the power of the dog. 389. Mercy. Then said Mercy, I confess my ignorance. I spake what I understood not, I acknowledge that thou dost all things well. Christ. Then Christiana began to talk of their journey, and to inquire after the way. So he fed them, and washed their feet, and set them in the way of his steps, according as he had dealt with her husband before. So I saw in my dream, that they walked on in their way, and had the weather very comfortable to them. Then Christiana began to sing, saying, Blessed be the day that I began a pilgrim for to be. And blessed also be that man that thereto moved me. 'Tis true, 'twas long ere I began to seek to live forever. But now I run fast as I can. 'Tis better late than never. Our tears to joy, our fears to faith, are turned, as we see, that our beginning, as one saith, shows what our end will be. Now there was, on the other side of the wall that fenced in the way up which Christiana and her companions were to go, a garden, and that garden belonged to him whose was that barking dog of whom mention was made before. And some of the fruit trees that grew in that garden shot their branches over the wall, and being mellow, they that found them did gather them up, and oft eat of them to their hurt. So Christiana's boys, as boys are apt to do, being pleased with the trees, and with the fruit that did hang thereon, did plash 390 them, and began to eat. Their mother did also chide them for so doing, but still the boys went on. 391. Well, said she, my sons, you transgress, for that fruit is none of ours. But she did not know that they did belong to the enemy. I will warrant you, if she had, she would have been ready to die for fear. But that passed, and they went on their way. Now, by that they were gone about 2 bowshots from the place that let them into the way, they espied 2 very ill-favored ones coming down apace to meet them. 392. With that, Christiana and Mercy, her friend, covered themselves with their veils, and so kept on their journey. The children also went on before, so that at last they met together. Then they that came down to meet them, came just up to the women, as if they would embrace them, but Christiana said, Stand back, or go peaceably by, as you should. Yet these two, as men that are deaf, regarded not Christiana's words, but began to lay hands upon them. At that Christiana, waxing very wroth, spurned at them with her feet. Mercy also, as well as she could, did what she could to shift them. Christiana again said to them, Stand back, and begone, for we have no money to lose, being pilgrims, as you see, and such, too, as live upon the charity of our friends. ILL favored. Then said one of the 2 of the men, We make no assault upon you for money, but are come out to tell you, that if you will but grant one small request, which we shall ask, we will make women of you forever. Christ. Now Christiana, imagining what they should mean, made answer again, We will neither bear, nor regard, nor yield to what you shall ask. We are in haste, cannot stay, our business is a business of life and death. So, again, she and her companions made a fresh essay to go past them, but they let them in their way. ILLFAV. And they said, we intend no hurt to your lives, it is another thing we would have. Christ. Ah, quoth Christiana, you would have us body and soul, for I know it is for that you are come, but we will die rather upon the spot, than suffer ourselves to be brought into such snares as shall hazard our well-being hereafter. And with that they both shrieked out, and cried, Murder! Murder! And so put themselves under those laws that are provided for the protection of women, Deuteronomy 22 verses 23 to 27. But the men still made their approach upon them, with design to prevail against them. They, therefore, cried out again. 393. Now, they being, as I said, not far from the gate in at which they came, their voice was heard from where they were, thither. Wherefore some of the house came out, and knowing that it was Christiana's tongue, they made haste to her relief. But by that they were got within sight of them, the women were in a very great scuffle, the children also stood crying by. Then did he that came in for their relief call out to the ruffians, saying, What is that thing that you do? Would you make my Lord's people to transgress? He also attempted to take them, but they did make their escape over the wall, into the garden of the man to whom the great dog belonged, so the dog became their protector. This reliever then came up to the women, and asked them how they did. So they answered, We thank thy prince, pretty well, only we have been somewhat affrighted, we thank thee also, for that thou camest in to our help, for otherwise we had been overcome. Reliever. So after a few more words, this reliever said as followeth, I marveled much when you were entertained at the gate above, being, as ye knew, that ye were but weak women, that you petitioned not the Lord there for a conductor. Then might you have avoided these troubles and dangers, for he would have granted you 1.394. Christ. Alas! Said Christiana, we were so with our present blessing, that dangers to come were forgotten by us. Besides, who could have thought, that so near the king's palace, there should have lurked such naughty ones? Indeed, it had been well for us, had we asked our Lord for one. But, since our Lord knew it would be for our profit, I wonder he sent not one along with us. 395. Rel. It is not always necessary to grant things not asked for, lest, by so doing, they become of little esteem. But when the want of a thing is felt, it then comes under, in the eyes of him that feels it, that estimate that properly is its due, and so, consequently, will be thereafter used. Had my Lord granted you a conductor, you would not neither so have bewailed that oversight of yours, in not asking for one, as now you have occasion to do. So all things work for good, and tend to make you more wary. Christ. Shall we go back again to my Lord, and confess our folly, and ask one? Rel. Your confession of your folly I will present him with. To go back again you need not, for in all places where you shall come, you will find no want at all. For in every of my Lord's lodgings, which he has prepared for the reception of his pilgrims, there is sufficient to furnish them against all attempts whatsoever. But, as I said, he will be inquired of by them, to do it for them, Ezekiel 36 verse 37. And it is a poor thing that is not worth asking for. When he had thus said, he went back to his place, and the pilgrims went on their way. Mercy. Then said Mercy, what a sudden blank is here. I made account we had now been past all danger, and that we should never see sorrow more. 396. Christ. Thy innocency, my sister, said Christiana to Mercy, may excuse thee much. But as for me, my fault is so much the greater, for that I saw this dancer before I came out of the doors, and yet did not provide for it where provision might have been had. I am therefore much to be blamed. 397. Mercy. Then said Mercy, how knew you this before you came from home? Pray open to me this riddle. Christ. Why, I will tell you. Before I set foot out of doors, one night, as I lay in my bed, I had a dream about this. For, methought I saw two men, as like these as ever the world they could look, stand at my bed's feet, plotting how they might prevent my salvation. I will tell you their very words. They said, "It was when I was in my troubles, what shall we do with this woman? For she cries out, waking and sleeping, for forgiveness. If she be suffered to go on as she begins, we shall lose her, as we have lost her husband." This, you know, might have made me take heed, and have provided when provision might have been had. Mercy. Well, said Mercy, as by this neglect we have an occasion ministered unto us, to behold our own imperfections. So our Lord has taken occasion thereby, to make manifest the riches of his grace, for he, as we see, has followed us with unasked kindness, and has delivered us from their hands that were stronger than we, of his mere good pleasure. 398. Thus, now when they had talked away a little more time, they drew nigh to a house which stood in the way, which house was built for the relief of pilgrims. As you will find more fully related in the first part of these records of the Pilgrim's progress. So they drew on towards the house of the interpreter, and when they came to the door, they heard a great talk in the house. They then gave ear, and heard, as they thought, Christiana mentioned by name. For you must know that there went along, even before her, a talk of her and her children's going on pilgrimage. And this thing was the more pleasing to them, because they had heard that she was Christian's wife, that woman who was some time ago so unwilling to hear of going on pilgrimage. Thus, therefore, they stood still, and heard the good people within commending her, who, they little thought, stood at the door. At last Christiana knocked, as she had done at the gate before. Now, when she had knocked, there came to the door a young damsel, named Innocent, and opened the door and looked, and behold 2 women were there. Damsel. Then said the damsel to them, With whom would you speak in this place? Christ. Christiana answered, We understand that this is a privileged place for those that are become pilgrims, and we now at this door are such, wherefore we pray that we may be partakers of that for which we at this time are come. For the day, as thou sayest, is very far spent, and we are loath tonight to go any further. Damsel. Pray, what may I call your name, that I may tell it to my Lord within? Christ. My name is Christiana. I was the wife of that pilgrim, that some years ago did travel this way, and these be his 4 children. This maiden also is my companion, and is going on pilgrimage too. Innocent. Then ran Innocent in, for that was her name, and said to those within, Can you think who is at the door? There is Christiana and her children, and her companion, all waiting for entertainment here. Then they leaped for joy, and went and told their master. So he came to the door, and looking upon her, he said, Art thou that Christiana whom Christian, the good man, left behind him, when he betook himself to a pilgrim's life? Christ. I am that woman that was so hard-hearted, as to slight my husband's troubles, and that left him to go on in his journey alone, and these are his 4 children, but now I also am come, for I am convinced that no way is right but this. Enter. Then is fulfilled that which also is written of the man that said to his son, Go, work today in my vineyard. He answered and said, I will not, but afterward he repented and went. Matt 21:29. Christ. Then said Christiana, So be it, Amen. God make it a true saying upon me, and grant that I may be found at the last of him in peace, without spot, and blameless. Enter. But why standest thou thus at the door? Come in, thou daughter of Abraham. We were talking of thee but now, for tidings have come to us before, how thou art become a pilgrim. Come, children, come in, come, maiden, come in. So he had them all into the house. 399. So, when they were within, they were bidden sit down and rest them, the which when they had done, those that attended upon the pilgrims in the house, came into the room to see them. And one smiled, and another smiled, and they all smiled, for joy that Christiana was become a pilgrim. They also looked upon the boys. They stroked them over the faces with the hand, in token of their kind reception of them. They also carried it lovingly to Mercy, and bid them all welcome into their master's house. 400. After a while, because supper was not ready, the interpreter took them into his significant rooms, and showed them what Christiana's husband, had seen some time before. Here, therefore, they saw the man in the cage, the man and his dream, the man that cut his way through his enemies, and the picture of the biggest of them all, together with the rest of those things that were then so profitable to Christian. This done, and after these things had been somewhat digested by Christiana and her company, the interpreter takes them apart again, and has them first into a room where was a man that could look no way but downwards, with a muckrake in his hand. There stood also one over his head with a celestial crown in his hand, and proffered him that crown for his muckrake, but the man did neither look up, nor regard, but raked to himself the straws, the small sticks, and dust of the floor. 401. Then said Christiana, I persuade myself that I know somewhat the meaning of this, for this is a figure of a man of this world, is it not, good sir? Inter. Thou hast said the right, said he, and his muckrake doth show his carnal mind. And whereas thou sayest him rather give heed to rake up straws and sticks, and the dust of the floor, than to what he says that calls to him from above with the celestial crown in his hand, it is to show that heaven is but as a fable to some. And that things here are counted the only thing substantial. Now, whereas, it was also showed thee, that the man could look no way but downwards, it is to let thee know that earthly things, when they are with power upon men's minds, quite carry their hearts away from God. 402. Christ. Then said Christiana, O deliver me from this muckrake. 403. Inter. That prayer, said the interpreter, has lain by till it is almost rusty. Give me not riches, is scarce the prayer of one of 10,000, Proverbs 30 verse 8. Straws, and sticks, and dust, with most, are the great things now looked after. 404 With that mercy in Christiana wept, and said, it is, alas. Too true. 405. When the interpreter had shown them this, he has them into the very best room in the house. A very brave room it was. So he bid them look round about, and see if they could find anything profitable there. Then they looked round and round, for there was nothing there to be seen but a very great spider on the wall, and that they overlooked. Mercy. Then said Mercy, Sir, I see nothing, but Christiana held her peace. Inter. But, said the interpreter, look again, and she therefore looked again, and said, Here is not anything but an ugly spider, who hangs by her hands upon the wall. Then said he, Is there but one spider in all this spacious room? Then the water stood in Christiana's eyes, for she was a woman quick of apprehension, and she said, Yea, Lord, there is here more than one. Yea, and spiders whose venom is far more destructive than that which is in her. The interpreter then looked pleasantly upon her, and said, Thou hast said the truth. This made Mercy blush, and the boys to cover their faces, for they all began now to understand the riddle. 406. Then said the interpreter again, The spider taketh hold with their hands, as you see, and is in kings' palaces, Proverbs 30 verse 28. And wherefore is this recorded, but to show you, that how full of the venom of sin soever you be, yet you may, by the hand of faith, lay hold of, and dwell in the best room that belongs to the king's house above. 407. Christ. I thought, said Christiana, of something of this, but I could not imagine it all. I thought that we were like spiders, and that we looked like ugly creatures, in what fine room soever we were. But that by this spider, this venomous and ill-favored creature, we were to learn how to act faith, that came not into my mind. And yet she has taken hold with her hands, as I see, and dwells in the best room in the house. God has made nothing in vain. Then they seemed all to be glad, but the water stood in their eyes, yet they looked one upon another, and also bowed before the interpreter. He had them then into another room, where was a hen and chickens, and bid them observe a while. So one of the chickens went to the trough to drink, and every time she drank, she lift up her head, and her eyes towards heaven. See, said he, what this little chick doth, and learn of her to acknowledge whence your mercies come, by receiving them with looking up. Yet again, said he, observe and look. So they gave heed, and perceived that the hen did walk in a fourfold method towards her chickens. 1. She had a common call, and that she hath all day long. 2. She had a special call, and that she had but sometimes. 3. She had a brooding note. And 4. She had an outcry. Matt 23:37. Now, said he, compare this hen to your king, and these chickens to his obedient ones. 4084, answerable to her, himself has his methods, which he walketh in towards his people, by his common call, he gives nothing. By his special call, he always has something to give, he has also a brooding voice, for them that are under his wing, and he has an outcry, to give the alarm when he seeth the enemy come. For 09 I chose, my darlings, to lead you into the room where such things are, because you are women, and they are easy for you. 410. Christ. And sir, said Christiana, pray let us see some more. So he had them into the slaughter-house, where was a butcher killing of a sheep, and behold the sheep was quiet, and took her death patiently. Then said the interpreter, you must learn of this sheep to suffer, and to put up wrongs without murmurings and complaints. Behold how quietly she taketh her death, and without objecting, she suffereth her skin to be pulled over her ears. Your king doth call you his sheep. After this he led them into his garden, where was great variety of flowers, and he said, do you see all these? So Christiana said, yes. Then said he again, behold the flowers are diverse in stature, in quality, and color, and smell, and virtue, and some are better than some, also where the gardener hath set them, there they stand, and quarrel not with one another. 411. Again, he had them into his field, which he had sowed with wheat and corn, but when they beheld, the tops of all were cut off, only the straw remained, he said again, this ground was dunged, and ploughed, and sowed. But what shall we do with the crop? Then said Christiana, burn some, and make muck of the rest. Then said the interpreter again, fruit, you see, is that thing you look for 12, and for want of that you condemn it to the fire, and to be trodden under foot of men, beware that in this you condemn not yourselves. 413. Then, as they were coming in from abroad, they espied a little robin with a great spider in his mouth, so the interpreter said, look here. So they looked, and Mercy wondered. But Christiana said, what a disparagement is it to such a little pretty bird as the robin redbreast is, he being also a bird above many, that loveth to maintain a kind of sociableness with man. I had thought they had lived upon crumbs of bread, or upon other such harmless matter, I like him worse than I did. The interpreter then replied, this robin is an emblem, very apt to set forth some professors by. For to sight, they are, as this robin, pretty of note, color, and carriage. They seem also to have a very great love for professors that are sincere. And above all other, to desire to associate with them, and to be in their company, as if they could live upon the good man's crumbs. They pretend also, that therefore it is that they frequent the house of the godly, and the appointments of the Lord. But, when they are by themselves, as the robin, they can catch and gobble up spiders, they can change their diet, drink iniquity, and swallow down sin like water. For 14 So, when they were come again into the house, because supper as yet was not ready, Christiana again desired that the interpreter would either show or tell of some other things that are profitable. Then the interpreter began, and said, the fatter the sow is, the more she desires the mire, the fatter the ox is, the more gamesomely he goes to the slaughter, and the more healthy the lusty man is, the more prone he is unto evil. There is a desire in women to go neat and fine, and it is a comely thing to be adorned with that in God's sight is of great price. It is easier watching a night or two, than to sit up a whole year together. So it is easier for one to begin to profess well, than to hold out as he should to the end. Every shipmaster, when in a storm, will willingly cast that overboard that is of the smallest value in the vessel, but who will throw the best out first? None but he that feareth not God. One leak will sink a ship, and one sin will destroy a sinner. He that forgets his friend, is ungrateful unto him, but he that forgets his Saviour, is unmerciful to himself. He that lives in sin, and looks for happiness hereafter, is like him that soweth cockle, and thinks to fill his barn with wheat or barley. If a man would live well, let him fetch his last day to him, and make it always his company keeper. Whispering, and change of thoughts, prove that sin is in the world. If the world, which God sets light by, is counted a thing of that worth with men, what is heaven, which God commendeth? If the life that is attended with so many troubles, is so loath to be let go by us, what is the life above? Everybody will cry up the goodness of men, but who is there that is, as he should, affected with the goodness of God? We seldom sit down to meat, but we eat and leave, so there is in Jesus Christ more merit and righteousness than the whole world has need of. 415. When the interpreter had done, he takes them out into his garden again, and had them to a tree, whose inside was all rotten and gone, and yet it grew and had leaves. Then said Mercy, What means this? This tree, said he, whose outside is fair, and whose inside is rotten, it is to which many may be compared, that are in the garden of God, who with their mouth speak high in behalf of God, but indeed will do nothing for him. Whose leaves are fair, but their heart good for nothing but to be tinder for the devil's tinderbox. 416 Now supper was ready, the table spread, and all things set on the board, so they sat down and did eat, when one had given thanks. And the interpreter did usually entertain those that lodged with him, with music at meals, so the minstrels played. There was also one that did sing, and a very fine voice he had. His song was this: The Lord is only my support, and he that doth me feed. How can I then want anything, whereof I stand in need? When the song and music was ended, for 17 the interpreter asked Christiana what it was that at first did move her to betake herself to a pilgrim's life. Christiana answered, First, the loss of my husband came into my mind, at which I was heartily grieved. But all that was but natural affection. Then, after that, came the troubles and pilgrimage of my husband into my mind, and also how like a churl I had carried it to him as to that. So guilt took hold of my mind, and would have drawn me into the pond. But that opportunely I had a dream of the well-being of my husband, and a letter sent me by the king of that country where my husband dwells, to come to him. The dream and the letter together so wrought upon my mind, that they forced me to this way. Inter. But met you with no opposition before you set out of doors. Christ. Yes, a neighbor of mine, one Mrs. Timorous, she was akin to him that would have persuaded my husband to go back, for fear of the lions. She all to befold me for, as she called it, my intended desperate adventure, she also urged what she could to dishearten me to it, the hardship and troubles that my husband met with in the way, but all this I got over pretty well. For 18 but a dream that I had of 2 ill-looked ones, that I thought did plot how to make me miscarry in my journey, that hath troubled me much. Yea, it still runs in my mind, and makes me afraid of everyone that I meet, lest they should meet me to do me a mischief, and to turn me out of the way. Yea, I may tell my lord, though I would not have everybody know it, that between this and the gate by which we got into the way, we were both so sorely assaulted that we were made to cry out, Murder! And the 2 them made this assault upon us were like the 2 that I saw in my dream. Then said the interpreter, Thy beginning is good, thy latter end shall greatly increase. So he addressed himself to Mercy, and said unto her, And what moved thee to come hither, sweetheart? Then Mercy blushed and trembled, and for a while continued silent. Inter. Then, said he, Be not afraid, only believe, and speak thy mind. Mercy. So she began, and said, Truly, sir, my want of experience is that which makes me covet to be in silence, and that also that fills me with fears of coming short at last. I cannot tell of visions and dreams as my friend Christiana can. Nor know I what it is to mourn for my refusing of the counsel of those that were good relations. 419. Inter. What was it then, dear heart, that hath prevailed with thee to do as thou hast done? Mercy. Why, when our friend here was packing up to be gone from our town, I and another went accidentally to see her, so we knocked at the door and went in. When we were within, and seeing what she was doing, we asked what was her meaning. She said, she was sent for to go to her husband. And then she up and told us how she had seen him in a dream, dwelling in a curious place, among immortals, wearing a crown, playing upon a harp, eating and drinking at his prince's table, and singing praises to him for bringing him thither, and now, methought, while she was telling these things unto us, my heart burned within me, and I said in my heart, if this be true, I will leave my father and my mother, and the land of my nativity, and will, if I may, go along with Christiana. So I asked her further of the truth of these things, and if she would let me go with her, for I saw now that there was no dwelling, but with the danger of ruin, any longer in our town. But yet I came away with a heavy heart, not for that I was unwilling to come away, but for that so many of my relations were left behind. And I am come, with all the desire of my heart, and will go, if I may, with Christiana, unto her husband, and his king. 420. Inter. Thy setting out is good, for thou hast given credit to the truth. For 21 Thou art a Ruth, who did, for the love she bare to Naomi, and to the Lord her God, leave father and mother, and the land of her nativity, to come out, and go with a people that she knew not heretofore. The Lord recompense thy work, and a full reward be given thee of the Lord God of Israel, under whose wings thou art come to trust. Ruth 2 verse 12. Now supper was ended, and preparation was made for bed. The women were laid singly alone, and the boys by themselves. Now when Mercy was in bed, she could not sleep for joy, for that now her doubts of missing at last, were removed further from her than ever they were before. So she lay blessing and praising God, who had had such favor for her. In the morning they rose with the sun, and prepared themselves for their departure. But the interpreter would have them tarry a while, for, said he, you must orderly go from hence. Then, said he to the damsel that first opened unto them, take them and have them into the garden to the bath, and there wash them, and make them clean from the soil which they have gathered by traveling. Then innocent the damsel took them, and had them into the garden, and brought them to the bath. So she told them that there they must wash and be clean, for so her master would have the women to do that called at his house, as they were going on pilgrimage. They then went in and washed, yea, they and the boys and all. And they came out of that bath, not only sweet and clean, but also much enlivened and strengthened in their joints. 422 So when they came in, they looked fairer a deal than when they went out to the washing. 423. When they were returned out of the garden from the bath, the interpreter took them, and looked upon them, and said unto them, fair as the moon. Then he called for the seal, wherewith they used to be sealed that were washed in his bath. So the seal was brought, and he set his mark upon them, that they might be known in the places whither they were yet to go. Now the seal was the contents and some of the Passover which the children of Israel did eat when they came out from the land of Egypt, and the mark was set between their eyes. For 24 This seal greatly added to their beauty, for it was an ornament to their faces. It also added to their gravity, and made their countenances more like them of angels. 425, Exo. 13:8-10. Then said the interpreter again to the damsel that waited upon these women, go into the vestry and fetch out garments for these people. So she went and fetched out white raiment, and laid down before him, so he commanded them to put it on. It was fine linen, white and clean. When the women were thus adorned, they seemed to be a terror one to the other, for that they could not see that glory each one on herself, which they could see in each other. Now, therefore, they began to esteem each other better than themselves. For you are fairer than I am, said one, and, you are more comely than I am, said another. 426 The children also stood amazed to see into what fashion they were brought. 427. The interpreter then called for a manservant of his, one great heart, and bid him take sword, and helmet, and shield, and take these my daughters, said he, and conduct them to the house called Beautiful, at which place they will rest next. For 28 So he took his weapons and went before them, and the interpreter said, God speed. Those also that belonged to the family, sent them away with many a good wish. So they went on their way and sang. This place has been our second stage. Here we have heard and seen those good things that, from age to age, to others hid have been. The dunghill racer, spider, hen. The chicken, 2, to me, hath taught a lesson, let me then conform to it be. The butcher, garden, and the field, the robin and his bait, also the rotten tree doth yield me argument of weight, to move me for to watch and pray, to strive to be sincere, to take my cross up day by day, and serve the Lord with fear. Now I saw in my dream, that they went on, and great heart went before them, so they went and came to the place where Christian's burden fell off his back and tumbled into a sepulchre. Here then they made a pause, and here also they blessed God. Now, said Christiana, it comes to my mind, what was said to us at the gate, to wit, that we should have pardoned by word and deed, by word, that is, by the promise, by deed, to wit, in the way it was obtained. What the promise is, of that I know something, but what it is to have pardoned by deed, or in the way that it was obtained, Mr. Greatheart, I suppose you know, wherefore, if you please, let us hear you discourse thereof. Greatheart. Pardon by the deed done, is pardon obtained by someone, for another that hath need thereof, not by the person pardoned, but in the way, saith another, in which I have obtained it. So then, to speak to the question more, at large, the pardon that you and Mercy, and these boys have attained, was obtained by another, to wit, by him that let you in at the gate, and he hath obtained it in this double way. He has performed righteousness to cover you, and spilt blood to wash you in. 429. Christ. But if he parts with his righteousness to us, what will he have for himself? Greatheart. He has more righteousness than you have need of, or than he needeth himself. Christ. Pray make that appear. Greatheart. With all my heart, but first I must premise, that he of whom we are now about to speak is one that has not his fellow. He has two natures in one person, plain to be distinguished, impossible to be divided. Unto each of these natures a righteousness belongeth, and each righteousness is essential to that nature. So that one may as easily cause the nature to be extinct, as to separate its justice or righteousness from it. Of these righteousnesses, therefore, we are not made partakers, so as that they, or any of them, should be put upon us, that we might be made just, and live thereby. Besides these, there is a righteousness which this person has, as these two natures are joined in one, and this is not the righteousness of the Godhead, as distinguished from the manhood, nor the righteousness of the manhood, as distinguished from the Godhead, but a righteousness which standeth in the union of both natures, and may properly be called, the righteousness that is essential to his being prepared of God to the capacity of the mediatory office, which he was to be entrusted with. If he parts with his first righteousness, he parts with his Godhead; if he parts with his second righteousness, he parts with the purity of his manhood. If he parts with this third, he parts with that perfection that capacitates him to the office of mediation. He has, therefore, another righteousness, which standeth in performance, or obedience, to a revealed will. And that is it that he puts upon sinners, and that by which their sins are covered. Wherefore he saith, as by one man's disobedience, many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one, shall many be made righteous. 430, Romans 5 verse 19. Christ. But are the other righteousnesses of no use to us? Greatheart. Yes. For though they are essential to his natures and office and so cannot be communicated unto another, yet it is by virtue of them, that the righteousness that justifies, is, for that purpose, efficacious. The righteousness of his Godhead gives virtue to his obedience, the righteousness of his manhood giveth capability to his obedience to justify. And the righteousness that standeth in the union of these two natures to his office, giveth authority to that righteousness to do the work for which it is ordained. So then, here is a righteousness that Christ, as God, has no need of, for he is God without it. Here is a righteousness that Christ, as man, has no need of to make him so, for he is perfect man without it. Again, here is a righteousness that Christ, as God-man, has no need of, for he is perfectly so without it. Here, then, is a righteousness that Christ, as God, as man, as God-man, has no need of, with reference to himself, and therefore he can spare it, a justifying righteousness, that he for himself wanteth not, and therefore he giveth it away. Hence it is called, the gift of righteousness, Romans 5 verse 17. This righteousness, since Christ Jesus the Lord has made himself under the law, must be given away, for the law doth not only bind him that is under it, to do justly, but to use charity. Wherefore he ought, by the law, if he hath 2 coats, to give one to him that hath none. Now, our Lord, indeed, hath 2 coats, one for himself, and one to spare, wherefore he freely bestows one upon those that have none. And thus, Christiana, and Mercy, and the rest of you that are here, doth your pardon come by deed, or by the work of another man? Your Lord Christ is he that has worked, and has given away what he wrought for, to the next poor beggar he meets. 431. But, again, in order to pardon by deed, there must something be paid to God as a price, as well as something prepared to cover us withal. Sin has delivered us up to the just curse of a righteous law. Now, from this curse we must be justified by way of redemption, a price being paid for the harms we have done, Romans 4 verse 24. And this is by the blood of your Lord, who came and stood in your place and stead, and died your death for your transgressions, Galatians 3 verse 13. Thus has he ransomed you from your transgressions by blood, and covered your polluted and deformed souls with righteousness. For the sake of which, God passeth by you, and will not hurt you, when he comes to judge the world. Christ. This is brave. Now, I see there was something to be learned by our being pardoned by word and deed. Good mercy, let us labor to keep this in mind, and my children, do you remember it also? But, sir, was not this it that made my good Christian's burden fall from off his shoulder, and that made him give 3 leaps for joy, 432. Great heart. Yes, it was the belief of this, that cut those strings, that could not be cut by other means. And it was to give him a proof of the virtue of this, that he was suffered to carry his burden to the cross. Christ. I thought so, for though my heart was lightful and joyous before, yet it is 10 times more lightsome and joyous now. And I am persuaded by what I have felt, though I have felt but little as yet, that if the most burdened man in the world was here, and did see and believe as I now do, it would make his heart the more merry and blithe. 433. Great heart. There is not only comfort, and the ease of a burden brought to us, by the sight and consideration of these, but an endeared affection begot in us by it. For who can, if he doth but once think that pardon comes not only by promise, but thus, but be effected with the way and means of his redemption, and so, with the man that hath wrought it for him? Christ. True. Methinks it makes my heart bleed to think that he should bleed for me. O thou loving one! O thou blessed one! Thou deservest to have me, thou hast bought me, thou deservest to have me all. Thou hast paid for me 10,000 times more than I am worth. No marvel that this made the water stand in my husband's eyes, and that it made him trudge so nimbly on. I am persuaded he wished me with him. But, vile wretch that I was, I let him come all alone. O mercy, that thy father and mother were here, yea, and Mrs. Timorous also, nay, I wish now with all my heart, that here was Madam Wanton too. Surely their hearts would be affected. Nor could the fear of the one, nor the powerful lusts of the other, prevail with them to go home again, and to refuse to become good pilgrims. 434. Great heart. You speak now in the warmth of your affections. Will it, think you, be always thus with you? Besides, this is not communicated to everyone that did see your Jesus bleed. There were that stood by, and that saw the blood run from his heart to the ground, and yet were so far off this, that, instead of lamenting, they laughed at him, and, instead of becoming his disciples, did harden their hearts against him. So that all that you have, my daughters, you have by a peculiar impression made by a divine contemplating upon what I have spoken to you. Remember that it was told you, that the hen, by her common call, gives no meat to her chickens. This you have, therefore, by a special grace. 435. Now, I saw still in my dream, that they went on until they were come to the place that simple, and sloth, and presumption, 436 lay and slept in, when Christian went by on pilgrimage. And, behold, they were hanged up in irons a little way off on the other side. 437. Mercy. Then said Mercy to him that was their guide and conductor. What are those 3 men? And for what are they hanged there? Great Heart. These 3 men were men of very bad qualities. They had no mind to be pilgrims themselves, and whosoever they could they hindered. They were for sloth and folly themselves, and whoever they could persuade with, they made so too. And, withal, taught them to presume that they should do well at last. They were asleep when Christian went by, and now you go by, they are hanged. 438. Mercy. But could they persuade any to be of their opinion? Great Heart. Yes. They turned several out of the way. There was slow pace that they persuaded to do as they. They also prevailed with one short wind, with one no heart, with one linger after lust, and with one sleepy head, and with a young woman, her name was Dull, to turn out of the way, and become as they. Besides, they brought up an ill report of your Lord, persuading others that he was a taskmaster. They also brought up an evil report of the good land, saying it was not half so good as some pretend it was. They also began to vilify his servants, and to count the very best of them meddlesome, troublesome, busybodies. Further, they could call the bread of God husks, the comforts of his children, fancies. The travel and labor of pilgrims, things to no purpose. 439. Christ. Nay, said Christiana, if they were such, they shall never be bewailed by me. They have but what they deserve. And I think it is well that they hang so near the highway, that others may see and take warning. But had it not been well if their crimes had been engraven on some plate of iron or brass, and left here, even where they did their mischiefs, for a caution to other bad men? Great Heart. So it is, as you well may perceive, if you will go a little to the wall. Mercy. No, no, let them hang, and their names rot, and their crimes live forever against them. I think it a high favor that they were hanged before we came hither. Who knows else what they might have done to such poor women as we are? Then she turned it into a song, saying, Now then, you 3, hang there, and be a sign to all that shall against the truth combine. And let him that comes after fear this end, if unto pilgrims he is not a friend. And thou, my soul, of all such men beware, that unto holiness opposers are. Thus they went on, till they came at the foot of the hill Difficulty for 40, where, again, their good friend, Mr. Greatheart, took an occasion to tell them of what happened there when Christian himself went by. So he had them first to the spring. Lo, said he, this is the spring that Christian drank of, before he went up this hill, and then it was clear and good, but now it is dirty with the feet of some that are not desirous that pilgrims here should quench their thirst. Ezekiel 34 verse 18. Thereat Mercy said, And why so envious, Tro? But, said their guide, it will do, if taken up, and put into a vessel that is sweet and good, for then the dirt will sink to the bottom, and the water come out by itself more clear. For 41 thus, therefore, Christiana and her companions were compelled to do. They took it up, and put it into an earthen pot, and so let it stand till the dirt was gone to the bottom, and then they drank thereof. For 42 next, he showed them the 2 byways that were at the foot of the hill, where formality and hypocrisy lost themselves. And, said he, these are dangerous paths. 2 were here cast away when Christian came by. And although, as you see, these ways are since stopped up with chains, posts, and a ditch, yet there are that will choose to adventure here, rather than take the pains to go up this hill. 443. Christ. The way of transgressors is hard. Proverbs 13 verse 15. It is a wonder that they can get into those ways without danger of breaking their necks. Great Heart. They will venture. Yea, if at any time any of the king's servants do happen to see them, and do call unto them, and tell them that they are in the wrong ways, and do bid them beware the danger, then they will railingly return them answer, and say, As for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, and Jeremiah 44 verses 16 and 17. Nay, if you look a little further, you shall see that these ways are made cautionary enough, not only by these posts, and ditch, and chain, but also by being hedged up, yet they will choose to go their. 444. Christ. They are idle, they love not to take pains, uphill way is unpleasant to them. So it is fulfilled unto them as it is written, the way of the slothful man is as an hedge of thorns, Proverbs 15 verse 19. Yea, they will rather choose to walk upon a snare, than to go up this hill, and the rest of this way to the city. Then they set forward, and began to go up the hill, and up the hill they went, but before they got to the top, Christiana began to pant, and said, I dare say, this is a breathing hill. No marvel if they that love their ease more than their souls, choose to themselves the smoother way. 445. Then said Mercy, I must sit down. Also the least of the children began to cry. Come, come, said Greatheart, sit not down here, for a little above is the prince's arbor. Then took he the little boy by the hand, and led him up thereto. When they were come to the arbor, they were very willing to sit down, for they were all in a pelting heat. Then said Mercy, how sweet is rest to them that labor. 446, Matt 11:28. And how good is the Prince of Pilgrims, to provide such resting places for them. Of this arbor I have heard much, but I never saw it before. But here let us beware of sleeping, for, as I have heard, for that it cost poor Christian dear. Then said Mr. Greatheart to the little ones, Come, my pretty boys, how do you do? What think you now of going on pilgrimage? Sir, said the least, I was almost beat out of heart. But I thank you for lending me a hand at my need. For 47 and I remember now what my mother hath told me, namely, that the way to heaven is as up a ladder, and the way to hell is as down a hill. But I had rather go up the ladder to life, than down the hill to death. 448. Then said Mercy, but the proverb is, to go down the hill is easy. But James said, for that was his name, the day is coming, when, in my opinion, going downhill will be the hardest of all. 'Tis a good boy, said his master, thou hast given her a right answer. Then Mercy smiled, but the little boy did blush. 449. Christ. Come, said Christiana, will you eat a bit, a little to sweeten your mouths, while you sit here to rest your legs? For I have here a piece of pomegranate, which Mr. Interpreter put in my hand, just when I came out of his doors. He gave me also a piece of a honeycomb, and a little bottle of spirits. I thought he gave you something, said Mercy, because he called you aside. Yes, so he did, said the other. But, said Christiana, it shall still be, as I said it should, when at first we came from home, thou shalt be a sharer in all the good that I have, because thou so willingly didst become my companion. Then she gave to them, and they did eat, both Mercy and the boys. And, said Christiana to Mr. Greatheart, Sir, will you do as we? But he answered, You are going on pilgrimage, and presently I shall return. Much good may what you have do to you. At home I eat the same every day. Now, when they had eaten and drank, and had chatted a little longer, their guide said to them, The day wears away, if you think good, let us prepare to be going. So they got up to go, and the little boys went before. But Christiana forgot to take her bottle of spirits with her, so she sent her little boy back to fetch it. Then said Mercy, I think this is a losing place. Here Christian lost his roll. And here Christiana left her bottle behind her. Sir, what is the cause of this? So their guide made answer, and said, The cause is sleep or forgetfulness. Some sleep when they should keep awake, and some forget when they should remember. And this is the very cause why, often at the resting places, some pilgrims, in some things, come off losers. Pilgrims should watch, and remember what they have already received under their greatest enjoyments. But for want of doing so, ofttimes their rejoicing ends in tears, and their sunshine in a cloud. 450 Witness the story of Christian at this place. 451. When they were come to the place where Mistrust and Timorous met Christian to persuade him to go back for fear of the lions, they perceived as it were a stage, and before it, towards the road, a broad plate, with a copy of verses written thereon, and underneath, the reason of raising up of that stage in that place, rendered. The verses were these: Let him who sees this stage take heed unto his heart and tongue, lest if he do not, here he speed, as some have long agone. The words underneath the verses were, This stage was built to punish such upon, who through timorousness or mistrust, shall be afraid to go further on pilgrimage. Also, on this stage, both Mistrust and Timorous were burned through the tongue with a hot iron, for endeavoring to hinder Christian in his journey. For 52 Then said Mercy, This is much like to the saying of the Beloved, What shall be given unto thee? Or what shall be done unto thee, thou false tongue? Sharp arrows of the mighty, with coals of juniper, Psalms 120 verses 3-4. So they went on, till they came within sight of the lions. Now Mr. Greatheart was a strong man, so he was not afraid of a lion. But yet when they were come up to the place where the lions were, the boys that went before were glad when to cringe behind, for they were afraid of the lions, so they stepped back, and went behind. At this their guide smiled, and said, How now, my boys, do you love to go before, when no danger doth approach, and love to come behind so soon as the lions appear? Now, as they went up, Mr. Greatheart drew his sword, with intent to make a way for the pilgrims, in spite of the lions. Then there appeared one, that it seems, had taken upon him to back the lions, and he said to the pilgrim's guide, What is the cause of your coming hither? Now the name of that man was Grim, or Bloody Man, because of his slaying of pilgrims, and he was of the race of the giants. 453. Greatheart. Then said the pilgrim's guide, These women and children are going on pilgrimage. And this is the way they must go, and go it they shall, in spite of thee and the lions. 454. Grim. This is not their way, neither shall they go therein. I am come forth to withstand them, and to that end will back the lions. 455. Now, to say truth, by reason of the fierceness of the lions, and of the grim carriage of him that did back them, this way had of late lain much unoccupied, and was almost all grown over with grass. Christ. Then said Christiana, Though the highways have been unoccupied heretofore, and though the travelers have been made in time past to walk through bypaths, it must not be so now I am risen. Now I am risen a mother in Israel, Judges 5 verses 6 and 7. Grim. Then he swore by the lions, but it should, and therefore bid them turn aside, for they should not have passage there. Greatheart. But their guide made first his approach unto Grim, and laid so heavily at him with his sword, that he forced him to a retreat. 456. Grim. Then said he that attempted to back the lions, Will you slay me upon mine own ground? Greatheart. It is the king's highway that we are in, and in his way it is that thou hast placed thy lions, but these women and these children, though weak, shall hold on their way in spite of thy lions. And with that he gave him again a downright blow, and brought him upon his knees. With this blow he also broke his helmet, and with the next he cut off an arm. Then did the giant roar so hideously, that his voice frightened the women, and yet they were glad to see him lie sprawling upon the ground. Now the lions were chained, and so of themselves could do nothing. 457 Wherefore, when old Grim, that intended to back them, was dead, Mr. Greatheart said to the pilgrims, Come now, and follow me, and no hurt shall happen to you from the lions. They therefore went on, but the women trembled as they passed by them. The boys also looked as if they would die, but they all got by without further hurt. 458 Now then they were within sight of the porter's lodge, and they soon came up unto it. But they made the more haste after this to go thither, because it is dangerous travelling there in the night. So when they were come to the gate, the guide knocked, and the porter cried, Who is there? But as soon as the guide had said, It is I, he knew his voice, and came down, for the guide had oft before that, come thither, as a conductor of pilgrims. When he was come down, he opened the gate, and seeing the guide standing just before it, for he saw not the women, for they were behind him. He said unto him, How now, Mr. Greatheart, what is your business here so late tonight? I have brought, said he, some pilgrims hither, where, by my Lord's commandment, they must lodge. I had been here some time ago, had I not been opposed by the giant that did use to back the lions. But I, after a long and tedious combat with him, have cut him off, and have brought the pilgrims hither in safety. 459. Porter. Will you not go in, and stay till morning? Greatheart. No, I will return to my Lord tonight. Christ. Oh, sir, I know not how to be willing you should leave us in our pilgrimage. You have been so faithful and so loving to us, you have fought so stoutly for us, you have been so hearty in counseling of us, that I shall never forget your favor towards us. Mercy. Then said Mercy, Oh that we might have thy company to our journey's end. How can such poor women as we hold out in a way so full of troubles as this way is, without a friend and defender? James. Then said James, the youngest of the boys, Pray, sir, be persuaded to go with us, and help us, because we are so weak, and the way so dangerous as it is. 460. Greatheart. I am at my Lord's commandment. If he shall allot me to be your guide quite through, I will willingly wait upon you. But here you failed at first. For, when he bid me come thus far with you, then you should have begged me of him to have gone quite through with you, and he would have granted your request. However, at present, I must withdraw. And so, good Christiana, Mercy, and my brave children, adieu. Then the porter, Mr. Watchful, asked Christiana of her country, and of her kindred, and she said, I came from the city of destruction, I am a widow woman, and my husband is dead. His name was Christian, the Pilgrim. How? Said the porter, was he your husband? Yes, said she, and these are his children, and this, pointing to Mercy, is one of my townswomen. Then the porter rang his bell, as at such times he is wont, and there came to the door one of the damsels, whose name was Humble Mind. And to her the porter said, Go tell it within, that Christiana, the wife of Christian, and her children, are come hither on pilgrimage. She went in, therefore, and told it. But oh what noise for gladness was there within, when the damsel did but drop that word out of her mouth. So they came with haste to the porter, for Christiana stood still at the door. Then some of the most grave said unto her, Come in, Christiana, come in, thou wife of that good man, come in, thou blessed woman, come in, with all that are with thee. So she went in, and they followed her that were her children and her companions. Now when they were gone in, they were had into a very large room, where they were bidden to sit down, so they sat down, and the chief of the house was called to see and welcome the guests. Then they came in, and understanding who they were, did salute each other with a kiss, and said, Welcome, ye vessels of the grace of God, welcome to us your friends. 461. Now, because it was somewhat late, and because the pilgrims were weary with their journey, and also made faint with the sight of the fight, and of the terrible lions, therefore they desired, as soon as might be, to prepare to go to rest. Nay, said those of the family, refresh yourselves first with a morsel of meat, for they had prepared for them a lamb, with the accustomed sauce belonging thereto. 462, Exo. 12:21, 28, John 1 verse 29. For the porter had heard before of their coming, and had told it to them within. So when they had supped, and ended their prayer with a psalm, they desired they might go to rest. But let us, said Christiana, if we may be so bold as to choose, be in that chamber 463 that was my husband's when he was here. So they had them up thither, and they lay all in a room. When they were at rest, Christiana and Mercy entered into discourse about things that were convenient. Christ. Little did I think once, that when my husband went on pilgrimage, I should ever have followed. Mercy. And you as little thought of lying in his bed, and in his chamber to rest, as you do now. Christ. And much less did I ever think of seeing his face with comfort, and of worshipping the Lord the King with him, and yet now I believe I shall. Mercy. Hark! Don't you hear a noise? Christ. Yes, it is, as I believe, a noise of music, for joy that we are here. 464. Mercy. Wonderful. Music in the house, music in the heart, and music also in heaven, for joy that we are here. 465. Thus they talked a while, and then betook themselves to sleep. So, in the morning, when they were awake, Christiana said to Mercy, Christ, what was the matter that you did laugh in your sleep tonight? I suppose you were in a dream. Mercy. So I was, and a sweet dream it was, but are you sure I laughed? Christ. Yes, you laughed heartily, but, prithee, Mercy, tell me thy dream. Mercy. I was dreamed that I sat all alone in a solitary place, and was bemoaning of the hardness of my heart. Now, I had not sat there long, but methought many were gathered about me, to see me, and to hear what it was that I said. So they hearkened, and I went on bemoaning the hardness of my heart. At this, some of them laughed at me, some called me fool, and some began to thrust me about. With that, methought I looked up, and saw one coming with wings towards me. So he came directly to me, and said, Mercy, what aileth thee? Now, when he had heard me make my complaint, he said, Peace be to thee. He also wiped mine eyes with his handkerchief, and clad me in silver and gold. He put a chain about my neck, and earrings in mine ears, and a beautiful crown upon my head. Ezekiel 16 verses 8-12. Then he took me by the hand, and said, Mercy, come after me. So he went up, and I followed, till we came at a golden gate. Then he knocked. And when they within had opened, the man went in, and I followed him up to a throne, upon which one sat, and he said to me, Welcome, daughter. The place looked bright and twinkling, like the stars, or rather like the sun. And I thought that I saw your husband there. So I awoke from my dream. 466. But did I laugh? Christ. Laugh. Aye, and well you might, to see yourself so well. For you must give me leave to tell you, that I believe it was a good dream. And that, as you have begun to find the first part true, so you shall find the second at last. God speaketh once, yet twice, yet man perceiveth it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed. 467, Job 28 verses 14 and 15. We need not, when abed, lie awake to talk with God. He can visit us while we sleep, and cause us then to hear his voice. Our heart ofttimes wakes when we sleep, and God can speak to that, either by words, by proverbs, by signs and similitudes, as well as if one was awake. 468. Mercy. Well, I am glad of my dream. For I hope, ere long, to see it fulfilled, to the making me laugh again. 469. Christ. I think it is now high time to rise, and to know what we must do. Mercy. Pray, if they invite us to stay a while, let us willingly accept of the proffer. I am the willinger to stay a while here, to grow better acquainted with these maids. Methinks prudence, piety, and charity have very comely and sober countenances. 470. Christ. We shall see what they will do. So when they were up and ready, they came down, and they asked one another of their rest, and if it were comfortable, or not. Mercy. Very good, said Mercy, it was one of the best night's lodging that ever I had in my life. Then said Prudence and Piety, if you will be persuaded to stay here a while, you shall have what the house will afford. Aye, and that with a very good will, said Charity. So they consented and stayed there about a month, or above, and became very profitable one to another. And because Prudence would see how Christiana had brought up her children, she asked leave of her to catechize them. So she gave her free consent. 471. Then she began at the youngest, whose name was James. Prudence. And she said, Come, James, canst thou tell me who made thee? James. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Perud. Good boy. And canst thou tell me who saves thee? James. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Perud. Good boy still. But how doth God the Father save thee? James. By his grace. Perud. How doth God the Son save thee? James. By his righteousness, death, and blood, and life. Perud. And how doth God the Holy Ghost save thee? James. By his illumination, by his renovation, and by his preservation. 472. Then said Prudence to Christiana, You are to be commended for thus bringing up your children. I suppose I need not ask the rest these questions, since the youngest of them can answer them so well. I will therefore now apply myself to the next youngest. Perud. Then she said, Come, Joseph, for his name was Joseph, will you let me catechize you? Joseph. With all my heart. Perud. What is man? Joseph. A reasonable creature, so made by God, as my brother said. Perud. What is supposed by this word, saved? Joseph. That man, by sin, has brought himself into a state of captivity and misery. Perud. What is supposed by his being saved by the Trinity? Joseph. That sin is so great and mighty a tyrant, that none can pull us out of its clutches, but God. And that God is so good and loving to man, as to pull him indeed out of this miserable state. Perud. What is God's design in saving, of poor men? Joseph. The glorifying of his name, of his grace, and justice, and the everlasting happiness of his creature. Perud. Who are they that must be saved? Joseph. Those that accept of his salvation. 473. Perud. Good boy, Joseph. Thy mother has taught thee well, and thou hast hearkened to what she hath said unto thee. Then said Prudence to Samuel, who was the eldest but one. Perud. Come, Samuel, are you willing that I should catechize you also? Samuel. Yes, forsooth, if you please. Perud. What is heaven? Sam. A place and state most blessed, because God dwelleth there. Perud. What is hell? Sam. A place and state most woeful, because it is the dwelling place of sin, the devil, and death. Perud. Why wouldest thou go to heaven? Sam. That I may see God, and serve him without weariness, that I may see Christ, and love him everlastingly. That I may have that fullness of the Holy Spirit in me that I can by no means here enjoy. Perud. A very good boy also, and one that has learned well. Then she addressed herself to the eldest, whose name was Matthew, and she said to him, Come, Matthew, shall I also catechize you? Matthew. With a very good will. Perud. I ask, then, if there were ever anything that had a being antecedent to, or before God? Matt. No, for God is eternal, nor is there anything excepting himself, that had a being until the beginning of the first day. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is. Perud. What do you think of the Bible? Matt. It is the holy word of God. Perud. Is there nothing written therein but what you understand? Matt. Yes. A great deal. Perud. What do you do when you meet with such places therein that you do not understand? Matt. I think God is wiser than I. I pray also that he will please to let me know all therein that he knows will be for my good. 474. Perud. How believe you, as touching the resurrection of the dead? Matt. I believe they shall rise, the same that was buried, the same in nature, though not in corruption. And I believe this upon a double account, first, because God has promised it, secondly, because he is able to perform it. 475. Then said Prudence to the boys, You must still hearken to your mother, for she can learn you more. You must also diligently give ear to what good talk you shall hear from others, for, for your sakes do they speak good things. Observe, also, and that with carefulness, what the heavens and the earth do teach you. But especially be much in the meditation of that book that was the cause of your father's becoming a pilgrim. I, for my part, my children, will teach you what I can while you are here, and shall be glad if you will ask me questions that tend to godly edifying. Now, by that these pilgrims had been at this place a week, Mercy had a visitor that pretended some goodwill unto her, and his name was Mr. Brisk, a man of some breeding, and that pretended to religion, but a man that stuck very close to the world. So he came once or twice, or more, to Mercy, and offered love unto her. Now Mercy was of a fair countenance, and therefore the more alluring. Her mind also was, to be always busying of herself in doing. For when she had nothing to do for herself, she would be making of hose and garments for others, and would bestow them upon them that had need. 476 And Mr. Brisk, not knowing where or how she disposed of what she made, seemed to be greatly taken, for that he found her never idle. I will warrant her a good housewife, quoth he to himself. 477. Mercy then revealed the business to the maidens that were of the house, and inquired of them concerning him, for they did know him better than she. 478 So they told her, that he was a very busy young man, and one that pretended to religion. But was, as they feared, a stranger to the power of that which was good. Nay then, said Mercy, I will look no more on him, for I purpose never to have a clog to my soul. 479. Prudence then replied that there needed no great matter of discouragement to be given to him, her continuing so as she had begun to do for the poor, would quickly cool his courage. So the next time he comes, he finds her at her old work, a making of things for the poor. Then said he, What? Always at it? Yes, said she, either for myself or for others. And what canst thou earn a day? Quoth he. I do these things, said she, that I may be rich in good works, laying up in store a good foundation against the time to come, that I may lay hold on eternal life. 1 Timothy 6 verses 17-19. Why, prithee, what dost thou with them? Said he. Clothe the naked, said she. With that his countenance fell. So he forbore to come at her again, and when he was asked the reason why, he said, that Mercy was a pretty lass, but troubled with ill conditions. 480 When he had left her, Prudence said, Did I not tell thee, that Mr. Brisk would soon forsake thee? Yea, he will raise up an ill report of thee. For, notwithstanding his pretence to religion, and his seeming love to Mercy, yet Mercy and he are of tempers so different, that I believe they will never come together. Mercy. I might have had husbands afore now, though I spake not of it to any. But they were such as did not like my conditions, though never did any of them find fault with my person. So they and I could not agree. Perud. Mercy in our days is little set by, any further than as to its name. The practice, which is set forth by thy conditions, there are but few that can abide. Mercy. Well, said Mercy, if nobody will have me, I will die a maid, or my conditions shall be to me as a husband. For I cannot change my nature. And to have one that lies cross to me in this, that I purpose never to admit of as long as I live. I had a sister named Bountiful, that was married to one of these churls, but he and she could never agree. But because my sister was resolved to do as she had begun, that is, to show kindness to the poor, therefore her husband first cried her down at the cross, and then turned her out of his doors. 481. Perud. And yet he was a professor, I warrant you. Mercy. Yes, such a one as he was, and of such as he, the world is now full, but I am for none of them all. Now Matthew, the eldest son of Christiana, fell sick, and his sickness was sore upon him, for he was much pained in his bowels, so that he was with it, at times, pulled as it were both ends together. 482 There dwelt also not far from thence, one Mr. Skill, an ancient and well-approved physician. So Christiana desired it, and they sent for him, and he came. When he was entered the room, and had a little observed the boy, he concluded that he was sick of the gripes. Then he said to his mother, What diet has Matthew of late fed upon? Diet, said Christiana, nothing but that which is wholesome. The physician answered, this boy has been tampering with something that lies in his maw undigested, and that will not away without means. And I tell you, he must be purged, or else he will die. Sam. Then said Samuel, Mother, what was that which my brother did gather up and eat, so soon as we were come from the gate that is at the head of this way? You know that there was an orchard on the left hand, on the other side of the wall, and some of the trees hung over the wall, and my brother did plash and did eat. Christ. True, my child, said Christiana, he did take thereof, and did eat. Naughty boy as he was, I did chide him, and yet he would eat thereof. 483. Skill. I knew he had eaten something that was not wholesome food, and that food, to wit, that fruit, is even the most hurtful of all. It is the fruit of Beelzebub's orchard. I do marvel that none did warn you of it, many have died thereof. Christ. Then Christiana began to cry, and she said, O naughty boy! And O careless mother! What shall I do for my son? 484. Skill. Come, do not be too much dejected. The boy may do well again, but he must purge and vomit. Christ. Pray, sir, try the utmost of your skill with him, whatever it costs. Skill. Nay, I hope I shall be reasonable. So he made him a purge, but it was too weak. It was said, it was made of the blood of a goat, the ashes of a heifer, and with some of the juice of hyssop, and Hebrews 10 verses 1-4. When Mr. Skill had seen that purge was too weak, he made him one to the purpose. It was made ex carne de sanguine Christi. 485, John 6 verses 54-57, Hebrews 9 verse 14. You know physicians give strange medicines to their patients. And it was made up into pills, with a promise or two, and a proportionable quantity of salt, Mark 9 verse 49. Now he was to take them 3 at a time fasting, in half a quarter of a pint of the tears of repentance. When this potion was prepared, and brought to the boy, he was loath to take it, though torn with the gripes, as if he should be pulled in pieces. Come, said the physician, you must take it. It goes against my stomach, said the boy, Zech. 12:10, I must have you take it, said his mother. I shall vomit it up again, said the boy. Pray, sir, said Christiana to Mr. Skill, how does it taste? It has no ill taste, said the doctor. And with that she touched one of the pills with the tip of her tongue. Oh, Matthew, said she, this potion is sweeter than honey. If thou lovest thy mother, if thou lovest thy brothers, if thou lovest mercy, if thou lovest thy life, take it. So with much ado, after a short prayer for the blessing of God upon it, he took it, and it wrought kindly with him. It caused him to purge, it caused him to sleep, and rest quietly. It put him into a fine heat and breathing sweat, and did quite rid him of his gripes. 486. So in little time he got up, and walked about with a staff, and would go from room to room, and talk with prudence, piety, and charity, of his distemper, and how he was healed. 487. So when the boy was healed, Christiana asked Mr. Skill, saying, Sir, what will content you for your pains and care to, and of my child? And he said, You must pay the master of the College of Physicians, according to rules made in that case and provided, Hebrews 13 verses 11-16. Christ. But, sir, said she, what is this pill good for else? Skill. It is an universal pill, it is good against all the diseases that pilgrims are incident to, and when it is well prepared, it will keep good, time out of mind. Christ. Pray, sir, make me up 12 boxes of them, for if I can get these, I will never take other physic. 488. Skill. These pills are good to prevent diseases, as well as to cure when one is sick. Yeah, I dare say it, and stand to it, that if a man will but use this physic as he should, it will make him live forever. John 6 verse 50. But, good Christiana, thou must give these pills no other way but as I have prescribed. For, if you do, they will do no good. 489 So he gave unto Christiana physic for herself, and her boys, and for mercy, and bid Matthew take heed how he eat any more green plums, and kissed them, and went his way. It was told you before, that Prudence bid the boys, that if at any time they would, they should ask her some questions that might be profitable, and she would say something to them. Matt. Then Matthew, who had been sick, asked her, why, for the most part, physic should he bitter to our palates? Perud. To show how unwelcome the word of God, and the effects thereof, are to a carnal heart. Matt. Why does physic, if it does good, purge, and cause that we vomit? Perud. To show that the word, when it works effectually, clean set the heart and mind. For look, what the one doth to the body, the other doth to the soul. 490. Matt. What should we learn by seeing the flame of our fire go upwards? And by seeing the beams and sweet influences of the sun strike downwards? Perud. By the going up of the fire we are taught to ascend to heaven, by fervent and hot desires. And by the sun sending his heat, beams, and sweet influences downwards, we are taught that the Saviour of the world, though high, reacheth down with his grace and love to us below. Matt. Where have the clouds their water? Perud. Out of the sea. Matt. What may we learn from that? Perud. That ministers should fetch their doctrine from God. Matt. Why do they empty themselves upon the earth? Perud. To show that ministers should give out what they know of God to the world. Matt. Why is the rainbow caused by the sun? Perud. To show that the covenant of God's grace is confirmed to us in Christ. Matt. Why do the springs come from the sea to us, through the earth? Perud. To show that the grace of God comes to us through the body of Christ. Matt. Why do some of the springs rise out of the tops of high hills? Perud. To show that the Spirit of grace shall spring up in some that are great and mighty, as well as in many that are poor and low. Matt. Why doth the fire fasten upon the candlewick? Perud. To show, that unless grace doth kindle upon the heart there will be no true light of life in us. Matt. Why is the wick and tallow, and all, spent to maintain the light of the candle? Perud. To show that body and soul, and all, should be at the service of, and spend themselves to maintain, in good condition, that grace of God that is in us. Matt. Why doth the pelican pierce her own breast with her bill? Perud. To nourish her young ones with her blood, and thereby to show that Christ the blessed so loveth his young, his people, as to save them from death by his blood. Matt. What may one learn by hearing the cock crow? Perud. Learn to remember Peter's sin, and Peter's repentance. The cock's crowing shows also that day is coming on, let then the crowing of the cock put thee in mind of that last and terrible day of judgment. 491. Now, about this time their month was out. Wherefore they signified to those of the house that it was convenient for them to up and be going. Then said Joseph to his mother, It is convenient that you forget not to send to the house of Mr. Interpreter, to pray him to grant that Mr. Greatheart should be sent unto us, that he may be our conductor the rest of our way. Good boy, said she, I had almost forgot. So she drew up a petition for 92 and prayed Mr. Watchful, the porter, to send it by some fit man, to her good friend Mr. Interpreter, who, when it was come, and he had seen the contents of the petition, said to the messenger, Go tell them that I will send him. When the family where Christiana was, saw that they had a purpose to go forward, they called the whole house together, to give thanks to their king for sending of them such profitable guests as these. Which done, they said to Christiana, And shall we not show thee something, according as our custom is to do to pilgrims, on which thou mayest meditate when thou art upon the way? So they took Christiana, her children, and Mercy, into the closet, and showed them one of the apples that Eve did eat of, and that she also did give to her husband, and that for the eating, of which they both were turned out of paradise. And asked her what she thought that was. Then Christiana said, It is food or poison, I know not which. 493 So they opened the matter to her, and she held up her hands and wondered. 494, Genesis 3 verse 6, Romans 7 verse 24. Then they had her to a place, and showed her Jacob's ladder. Now at that time there were some angels ascending upon it. So Christiana looked, and looked, to see the angels go up, and so did the rest of the company. Then they were going into another place, to show them something else, but James said to his mother, Pray, bid them stay here a little longer, for this is a curious sight. 495 So they turned again, and stood feeding their eyes with this so pleasant a prospect, Genesis 28 verse 12, John 1 verse 51. After this, they had them into a place where did hang up a golden anchor, so they bid Christiana take it down. For, said they, ye shall have it with you, for it is of absolute necessity that you may lay hold of that within the veil, and stand steadfast, in case you should meet with turbulent weather, so they were glad thereof. 496, Heb. 619, Then they took them, and had them to the mount upon which Abraham our father had offered up Isaac his son, and showed them the altar, the wood, the fire, and the knife, for they remain to be seen to this very day. Genesis 22 verse 9. When they had seen it, they held up their hands and blessed themselves, and said, Oh, what a man for love to his master, and for denial to himself, was Abraham. After they had showed them all these things, Prudence took them into the dining room, where stood a pair of excellent virginals. 497 So she played upon them, and turned what she had showed them into this excellent song, saying, Eve's apple we have showed you. Of that be you aware. You have seen Jacob's ladder, too, upon which angels are. An anchor you received have. But let not these suffice. Until, with Abraham, you have gave your best a sacrifice. Now, about this time, one knocked at the door, so the porter opened, and behold Mr. Greatheart was there, but when he was come in, what joy was there! For it came now fresh again into their minds, how but a while ago he had slain old grim bloody man the giant, and had delivered them from the lions. Then said Mr. Greatheart to Christiana, and to Mercy, My lord hath sent each of you a bottle of wine, and also some parched corn, together with a couple of pomegranates. He has also sent the boys some figs and raisins, to refresh you in your way. 498. Then they addressed themselves to their journey, and Prudence and Piety went along with them. When they came at the gate, Christiana asked the porter if any of late went by. He said, No. Only one some time since, who also told me, that of late there had been a great robbery committed on the king's highway, as you go, but, he said, the thieves are taken, and will shortly be tried for their lives. 499 Then Christiana and Mercy were afraid, but Matthew said, Mother, fear nothing, as long as Mr. Greatheart is to go with us, and to be our conductor. Then said Christiana to the porter, Sir, I am much obliged to you for all the kindnesses that you have showed me since I came hither, and also for that you have been so loving and kind to my children. I know not how to gratify your kindness. Wherefore, pray, as a token of my respects to you, accept of this small mite. So she put a gold angel in his hand, and he made her a low obeisance, and said, Let thy garments be always white, and let thy head want no ointment. 500 Let Mercy live, and not die, and let not her works be few. And to the boys he said, Do you fly youthful lusts, and follow after godliness with them that are grave and wise? So shall you put gladness into your mother's heart, and obtain praise of all that are sober-minded. So they thanked the porter, and departed. Now I saw in my dream, that they went forward until they were come to the brow of the hill, where Piety, bethinking herself, cried out, Alas! I have forgot what I intended to bestow upon Christiana and her companions. I will go back and fetch it. So she ran and fetched it. While she was gone, Christiana thought she heard in a grove, a little way off, on the right hand, a most curious melodious note, with words much like these. Through all my life thy favor is so frankly showed to me, that in thy house for evermore my dwelling place shall be. And, listening still, she thought she heard another answer it, saying, For why? The Lord our God is good. His mercy is forever sure. His truth at all times firmly stood, and shall from age to age endure. So Christiana asked Prudence what it was that made those curious notes. They are, said she, our country birds. They sing these notes but seldom, except it be at the spring, when the flowers appear, and the sun shines warm, and then you may hear them all day long. 501, Song 211, 12. I often, said she, go out to hear them. We also ofttimes keep them tame in our house. They are very fine company for us when we are melancholy, also they make the woods, and groves, and solitary places desirous to be in. 502. By this time piety was come again. So she said to Christiana, Look here, I have brought thee a scheme of all those things that thou hast seen at our house, upon which thou mayest look when thou findest thyself forgetful. And call those things again to remembrance for thy edification and comfort. 503. Now they began to go down the hill into the valley of humiliation. It was a steep hill, and the way was slippery, but they were very careful, so they got down pretty well. When they were down in the valley, 504 Piety said to Christiana, This is the place where Christian your husband met with the foul fiend Apollyon, and where they had that dreadful fight that they had. I know you cannot but have heard thereof, but be of good courage, as long as you have here Mr. Greatheart to be your guide and conductor, we hope you will fare the better. So when these two had committed the pilgrims unto the conduct of their guide, he went forward, and they went after. Greatheart. Then said Mr. Greatheart, we need not to be so afraid of this valley, for here is nothing to hurt us, unless we procure it to ourselves. It is true, Christian did here meet with Apollyon, with whom he also had a sore combat. But that fray was the fruit of those slips that he got in his going down the hill, for they that get slips there, must look for combats here. And hence it is, that this valley has got so hard a name. For the common people, when they hear that some frightful thing has befallen such a one in such a place, are of an opinion, that that place is haunted with some foul fiend, or evil spirit, when, alas! It is for the fruit of their doing, that such things do befall them there. This valley of humiliation is of itself as fruitful a place, as any the crow flies over. Christian was, and I am persuaded, if we could hit upon it, we might find somewhere hereabouts, something that might give us an account why Christian was so hardly beset in this place. Then James said to his mother, Lo, yonder stands a pillar, and it looks as if something was written thereon, let us go and see what it is. So they went, and found there written, Let Christian slips, before he came hither, and the battles that he met with in this place, be a warning to those that come after. Lo, said their guide, did not I tell you, that there was something hereabouts, that would give intimation of the reason why Christian was so hard beset in this place? Then, turning himself to Christiana, he said, No disparagement to Christian, more than to many others, whose hap and lot his was, for it is easier going up, than down this hill, and that can he said but of few hills in all these parts of the world. But we will leave the good man, he is at rest, he also had a brave victory over his enemy, let him grant that dwelleth above, that we fare no worse, when we come to be tried, than he. But we will come again to this valley of humiliation. It is the best and most useful brave piece of ground in all those parts. It is fat ground, and, as you see, consisteth much in meadows. And if a man were to come here in the summer time, as we do now, if he knew not anything before, thereof, and if he also delighted himself in the sight of his eyes, he might see that that would be delightful to him. Behold how green this valley is, also how beautified with lilies. 505, Song 2:1. I have also known many laboring men that have got good estates in this valley of humiliation, for God resisteth the proud, but gives grace unto the humble. James 4 verse 6. 1 Peter 5 verse 5, For indeed it is a very fruitful soil, and doth bring forth by handfuls. 506. Some also have wished, that the next way to their father's house were here, that they might be troubled no more with either hills or mountains to go over. But the way is the way, and there is an end. 507. Now, as they were going along and talking, they espied a boy feeding his father's sheep. The boy was in very mean clothes, but of a very fresh and well-favored countenance. And as he sat by himself, he sang. Hark, said Mr. Greatheart, to what the shepherd's boy saith. So they hearkened, and he said. He that is down needs fear no fall. He that is low, no pride. He that is humble, ever shall have God to be his guide. Phil. 4:12-13. I am content with what I have. Little be it, or much. And, Lord, contentment still I crave. Because thou savest such. Fullness to such a burden is. That go on pilgrimage. Here little, and hereafter bliss. Is best from age to age. 508, Hebrews 13 verse 5. Then said the guide, do you hear him? I will dare to say, that this boy lives a merrier life, and wears more of that herb called heart's-ease in his bosom, than he that is clad in silk and velvet. 509 But we will proceed in our discourse. In this valley our Lord formerly had his country house, he loved much to be here, he loved also to walk these meadows, for he found the air was pleasant. 510 Besides, here a man shall be free from the noise, and from the hurryings of this life. All states are full of noise and confusion, only the valley of humiliation is that empty and solitary place. Here a man shall not be so let and hindered in his contemplation, as in other places he is apt to be. This is a valley that nobody walks in, but those that love a pilgrim's life. And though Christian had the hard hap to meet here with Apollyon, and to enter with him a brisk encounter, yet I must tell you, that in former times men have met with angels here, have found pearls here. And have in this place found the words of life. 5:11, Hosea 12 verses 4 and 5. Did I say, our Lord had here in former days his country house, and that he loved here to walk? I will add, in this place, and to the people that live, and trace these grounds, he has left a yearly revenue, to be faithfully paid them at certain seasons, for their maintenance by the way. And for their further encouragement to go on in their pilgrimage. Matt. 11:29. Samuel. 5:12 Now, as they went on, Samuel said to Mr. Greatheart. Sir, I perceive that in this valley my father and Apollyon had their battle, but whereabout was the fight? For I perceive this valley is large. Greatheart. Your father had that battle with Apollyon, at a place yonder, before us, in a narrow passage, just beyond Forgetful Green. 513 And indeed, that place is the most dangerous place in all these parts. For if at any time the pilgrims meet with any brunt, it is when they forget what favors they have received, and how unworthy they are of them. 514 This is the place also, where others have been hard put to it. But more of the place when we are come to it, for I persuade myself, that to this day there remains either some sign of the battle, or some monument to testify that such a battle there was fought. Mercy. Then said Mercy, I think I am as well in this valley, as I have been anywhere else in all our journey, the place, methinks, suits with my spirit. I love to be in such places where there is no rattling with coaches, nor rumbling with wheels. Methinks, here one may, without much molestation, be thinking what he is, whence he came, what he has done, and to what the king has called him. Here one may think, and break at heart, and melt in one's spirit, until one's eyes become like the fish pools of Heshbon. Song 7:4. They that go rightly through this valley of Baca, make it a well, the rain that God sends down from heaven upon them that are here, also filleth the pools. Psalms 84 verses 6 and 7. This valley is that from whence also the king will give to his their vineyards. Hosea 2 verse 15, and they that go through it, shall sing, as Christian did, for all he met with Apollyon. Greatheart. It is true, said their guide, I have gone through this valley many a time, and never was better than when here. I have also been a conductor to several pilgrims, and they have confessed the same. To this man will I look, saith the king, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembleth at my word. 5:15, Isaiah 66 verse 2. Now they were come to the place where the aforementioned battle was fought. Then said the guide to Christiana, her children, and Mercy, this is the place, on this ground Christian stood, and up there came Apollyon against him. And look, did not I tell you? Here is some of your husband's blood upon these stones to this day. Behold, also, how here and there are yet to be seen upon the place, some of the shivers of Apollyon's broken darts, see also, how they did beat the ground with their feet as they fought, to make good their places against each other. How also, with their by-blows, they did split the very stones in pieces. Verily, Christian did here play the man, and showed himself as stout, as could, had he been there, even Hercules himself. 5:16 When Apollyon was beat, he made his retreat to the next valley, that is called, the valley of the shadow of death, unto which we shall come anon. 517. Lo, yonder also stands a monument, on which is engraven this battle, and Christian's victory, to his fame throughout all ages. So, because it stood just on the wayside before them, they stepped to it, and read the writing, which word for word was this. Hard by, here was a battle fought. Most strange, and yet most true, 5:18. Christian and Apollyon sought each other to subdue. The man so bravely played the man. He made the fiend to fly. Of which a monument I stand. The same to testify. When they had passed by this place, they came upon the borders of the shadow of death, and this valley was longer than the other. A place, also, most strangely haunted with evil things, as many are able to testify, 5:19 But these women and children went the better through it, because they had daylight, and because Mr. Greatheart was their conductor. When they were entered upon this valley, they thought that they heard a groaning, as of dead men, a very great groaning. They thought, also, they did hear words of lamentation spoken, as of some in extreme torment. These things made the boys to quake, the women also looked pale and wan, but their guide bid them be of good comfort. So they went on a little further, and they thought that they felt the ground begin to shake under them, as if some hollow place was there. They heard also a kind of a hissing, as of serpents, but nothing as yet appeared. Then said the boys, Are we not yet at the end of this doleful place? But the guide also bid them be of good courage, and look well to their feet, lest haply, said he, you be taken in some snare. 520. Now James began to be sick, but I think the cause thereof was fear, so his mother gave him some of that glass of spirits that she had given her at the interpreter's house, and 3 of the pills that Mr. Skill had prepared, and the boy began to revive. Thus they went on, till they came to about the middle of the valley, and then Christiana said, Methinks I see something yonder upon the road before us, a thing of such a shape such as I have not seen. Then said Joseph, Mother, what is it? An ugly thing, child, an ugly thing, said she. But, mother, what is it like? Said he. It is like I cannot tell what, said she. And now it was but a little way off, then said she, It is nigh. Well, well, said Mr. Greatheart, let them that are most afraid, keep close to me. So the fiend came on, and the conductor met it, but when it was just come to him, it vanished to all their sights. Then remembered they what had been said some time ago, Resist the devil, and he will flee from you, James 4 verse 7. They went therefore on, as being a little refreshed. But they had not gone far, before Mercy, looking behind her, saw, as she thought, something most like a lion, and it came a great padding pace after, and it had a hollow voice of roaring. And at every roar that it gave, it made all the valley echo, and their hearts to ache, save the heart of him that was their guide. So it came up, and Mr. Greatheart went behind, and put the pilgrims all before him. The lion also came on apace, and Mr. Greatheart addressed himself to give him battle. But when he saw that it was determined that resistance should be made, he also drew back, and came no further. 5:21, 1 Peter 5 verses 8 and 9. Then they went on again, and their conductor did go before them, till they came at a place where was cast up a pit the whole breadth of the way. And, before they could be prepared to go over that, a great mist and darkness fell upon them, so that they could not see. Then said the pilgrims, Alas! Now what shall we do? But their guide made answer, Fear not, stand still, and see what an end will be put to this also. So they stayed there, because their path was marred. They then also thought that they did hear more apparently the noise and rushing of the enemies. The fire, also, and the smoke of the pit, was much easier to be discerned. 522 Then said Christiana to Mercy, Now I see what my poor husband went through. I have heard much of this place, but I never was here before now. Poor man, he went here all alone in the night, he had night almost quite through the way, also, these fiends were busy about him, as if they would have torn him in pieces. Many have spoke of it, but none can tell what the valley of the shadow of death should mean, until they come in it themselves. The heart knows its own bitterness, and a stranger intermeddleth not with its joy. To be here is a fearful thing. Great heart. This is like doing business in great waters, or like going down into the deep, this is like being in the heart of the sea, and like going down to the bottoms of the mountains. Now it seems as if the earth, with its bars, were about us forever. But let them that walk in darkness, and have no light, trust in the name of the Lord, and stay upon their God. 5:23, Isaiah 1 verse 10. For my part, as I have told you already, I have gone often through this valley, and have been much harder put to it than now I am, and yet you see I am alive. I would not boast, for that I am not mine own Saviour. But I trust we shall have a good deliverance. Come, let us pray for light to him that can lighten our darkness, and that can rebuke not only these, but all the Satans in hell. So they cried and prayed, and God sent light and deliverance, for there was now no let in their way, no not there, where but now they were stopped with a pit. Yet they were not got through the valley. So they went on still, and behold great stinks and loathsome smells, to the great annoyance of them. 5:24 Then said Mercy to Christiana, There is not such pleasant being here, as at the gate, or at the interpreter's, or at the house where we lay last. Oh but, said one of the boys, it is not so bad to go through here, as it is to abide here always, and for aught I know, one reason why we must go this way to the house prepared for us, is, that our home might be made the sweeter to us. 525. Well said, Samuel, quoth the guide, thou hast now spoke like a man. Why, if ever I get out here again, said the boy, I think I shall prize light and good way better than ever I did in all my life. Then said the guide, we shall he out by and by. 526. So on they went, and Joseph said, Cannot we see to the end of this valley as yet? Then said the guide, Look to your feet, for you shall presently be among the snares. So they looked to their feet, and went on. But they were troubled much with the snares. Now, when they were come among the snares, they espied a man cast into the ditch on the left hand, with his flesh all rent and torn. Then said the guide, That is one heedless, that was a-going this way. He has lain there a great while. 527 There was one take heed with him, when he was taken and slain, but he escaped their hands. You cannot imagine how many are killed hereabout, and yet men are so foolishly venturous, as to set out lightly on pilgrimage, and to come without a guide. 528 Poor Christian. It was a wonder that he here escaped. But he was beloved of his God, also, he had a good heart of his own. 529 Or else he could never have done it. Now they drew towards the end of the way. And just there where Christian had seen the cave when he went by, out thence came forth Maul, a giant. This Maul did use to spoil young pilgrims with sophistry. And he called Greatheart by his name, and said unto him, How many times have you been forbidden to do these things? Then said Mr. Greatheart, What things? What things? Quoth the giant, You know what things, but I will put an end to your trade. But pray, said Mr. Greatheart, before we fall to it, let us understand wherefore we must fight. Now the women and children stood trembling, and knew not what to do. Quoth the giant, You rob the country, and rob it with the worst of thefts. 530 These are but generals, said Mr. Greatheart, come to particulars, man. Then said the giant, Thou practisest the craft of a kidnapper. Thou gatherest up women and children, and carriest them into a strange country, to the weakening of my master's kingdom. But now Greatheart replied, I am a servant of the God of heaven, my business is to persuade sinners to repentance. I am commanded to do my endeavor to turn men, women, and children, from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan unto God, and if this be indeed the ground of thy quarrel, let us fall to it as soon as thou wilt. Then the giant came up, and Mr. Greatheart went to meet him, and as he went, he drew his sword, but the giant had a club. So without more ado, they fell to it, and at the first blow the giant struck Mr. Greatheart down upon one of his knees. With that the women and children cried out, so Mr. Greatheart recovering himself, laid about him in full lusty manner, and gave the giant a wound in his arm. Thus he fought for the space of an hour, to that height of heat, that the breath came out of the giant's nostrils, as the heat doth out of a boiling cauldron.